Hello everyone and welcome back. You're watching the official stream of the 15v15 Clan Showdown Tournament Day 1. We're really happy to have you with us today, and as you can see, I'm not the only one that can say so. I'm being joined today by a pretty familiar face. He has been analyst in the past already. He's going to be here the whole weekend to provide his expertise, to give his opinion about the teams and the matches played. Moff, how is it going, mate?
Hello, everyone. It is good to be here. It's good to be back. Hello, everyone in chat. How are you doing? We should have some exciting games today. Really looking forward to it and hopefully providing you with some expert analysis as well.
Yeah, well, guys, as you can see in the brackets, we have a total of 6 teams that are going to be playing today. There were 8 in the last Sunday in the group stage, and 6 of them made it to the playoff stage. And we have pretty familiar teams playing here, Moff, right?
Yeah, a lot of familiar faces Raid, CSA, Invil, Fame. A couple of roster changes, though, in there. I should point out that it's a double elimination bracket, so you can see those teams in the losers bracket at the bottom. They came third in their group, both Trigg and Goodnight Nomi. That's why they're there already. So they will be only having one chance to stay in the competition. The teams in the upper bracket, however, they will be able to lose one game and then still fight on to try and get to the final later on.
All right, perfect. Also, make sure to refresh the stream if you joined before 4 p.m. because starting from that time, there will be Twitch drops available to get over the day. Interesting drops, right, Moff?
Yeah, we got some premium consumables, which is always nice, some paint, and a transparent Clan Rivals camera, which means that you can paint it whatever color you want. There's also a premium day, but that will be available from day 2 only, so tomorrow for that one. But I really like that Clan Rivals camera. You can paint it whatever color you want. It's always nice.
All right, great indeed. Going back about the structure of and about the matches coming up, the first one we're gonna have is gonna be Raid against CSA. That's a pretty interesting match coming up, but I guess Red will be well prepared, and this match will mainly depends on how CSA can perform.
Yeah, I have to say I'm quite surprised by the community predictions there, mostly being in favor or slightly in favor of CSA. I think Raid are probably the stronger team or the favorites coming into this one. They definitely looked better in their groups. They've got a bit of roster changes though, some players coming over from Hive, so we'll have to see how they get on.
I mean, as you said, I think the thing with Raid was that they were fully German, and actually a lot of German players went to 10, so they actually turned international, and they took players from Hive and CSA, pretty usual team. But anyway, Moff, I guess that's just enough from the two of us. We want to hear what the casters have to say about that upcoming match. So, Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello everyone from the two of us. It's going to be beautiful Ducky and also then me who are going to take you through the matches for today. I couldn't be more excited. It was already said by the analysts that we have quite a few familiar names, although with some roster changes coming up. The first game is already going to be a cracker. It's going to be the mostly German team of Raid that now switched to English for voice communications, as yeah, they have some, I think, Finnish players and also some others in there now, and they're going to be fighting it out here against CSA, a clan which you've been in, Ducky.
Yeah. Clan indeed that I've been in. Yeah, and great memory there at your age coming out that you still remember that far back. Indeed, CSA, an all-check lineup. We see them often, right? We see them often in 15v15, we see them often in 7v7, but we see them often disappoint more than not in recent memory. Now, for CSA, we're hoping that they can actually show us a strong showing in this one because, you know, it's disappointing. In recent memory, I have no recollection of CSA actually performing up to standard to what they were used to. Raid, however, not having this issue in 15v15 at least, always making a strong showing for themselves. Now with a lineup that is indeed international with the additions of the likes of Itox, Panu coming in there as well. Panu, light player, of course, so they have that going for them together with Hannes. Then map pick and bans. Cliff removed by Raid, which is interesting because they normally tend to like playing Cliff, maybe keeping it at hand for a different match, who knows. Then Moro being removed by CSA, giving us Sand River, Himmelsdorf as our first two maps, but then Fisherman's Bay being removed by Raid and going into Ensk. And if we get to the tiebreaker, if we get there, it will be Prokhorovka in this best of 7 between these two. match number 1 on Sand River. Kihan, of course, swapped bases here, so that means the eastern side is attacking. The western base is the defending side to give the teams a little bit more of a chance. And then the predictions here, were you guys really all voted for CSA?
I don't think we
don't think
did.
so.
That should be
I don't
raid
think
for
so.
all of us, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. I think the predictions were 4-1 Moth for raid, Keyhand 4-2 for raid, Insane 4-2 for raid, and me 4-1 for raid. Lineups here in battle number 1. CSA coming out with a singular EBR, a singular CS, a 279, following it up with 12 Chieftains. Raid, however, 4 CSs and 11 Chiefs.
Indeed, that raid lineup here coming out very, very interesting already. As those CSs, we saw it played by Invil, I believe, in past tournaments. Yes, you can gain map control with them, but then you can also pull them to the fight and just have that DPM just work for you. And now we can see the initial splits here by raid, the defending team going, I guess, all south here with the Chieftains, the CSs sort of splitting up, trying to generate information. And for CSA, sort of a split here. Double Chieftain in the base, triple towards the north and the rest towards the south as well, together with the 279 to snipe with its AP from base, I guess. We'll have to see how well that works out. But yeah, Ricochet now exchanging spots here with Froley and Cosmo, I guess. And we just have to wait and see from here how it pans out. And indeed, Raid, they seem to do a very, very big south commitment here already. One nice shot here connecting into the 279 of Radim, I believe. Yeah, there we go. And now Raid, they have taken the south control from the west, which is something pretty unusual. But
yeah, I mean, CSA here starting off with a very split lineup. Of course, they are attacking, so you don't really want to be in this position personally. First of all, they are sniping from this June here, right? They were sniping from here. The better June to snipe from already is here, because you can get cross shots on the middle. But however, now that they're in this scenario here, Raid has not lost the north, Raid has not lost the middle, and Raid has not lost the south, or is in danger of losing south at any given point. This is bad for CSA. We've seen many teams end up in this scenario. The scenario is a split. Like, they can take over to A3. They can't progress past A3, however. And then in return, Raid controls the full south, but Raid is defending. And now the difficulty for CSA is they cannot pressure this area here, and Raid doesn't need to overcommit on it. The only thing that I will say about the Raid positions right now, which I don't like, is the very far back tanks that you see here. The reason why is you get shots here, right, when they're coming K-line. You get the shots, but they're not 100% reliable because they're going up and down. Of course, you can hit the chief turret. It's almost always better to play close and then peek and keep shooting, because when the CSA, if the CSA decides to repush like this and go full K-line, they will most likely repush into this dip, which means that the guys here can't do much anymore, and those guys here will die, the ones on the red line, in crossfire. That's what I will say about their positions. I would rather see them play close up. They have 3 tanks defending the middle. I think this is a good amount. They have 3 tanks in the base. This is also a fine amount. The majority of their tanks needs to be ready for a K-line repush for the side of Raid, right? So you keep a few in base, not too many, definitely not too many, because an A-line push into the base is near impossible to pull off. A middle repush is also out of the question now for the side of CSA, because you can't kill the chieftain at F5 together with the chieftain at H5. That crossfire there between Fabian and Manfred is not something they can get in. And I don't know, did the chieftains from Raid, did they have gasoline? Because Jakofa lost his driver, and he doesn't seem to be healing it. So I think they were playing with gas, if I'm not incorrect.
yeah, I can check that in game, as luckily I have an observer account in there, and indeed Jakofa is running gas. And
oh, it's Timmy. Can you check Timmy for me real quick?
Timmy, same thing. He does have a red kit, but he doesn't have a med kit, so minus gunner for him.
Minus gunner.
And Ricochet, taking...
I mean, CS should have a medkit.
And he does indeed use it, so yeah. There we go. But that is 2, like, sort of very important crew members, except
I mean, they do
Timmy.
have Jack of all trades available, which, of course, is a crew skill not too many people pick anymore nowadays, where the commander takes over the role of the gunner as well. It's obviously not 100%, but it does mean that he is not, like, down and out, as you would have normally when your gunner is dead. You know that it's really hard to shoot them. But you can see CSA encroaching through the north side of the map. I think the difficulty of this is extremely high, by the way, to attack through this side of the map. I think it's so hard to pull off, because when you cross through A3, you're in the open. and then when you cross through A1, you're again in the open.
Yeah, also take a look at the map right now. Like, yes, they can take sort of the north, but the problem is the raid tanks in the base, they have hard and soft cover. Now, Ali taking 2 shots of damage here, but he shouldn't be really too exposed because the middle is still, yeah, just being held by raid here currently. And this means that no shots from the middle can reach the tanks in the base that raid has posted there right now. So combat now being pushed up in the chieftain. He's going to find Link that is going to put one nice shot into him. And yeah, the thing is, the more shots they take, they need to be careful not to lose more crew members, because I think on the raid side, yeah, they probably all had gas, and now finally, after combat goes in there, now sort of a disjointed pusher coming out from the Czech team. Now they're finally sending reinforcements that all do get spotted, and I think this should spark a rotation here by raid to probably pull some more tanks here back towards their own base. Also, if you take a look at the middle of the map, finally CSA has posted some chieftains there, so they can finally put crossfire. But as soon as they are going to start peeking here, then the F1 positions should be able to lay counterfire onto there, and this is exactly why we see combat dropping down to 1100 here, and Link should be able to normally stay safe from everyone except combat.
Yeah, but even combat can't overpeak that June because he peeks into the tanks that are on F1 for the side of raid. So like he has a good position behind that rock, but it's not a position that is going to be able to do too much right now. He takes another shot as well down towards 713, and so far so good here for the side of raid. They are in no real danger of losing their base. They have sufficient tanks at F1 right now. I think they were maybe missing one more guy in the base, like another chieftain, because now they only have a CS there together with Link. If there was 2 chieftains where Link was, for example, then you would end up being able to shield each other, because now CSA is forced to overpush this. They do not have time for a rotation towards the K line. So the north push out of C1 is the only play that they have left, the only play they can still make. I mean, they are pushing a chieftain towards the middle, but they will have to push this. We'll have to see how it goes. And here they come, the CSA tanks pushing first. Libor coming in, Golder as well. Link is going to be the focus here for the side of CSA. Can they pick up Link? Can they do it clean? Yes, so far so good here. But look at Lucker's HP dropping very low already. 874, 420. Link is for sure down and out. But now, with this time remaining, 3 minutes and 30 seconds now, Raid rotating back towards the base, and now Ali is going to be the next one to fall in this CS, but the bleed for it, you can see those tanks from the middle. Ricochet and Manfred are still putting on pressure on towards those tanks, because obviously you can shoot towards the positions of Seago, Golder, and Froley. And here comes the repush from Raid. Smiley, Aladdin from the side, and then over the top. They know that CSA is split. They want to pick up Golder, Froley, and Seago here. Can they do it? Oh, Itox immediately dropping low. Smiley as well, but it's good. They're both still alive. Golder, Seago, Froley are now the next push. Now the next tanks, they're going to try and jump over. Froley trying to shield. Good stuff from Raid. HP is even here. They need to make sure they can pick up these tanks, so the Golder and Seago are using the CS as a shield. Does Raid have the fire on towards the side? So far it does. Seem like it's Seago now down towards the one shot. Luckily enough for them, Jakafa there in his chieftain, yet still behind them, is able to get those cross shots as Seago goes down. And now Golder is next. And yes, for Raid, it's kind of close, but at no point so far have they seen that they are not in control of this match.
Yeah, 3k HP up and counting here for the side of Raid that are going to make that repush work onto their own base. Golder down to a one-shot is going to fall momentarily, and as soon as he goes down, that is basically all crossfire eliminated for the attacking side here for CSA that are also trailing in tanks here. Yes, there is a repush going on in the south, but to be honest, what does it matter at this point? Raid, they just have too many guns in this game, and Timmy, yes, he's Amarek, but it's all going to be for naught here for the Czech side. They put in a valiant effort with that overpush or with that try onto the base, but to be honest, I think that was just too obvious. Like the tanks that got spotted in the north, they were spotted too soon. They took too much damage for all the crosses that they did. There wasn't enough crossfire available from the middle to basically punish the tanks in the base that Raid had there. And then the repush by Raid, yes, they had to sort of bite the bullet there to do it. They bled a lot for it, but in the end, just, you know, good reactions from the defenders. And I have to agree, at no point in time did it seem like Raid did not have full control over the game.
Yeah, no, it was close in terms of HP, right? For a long time there, it was close in terms of HP. And CSA did make a good push on towards Link to kill him, trading it 1-for-1, which was ideal. But even then, like, you have to imagine they would still need to continue to push on towards F1 if they wanted to progress from here, which is again crossfireable from the middle as well. And then they would have to somehow cap. And Ray just took the simple overmatch. They could have waited longer with this as well, because time was always sticking in their favor, and it's not possible for for CSA to really cap, you know? So like, at no point, like I think this is the ideal scenario almost for the side of Raid. You spread map, you take the positions you want to take, you have a few tanks in base, you have some tanks covering middle, and you mainly focus on the K-line repush. The only downside I saw is that the tanks on the K-line, I think if it was a full K-line repush from CSA, they might end up in some trouble because they have tanks on the red line that can get crossfired, and they have the tanks very far back, which are not in position to just peek the whole time. But outside of that, it was good for me. It was very good.
Yeah, and here we see the results coming in, and
Well, at least somewhere Dracova can do 5k DPG.
oh, ouch. Yeah, but he's coming up on top of the scoreboard here. Good shooting by him. Obviously, he did have his gunner until the end. So, yeah, overall, I guess the damage spread just reflecting what, you know, happened in the game. I guess if you're in the fight for longer, then you do more damage, obviously. I mean, Smiley only 1 shot of damage, but then again, he was the one taking all the shots during the repush, so I guess that's fine. He was just, you know, soaking up so his teammates could deliver. And for the side of CSA, we see something similar, although you have to say, Cosmo there on top with his EBR, but that is always the problem, right? If a tank like an EBR ends up on top, you know something's gone wrong, because normally the EBR is not supposed to be the damage dealer. He's supposed to be the one, you know, delivering
Cosmo may have just gotten a lot of angles as well, to be honest. I mean, in this game, this north over push is so hard for CSA to successfully manage. I mean, they could have taken even more damage for this crossing, because Combat realistically crossed kind of for free. And normally that guy gets heavily punished for that as well. So their raid could be faulted a little bit. You could say that they need to punish this A-line cross even more where Combat went, because you have shots from F1. He should take at least half his HP in damage for this. But outside of that, I mean, yeah, CSA, I think full K-line repush would be maybe better for them, because they did have very deep control over the north. They went for this north play. I think it's a harder option to realistically pull off.
Also, personally, I felt like everything for Raid went according to plan. Like, they took the south, and either if they take the south, they have 15 tanks there that are basically combat tanks.
The HP was close, but
yeah, and
they were no danger of losing. No danger.
Yep. And I think what you have to keep in mind here for CSA is that they were probably super afraid of going K-line themselves after they saw the setup by Raid, right? You have 11 Chieftains and 4 CSs. That is 15 tanks that you can immediately commit to the fight, whereas CSA, they had a 279 that was, I guess, you know, going to stay in the back from the start off. They had an EBR that doesn't really contribute DPM, that doesn't really contribute HP, and here you can now finally see the predictions. So I guess it is a split in between a 4-1 and a 4-2 here. For Raid, and so far Raid, the mostly German team, they seem on track. 1-0 on the board, they look convincing doing it. Now they're gonna attack, and they're doing so with an EBR, a CS, a 279, the rest Chieftains, and for the side of CSA, 1 EBR, double CS, 1 279, and the rest Chieftains as well.
Yeah, both teams actually opting to pick an EBR. You see a lot of teams on the defending side that decide against it to have an extra combat tank, like an actual 2000 plus HP tank that they can fight with, because usually you go for some sort of commit from the west where you are playing aggressive from the beginning, so the EBR is not always that useful. Yeah, we can see here Raid very, very focused around the K-line. I mean, one CS going north and the 279 going to the balcony, while CSA is doing more of a split.
Oh, take a look at Hasnan's setup, by the way. Optics, vents, and rammer here. So nothing really towards spotting except the optics.
What does Jakova have, key hands? I can bet that he has improved aiming.
Jakova?
Yes.
Jakova has config turbo rammer, but he's a 279.
No improved aiming?
Nope.
Oh, normally you play with improved aiming on the 279.
Nope.
But anyways, they see that it's not K-line, so they immediately start rotating back to base. I mean, last time he played it with improved aiming, actually. Double CS spotted in the north. Chieftains overtaking the north for the side of CSA. Yeah, and I mean, Raid is going to keep going here. Lucker will run away and will get away on time. And this is a very heavy F1 stack, though. It's a very, very heavy F1 stack.
I think it just looks like this currently because they're basically rotating out of there with their Chieftains. So I guess only the 279 and possibly one Chieftain is realistically going to stay there.
This is okay, though, for the side of CSA right now. They have middle. They should be able to heavily punish this. Because if Raid keeps pushing towards F1 here, they're going to run into crossfire. There's double Chieftain in the middle, double Chieftain at C2, and 2 tanks on F1. Yeah, they're pushing with a greater number, but greater number, if they block them going through the entrance, and CSA can actually put in the damage, it might be okay for them. I'm just looking to see if there's going to be a full commit here for Raid or just challenging right now.
It looks to be just challenging for now, as Timmy, Aladdin and Manfred, all of them are just stopping at the ridgeline here, trying to see what they can do in towards the middle. Timmy might have some nice shots on towards Lucker.
Actually, this is really bad for CSA.
Yeah,
Like,
they have
this is
like
so
middle
bad.
commit, but
No, they have no control over anything, Kihan. When you played from the west, you have to be actually very aggressive, by the way. You have to kill the balcony at G9, because you see G9 here. G9 is the killer for CSA, which they never pressure, because now they lose Kremlech, right? Look, when Raid controls this area here, and when Raid controls the dune here, you see there's one heavy there? They get crossfire onto this, they get crossfire onto this here. Lucker, in the meantime, is getting crossfire from
no
the
one
middle.
is covering Lucker, actually.
Yeah,
Even Timmy and Aladdin, they can overpeak currently.
When you play this kind of strategy, Kihan, you have to pressure down all the way into the base, basically, towards the red line.
Yeah, but look at on the zero line, there's already a heavy tank that can punish heavily. That's probably a chieftain there.
They can just, yeah, that's a chieftain. They can just go to the red line and kill the 2 tanks in the base here, because they need to, because otherwise, the angles of crossfire here are insane for a raid, by the way. Like, you have,
yeah, I mean, look at the
this,
HP, 25
like
to
you have
31K.
like you have this, you have this, you have this, and you have the middle peeking onto this. You see how everything is focused on shooting the middle? Like, and even the guy from K-Line can shoot this, by the way. You see all the arrows, how they all point towards the middle of the map? Yeah, that's the tanks there from CSA that are slowly dying because they can't go anywhere. They can't hide anywhere. Because you see, Destroyer's position is far superior to anything that CSA has. Those tanks in the middle are just slowly going to get farmed. Slowly and surely, they're going to continue getting farmed.
I mean, Jekafar took 1 shot now, but in the grand scheme of things, I have to agree with you. That is like 7,000 HP up now for the defending team that even has, you know, triple tank advantage.
Destroyer to the balcony as well. I think you can peek onto Golder and look in from there.
At this point in time, I think it's down to Raid to basically do whatever they want, and it seems like they want to overpush the base of CSA still. Will here taking the ammo rack here. Not sure if he does have a rep kit available, but I'm not sure if it will matter anyway. Probably guessing with no here. Aladdin, yes, he's taking a lot of shots for this overpush here right now, but with the advantage that Raid have already generated for themselves, I don't think it matters here, as finally over the F1 position in pour the Chieftains from Raid onto the almost undefended base here by CSA, and it only seems that way. Yes, there is Kaprafakr and Sakalito in the holdowns behind the cap, but they're not really going to be able to do anything here. Now triple cap gets started, they don't even go for the overpush. This is just Raid styling on CSA at this point.
I mean, Raid is pretty safe in the cap there. They have a shield as well. You can see Libor's position here to shoot on towards Smiley and Old Kings and etc. He needs to overpeak. He peeks straight into White Rock and he peeks into Link. And yes, there's a Chieftain at A1. But the issue with the Chieftain at A1 as well is that he can only hit really the top of their turret. So it's like HE resets. And you can't do this for 5 minutes, you know? And in the meantime, they're losing everywhere else on the map. So yeah, he is getting the resets. I think that's crazy where they're in the back. He's getting resets. But at one point, they'll just drive behind each other. Libor will be forced to overpeak. And yeah, I mean, Libor even has gas on his chief, by the way, but they didn't even use this in CSA's strategy, like the gasoline. I don't know what they wanted to do, but the gas is usually taken to quickly go somewhere, and they did none of this. And Raid picking up a convincing and clean second round. I mean, the Raid made the right rotations off the K-line overpush, but I would say CSA, I don't know, like the thing is, on this map, Sand River, if you want to control the middle of the map, you need to have their balcony and their base. If they can play their balcony, they can crossfire you in the middle completely. And that's exactly what happened. Raid just went back to base, and CSA allowed them to take their own base back fully and establish a dank crossfire on towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, and you see Kermelets here even going out without a shot of damage.
Also, when people do this strat, this kind of strat, by the way, they push the middle to force CSA. So what normally happens is you push the middle of the map through the dried out river bed to get all the way to like H8 under the dune. And the reason for this is you're forcing Raid to repush into the middle, which is not always a good trade, but they have to do it, which means that you're not in danger of losing F1 because they can't repush the middle and push F1. They can only do one of the two. And then from H8, you are also able to shoot the guys in the base from behind because you can peek up and shoot there. But neither did CSA push to the zero line, neither did CSA push into the middle. They just donated the round for free.
I mean, at one point in time, I thought it looked pretty good for CSA, which was when the initial push by Raid happened, and then I thought, yeah, basically CSA was gonna overpush the base of Raid, but nothing like that happened. They were content taking the middle, content, you know, taking up until the base of Raid, and then they were sort of, you know, chilling, doing nothing, and getting farmed.
Sadly, that doesn't work.
Anyway, that is Sand River.
No, anyway, isn't playing Kian. They lost in groups, remember?
Ah,
anyway.
true. So yeah, that is Sand River down. That is a Raid's map pick, basically going their way with a quick 2-0, and you have to say Raid looked very, very convincing doing that. However, on we go now to CSA's map pick, which is Himmelsdorf. Not to say that Raid is bad on there. In the past, we've seen a lot of very good and also aggressive showings coming out from Raid, but at least maybe a breath of fresh air for the Czech and Slovak team here, as yeah, they probably want to forget about Sand River and focus more onto Himmelsdorf, where they maybe have some surprises set up. I mean, Himmelsdorf, basically one of the OG competitive maps where to this day people are able to come up with basically new fancy things, new strategies to surprise the opponent. Yeah, I'm hoping for CSA that they basically have something like this prepared. Otherwise, it's gonna be grim. Like, if CSA drops another map, that is going to be match point already for Raid in the best of 7.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not looking good, and I don't have the greatest memories of CSA's Himmelsdorf in recent memories either. They're this kind of team that likes doing everything at the same time. Control 1-2, control the hill, and not lose the center. However, against a team like Raid, which can go very heavy hill, which can push 1-2 straight, 3-line straight, a split like that is hard to pull off. Really hard to pull off.
Yeah, also since you are not guaranteed to generate the necessary information right from the start, like how does the enemy split look, how do we need to split up. Himmelsdorf, one of those maps where you cannot, with an EBR, just, you know, get the information right from the start. So we're just, I guess, gonna have to wait and see. And in come the lineups. It's going to be Raid attacking here, and they do so with a CS. Then they have 6 Chiefs, and the rest is 279s. Meanwhile,
how much is the rest, Kihan? Come on.
How much is
the rest?
8?
6 Chiefs, 1 CS. Nice, Kihan! Let's go! Well done, Kihan. I'm so proud of you.
Right, then we have CSA with 5 279s, make that 9 Chieftains and a CS.
Dude, he's getting better at it, man. In the rehearsals, he was still struggling with counting.
Math on stream, not even once.
Yeah, but it must have been struggling. It must have been practiced actually. But here we can see the split from CSA. It's actually a more decisive split, which I like. There's about 5 tanks, 1-2, 1 in the window, and then rest going hill basically. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
It is
9 going hill. Yeah, 9 going hill. But Raid in return is pushing the 3-line, though, Kian. It'll be a 3-hand, 3-hand. Yeah, 3-hand push, dude. That's a push that Kihan makes in ranked. Anyways.
That is not a push that I make in ranked, but I know some other people who like pushing 2-line. Anyway, the push is on a full roll here, and now we should see the 279s probably going in towards the courtyard. Actually not opting for this. They just keep pushing 3-line, and that is actually a timing that CSA doesn't really like, because all of their tanks, they aren't fully on hill yet, so they cannot control from up there, and the 279s actually go over into the 2-line here. That is not really getting defended by CSA, and I think Trandorf, Looker, and Radim, they need to be careful here, otherwise they will just get picked up by this mob of Raid tanks that keeps on pushing, and I think the rotation for CSA with their own 279s is probably going to be a bit late here.
Yeah, a bit late, but they also needed to check how much is on the hill. They have different information now. Trandorf, however, is in a really bad position. A really, really bad position, which is allowed to get crossfired. Magical, however, pushing by himself behind is also not something that I'd like to see here in this regard. I mean, Trandorf could turn around and focus him, but now Destroyer's coming as well. This is better already. Raid trailing in HP, though. CSA trying to hold the angles while they go for the 0-line over push, and Raid is just swapping sides there. If Raid actually just pushes down the hill and comes behind the 8-line, it would be amazing, because they're playing a ring around the rosy. Like, literally, Trandorf goes down, and now the CSA tanks keep pushing. The Raid tanks keep pushing as well. They're not finding each other just yet, and Raid's like, wait, we're on the hill, but now we're driving off the hill. See you later. Sayonara. We're all leaving. Let's run, boys. Run. But okay, Seago is there very fast. They're catching Old Kings, loses his engine, repairs it, but CSA is on the chase. CSA is also in the meantime going for the base. As their Raid tanks are trying to overrun the 3-line now. They have to, actually, because CSA is sending triple tanks towards that cap of the Raid team. And now Raid trying to push into the 3-line. You can see these angles are very hard, very annoying, but so far Raid is doing a good job at it. They're picking up the kills. They get luckier in this 279. White Truck's now pushing onto the cap already. Timmy, Jagafa coming from behind on Radim and Will, and you can see the Raid crossfires are better than the CSA crossfires, who are defending. But now CSA has 3 tanks on the cap, and then now they're going to try and halt the cap for as long as they can. Link here trying to push back into the cap, and CSA is making this play, which I like. They 1-2-3 tap him, hopefully. No, Kremlet's not connecting, but now Link is forced to push back in with 12 seconds left, and Raid, they may have overlooked this, they may have not anticipated this. There has to be a reset from Link, but Link can only reset 1, if even, because Kremlet is holding the angle, and it's going to be Raid not stealing the win here. Actually, there is a reset. They're coming out on towards Kremlet, but Kremlet now peeks out, will kill Link. 3 seconds remaining, and I think Raid has made a mistake here. They've overlooked the potential of CSA to go towards the cap, and CSA steal it, literally steal it away under Raid's noses with a cap.
Yeah, that on the hill, that was something else to watch on the minimap. Like, yes, I saw the 279s battling it out, but at the same time, my eyes were glued to the screen there, just having a look at what was happening. And Raid, with a beautiful maneuver, managed to outplay themselves
Beautiful,
here.
but mistakes made nonetheless.
Yes.
They knew how much was coming back. They always had Link in the window, who could have left back towards, say, 4 a long time ago to get resets, and they could have already pulled like a CS back as well. It's a very common mistake for teams to make, not being aware of the hill over push and not having enough tanks to defend it. And in this case, Raid did make that mistake there. Maybe there was no call, maybe Smiley overlooked it, but there always has to be 2 tanks there defending the base, because they were missing 3. 3 were not spotted from CSA. So if they have a CS and they have another chief, it's easy for them. But, you know, it is what it is. CSA made that play, and Raid didn't react well to it. I mean, Raid was pushing the base well, but, you know, you have to defend your own base at the same time.
Yeah, I think if Link actually, once the stuff on the hill happens, if he actually drives back towards the windows, then...
If he drives back towards the window, he's chilling, man. He doesn't even have to go to the window. He can just snipe script from the corner, so they can't push him either. But window would work as well. He gets 2-3 resets and the game is won. Right? If he resets every single one of them once, he's hold down, they have to hide behind each other, he can HG it. He gets 3 resets, game's over. If they send a CS back, game is over. If they send one more tank, the game is over. I mean, Raid was winning this game, right? Let's not make no jokes about this. They were winning. They were far ahead. I mean, not that far ahead in terms of HP, but in terms of positions, they were far ahead, because they would be able to pressure the cap for free, for CSA to re-push back in, and if CSA re-pushes back in with even HP, you always lose.
I mean, turns out CSA was far ahead mentally, and I guess that's what got them the win. Like, the genius call from the hill, where they don't catch the tanks to basically split 3 off and go towards the cap, just winning it for them. And now CSA, after, I would say, 2.5 rounds that didn't look like it was going their way, finally able to put a point on the board. And now it's going to be them attacking here in Himmelsdorf. Not that it really matters on that map. But yeah, they're going to be very, very happy with themselves, because if you win games like this, you're also... it's sort of a cheeky victory, right? So you're basically like, hey, maybe we cannot beat you straight up in brawls, but there are still ways to outplay
It's still worrying for CSA, though, because they were, again, losing the positional.
I think that was not down to the
game.
individual trades, though, but more like to the amount of tanks that got committed to the fight by both sides. So
dude, Trandorf could have turned this... Okay, Trandorf, right? Take, for example, Trandorf's 279. Yes? Trandorf could have turned and run. Trandorf reversed. That is a player fail.
Yeah, true.
Like, that's the thing there. Sometimes you actually have to just
stay
turn
alive
and run.
regardless for
Yeah, but he dies, right? They spread the HP across their tanks and he dies. That's one less gun. Like, maybe they trade even in HP, but it's a gun less, nonetheless. So, like, for example, there he could have just turned and run towards his other 279s and he wouldn't have gotten caught. To delay it longer, because CSA is gambling on winning the hill. Anyways, lineups. Double CS, 4 279s, and the rest Chieftains for CSA. That would make 9.
Indeed,
by the way.
Indeed.
Just for
I got there,
purposes.
and Raid has 6 279s and 1 CS. That makes, once again, 8 Chieftains for Raid. So, I guess, you know, like the room of numbers until 10, I feel fairly comfortable. 20 is still fine, because then I don't not only take fingers, but also,
because
you know, toes.
Yeah, you have your toes, but after that it becomes rough,
yeah,
isn't it?
after that, it's been a challenge. I've been, you know, trying to
It's
make
a very...
it work.
Ooh, this is bad for CSA, by the way. It's very bad for CSA. Normally speaking here, when it is hill against hill, right? CSA has more Chieftains, but they also have some 279s. So they have 3 279s.
They have double CS, which can boost the.
Yeah, but it's an even hill fight. It's 3 down for Raid and it's 3 down for CSA. the way this map works in most cases.
I think what CSA is trying to achieve is here they basically boost the 279s with the CSs in towards the F0 corner and swing around
it's
the
what
hill
Raid
with the
does as
Chiefs.
well. But if Raid just repushes to the hold down, they're in trouble because they can lose these tanks, and they have an even hill fight. An even hill fight is not good for CSA because they're forced to make a commitment.
Alright, now we see here Hannes exchanging spots and also damage here. The 279s, as I said, getting boosted through, and Sigo with the CS actually splitting off here, and now we see immediately Raid with the overcommitment onto the 279s and the CS as well. The Chieftains aren't even there. Finally, the CSA Chieftains arrive, but maybe it's too little too late, as the Raid Chieftains, they've already driven through a repeat of the ring around the Rosie maneuver from the match prior to this, and finally the 279s by Raid also arriving into the fight, prohibiting the CSA Chieftains from going any further. Now Radim and Sakalito with the 279s trying to do whatever they can to keep the crossfire up, and now CSA with a swing back around the hill, but in the meantime Radim has died.
Yeah, in the meantime, Radim has died, and now CSA is re-pushing around the hill, but Raid yet once more. It's going around their side of the hill now, picking up Sakalito, because CSA is now making a re-push, which they have to make to get those Chieftains. But again, Raid with the reaction here, they lose those double 279 for the side of CSA where Itox is, and now this is easy for Raid. This is cleanup. Again, the CSA is split, Nalo, Trandorf left to their own devices, and now Nalo goes down, Trandorf to follow Will. Makes a play there, makes a push, but there is too many tanks for the side of Raid on this hill push here, and even the voices in my head said that I was wrong, but I was not, as Raid cleans up this hill here with a beautiful zero line over push on towards those 279s, and the CSA unaware, Elno Sabe, that Raid could just straight over push the zero line, take the CSs for free. The 279s are still alive, but then when the 279s from Raid arrive, what do the CSA Chieftains do? They re-push back around the hill, they lose their 279s. Good stuff from Raid, very good stuff.
Yeah, indeed. Good stuff from Raid, and once again, I think it was that communication on the side of Raid that was once again key to victory here, as basically the reaction speed of the Raid team as a whole, like that organic reaction from all the players together, was just those 5 or 10 seconds, maybe not even that faster, that you need to be in order to win those hill broads. And yes, we see CSA tanks now trying to butcher Manfred here on the lower side, but in turn, I think it's going to be Manfred to pick up Ondra here, who is on a one-shot. Jekafar trying to help his buddy here, and in the end, you gotta give it to Raid. That was beautiful reactions on the hill, and that was just not quick enough reacted from CSA. You called it already on the opening that it was bad, and they weren't able to pull it back, simply put.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the CSA Chieftains had fuel or not, for example. I'm already wondering about this, because it does make a difference for the hill. And I don't know if they did, actually. I'm not sure. Maybe the analysts can see about it later. Because normally, like, this hill fight is winnable for CSA's side, but they need gas on all of their Chieftains to be there in the holdout, roughly the same time as the Raid tanks are crossing the hill towards the holdout or over pushing, but they seem very slow.
Yeah, also what you need to keep in mind is that basically Hannes, with his peak up there, he gets the info on all of the tanks, and they stay spotted for 10 seconds after he stops spotting. So Raid always has the info available. Where do the Chieftains go? Do they try to, you know, set up crossfire on the upper side? Do they go around the hill?
I was already talking about it in saying you say CSA has to keep pushing, but I think still it's an issue for them because of the fact that Raid has 4 279s coming from behind, which are angling up, and they are hard to kill. They were not that slow, the 279s. They got there a few seconds after, to be honest. I mean, I think it would still be hard for CSA nonetheless. I think it would be hard for CSA if they keep pushing, because they lose the double CS straight. They lose the double CS straight, so they're -2 tanks. Yeah, they might do some damage back towards Raid, but then the 279s come into the fight again. It would be closer for sure, but I think Raid with the initial... I think also CSA didn't have fuel. I'm not sure if they had fuel, and Sane can comment on that later, because they need fuel for going around the hill. I think it would still be hard for CSA, but
yeah, I think it would have been better 5 to 10 seconds maybe call advantage that Raid.
I mean, this hill fight depends a lot on a few things. Like, it depends first, does CSA have fuel on their Chieftains, yes or no, because it makes a difference in how fast you're there. Does Raid have fuel on their Chieftains to go from south? Because some teams do this as well. If they expect a heavy north commitment, like a heavy hill commitment from the north team, they go with fuel as well to counteract this fuel. But if Raid has fuel, for example, and CSA doesn't, then CSA is definitely in trouble for going around the hill. If they both don't have fuel, then it's still Raid, because, you know, CSA has to drive around the hill. So The big question is there, does CSA have fuel? And yes, they probably should have continued pushing, but I think they were in trouble no matter what.
Alright, that wraps up basically the first 2 maps of the match here. Raid now leading 3-1 in this best of 7. This means that they will have 3 possibilities now to convert their match point here against CSA, who need to make 3 in a row to basically stay in the upper bracket of this double elimination bracket. Obviously, if CSA loses here, it's not done yet for them. I think in the lower bracket for the loser of this match, it is the Hungarian team of Trigg waiting, and we are now waiting for the next map, which is going to be another map pick for the side of CSA, and it's going to be Ensk. Ensk, a completely different map from the 2 we already saw here. It is played, yeah, just completely different. It will have some E3s, E4s at least, and I think Ensk is mostly about what you see in the preview picture here. It's mostly about the rails that you see on here. Exactly those. You need to establish rail control in order to counter the rotation.
It depends.
That is possible.
It depends. There's teams that play for this rails controls. There's teams that play for field control. There's teams that play for city control. It's not mandatory to play the rails. It's not mandatory to play the rails, but if you don't play the rails, you're either full field or basically full city. It's no middle ground. It's one of the 2 then. Lineups also usually give away a lot in that regard, because to control rails you need some triangles, aka E3s, maybe an E4, a 268 V4. You need some of those to effectively play the rails because of their high armor, high pen, just the fact they have to stare down the lane. And now if you see a lineup that has no TDs in it, it's most likely not rails control. I mean, they could push down the rails, but it's most likely not. And more of a field or city play.
We'll have to see. The map video already going reveals to us that it is not going to be much longer until at least the lineups are revealed to us. And we will be able to see what both teams bring to the table. Like Sandriver, keep in mind, Ensk is reversed regarding the sides. And now, right here, a very German lineup. We have 1, 2, 6, 8, 4, and triple VK7201, obviously leaving 11 279Es.
Yeah, 11 279Es versus the CSA double E3, very light behind it, but the 6 Chiefs and the rest 279s. Raid with this is almost, like I said, it's either field or a city. They will not be contesting the rails. They'll be doing one of the 2. They're either going full field or full city, and it looks to be full field for the side of Raid. And now the question is, can CSA do a healthy amount of damage on the crossing here, or can they not? So far, they have not done it. They might get some shots here on the crossing, but look at the HP of Raid. They could lose 2,000 and it would still be even. We've seen this defense before, if you remember, with Fame against Hive. And this is okay for Raid right now, because they go full field, they will play those positions, then they will wait.
Yeah, and also keep in mind that jump to 10 heavy tank, the VK7201K, it does have the 350 MLG pen that a lot of the reward vehicles from Clan Wars campaign do sport. So it sort of counters the 279 armor, especially in close quarters, because you're also such a tall tank that you shoot down onto the upper plate. So a very, very comfortable pick here. Same basically as like E100s or Mouses that have no trouble penning the 279 in close range. But we'll have to see if CSA even chooses to come close to those VK72s. Obviously, that 150mm gun that the VK72 has, it's
a nice pen as well.
Yeah, it's like on long ranges you feel like more like you're shooting some sort of trebuchet than an actual gun. But yeah, as I said, in close quarters, really, really capable tank. And CSA, I think, a bit taken off guard here by the opening of the raid. They're not really committing onto the city, which is left completely open by the side of Raid, and they're not really making a move on the field either. It is more Raid that is making a move down the 7 line here.
Yeah, but look at Itox's position. He can already counter Will and Lucan a little bit. And Raid here realizing that they are able to get those shots on towards them. Lucan and Will now pressured down. I think there's even angles that exist from Lynx and Panu's position if they overpeak slightly. And now you can see CSA already coming with their 279s back towards the field. But this is real rough for the side of CSA, because they have to pressure back across and somehow find Itox and Albert into the entirety of Raid. And you can see combat already even lower. 467 HP remaining on him. And look at the guns from Raid from that south, that yellow Orange Blob actually just putting in the pain, the crossfire, and all of these tanks from CSA. They're just forced to push, and they're not forced. They're not having a good time here. I mean, look at them. They're just dropping one by one. They have barely done anything. They've killed Albert, but in what return? They have lost a tremendous amount of HP and not even taken back any position. In the meantime, there's a J-line aggression coming from CSA. They want to pick up Itox here, but Radim and Lucker, they might not even make this. They might not even get him whatsoever. And immediately there's actually a repush from Raid across the rails. Not something that they had to do, but something they are allowed to do because of their superior positions and guns. Lucker goes down, and you can see the CSA tanks now dispersing Ondra on the run. Sakalito on the run as well, and 4,000 HP difference. Now the zero line push comes from CSA, but the zero line push is driving into 279's Kihan. This is not something that you win with Chieftains, because those tanks are able to just angle up, and there is able crossfire coming in from the side of Raid as well.
Yeah, that crossfire there from the 8-9 line with the VK72 and another 279E should be able to heavily hurt Cosmo. That is the one Chieftain that is the furthest pushed up, and you need to push up with Chieftains against 279s, otherwise you're not really going to be able to generate a lot of penetrations onto the armor of those Russian heavy tanks, and that is also reflecting in the HP currently. The stuff that CSA is doing is probably not the best trade deal in the history of trade deals, as we see them trailing by about 6k currently. The city repush here, currently going for Raid. Not sure how well it's going. I see 1500 HP dropped on one of the CSA tanks. This means both Hannes and Manfred here should be on cooldown, and if Sakalito is able to put one more shot into Hannes here, then Kormelets should be able to pick him up. Never mind that, as we do see low rolls coming out, and this enables Hannes and Manfred to kill Sakalito off here. And Kormelets, yes, he does get the pick off onto Manfred, but that was some unlucky RNG, if I might say so myself. And actually the HP starting to turn back, not into CSA's favor, but they are drawing ever closer.
Yeah, okay, like, there is that Kihan, but look at it now. It just dropped. There was just a big drop for the side of CSA. There's now a drop for the side of Raid as well, but you got to remember that Kremlech here is going to die, right? And then CSA is forced to push zero line. They no longer have a choice of what they want to do. I mean, they did some good damage here onto Link, Panu, and Destroyer, though. I'll say that much. Some really good shooting.
All the HPs on the E3s, though, if you take a look at it. Yeah, like, yeah, Lukin still has about 1800, but all the HPs on the E3s, and they're in the back.
There's about 3.8k HP on the side of CSA on those E3s. That's a very good call, Kihan. And now, though, Radim combat on the side here. Radim blocking combat. Definitely think combat would have killed
Ali is coming from the side. He's inching in there.
Ali. It is a big surprise here for Radim, as that VK makes a short work of that 279 because of that high turret. You know, it's kind of nice to shoot with VK at 279 because the turret is so high up. Basically shooting down almost. But look at the raid control, though. They're now closing the map. I mean, I would like to see them stop throwing, by the way. Because this ricochet push here is not that good either.
Yeah,
and it's really close now.
And Froley, he just gave Froley
remember,
shot, basically.
Yeah, can we remind us who's defending?
Yeah, it is actually Raid defending here, so I don't know why they're going this aggressive here. We'll have to see if CSA is actually able to put those E3s to good use here, as CSA now for the first time in this game actually up in HP, and if Ricochet isn't careful here, yeah, he's taken another high roll from Froley, 819 HP, and all of a sudden, yes, Raid, they still have the gun advantage, and Ali is able to pick up Crazy War, but Raid, they should, you know, remember that it's actually them defending here, and Panuka should be careful not to get HE down. Same for Kaliumangel, who is down to 71 HP. And now, currently, the HP favoring CSA here, 1k. And they still have those very healthy E3s that can make plays as soon as
they have a Lukin, right? Lukin as the playmaker. I think the thing here for CSA is, right now, that they still have the, listen, that's what I'm going to say, they still have the shots onto those 279s, onto those Capolas, onto Link and Panu. If they can make 1 or 2 more kills there, ooh, Ali! 4 kills with that VK. That's one of those crossfire positions that we talked about. He can get those connections on towards those chieftains there on the side. So yeah, CSA is now up slightly in HP, but they still have that issue that a large percentage of it is on Froley. No matter what. Froley has 1.5k HP.
Big hit there onto Lukin. I believe that was Ali once again for 597.
Again. That's a crossfire position from that building. It's one of the best buildings to have when you're trying to shoot zero line. That's for all you people as well that play 50v50 in advances and stuff. This building here, where Ali is, well, it's this one here, right? From here, you can really give good shots onto all of this. I mean, there's some stuff in the way here, sometimes the buildings, but the crossfire angle is nice. And if Ali connects one or two more, I mean, CSA, look, Ali with another one, 860 on towards Lukin. That's what we're talking about. Man has 4 kills, has a lot of damage as well. Probably is a bit lucky with RNG there to hit Lukin, because I think you can only see the top of his head. But so far, I mean, they're still slowly losing these guns of Link and Panu, but Cosmo Lukin can't really peek anymore in 2 minutes here for CSA.
And Froley, you called it, the playmaker now for CSA here, driving up with his 8-3, has 1500 HP. That leaves only 3200 for the rest of his team. Does spot out Ali, and Ali, beautiful angling here, but even a better shot coming out from Froley that is able to reduce Ali to 550. Obviously, Ricochet could re-peek in turn, but doesn't know what's behind Froley.
Nice,
Randolph.
Randolph.
Kalium, picking up Kalium here, and now the guns, yes, they are still in favor of Raid, but they need to be very, very careful here. And
Let's
now
see,
finally,
Trandorf again gets Smiley now as well. Good stuff
from
from
the back
Trandorf.
come Manfred and
Timmy.
Oy, oy, oy.
If they can pick up the kills here on towards Lukin, they need to drive more into the open, basically. See, Timmy doesn't have the shot here on towards him. He doesn't have a shot on towards Seago. Nails it. 414 onto the ass of Seago. Seago is now a one-shot. CSA is now trailing in HP. CSA is trailing a little bit everywhere. Positions as well. Yeah, because even with Raid making some questionable plays here or there, Cosmo gets picked up by Timmy from behind. Link picks up Lukin. And now it is 5 tanks standing here for CSA. Make that 4. As now Raid, with 1 minute to go, has finally stabilized this game, which seemed to be in their favor for a very, very long time. But then came awfully close. Actually, as you see, the Raid HP 1,679 right now, as Ricochet is fairly certain to die here. White Rock picks up Combat. No, Ricochet picks up Froley. And those 6 tanks from Raid with a combined HP of 1,679, finishing off the game there. And that came awfully, awfully close for what it
That
was.
was...
Raid had such a lead.
I would almost be inclined to say that was basically Ali keeping his team here, in the game, basically, you know, carrying them over the finish line, that they were very close to
There's going to be
achieving,
some big damage dealers on the CSA side as well, though, because Raid had 40,000 HP. So there's going to be some big numbers on the CSA side as well, and they did well to get that crossfire onto zero line.
Ali coming in with
8.6.
probably the highest amount of damage I have ever seen dealt in a playoff stage of 15v15, 8,665. Holy
Not bad.
guacamole.
But look at the other hand, man. Look on the other hand. Froley, 6.2. Like, yeah, Ali's performance is even better because he also has 4 kills, right? But Froley, 6.2. Trandolf, 5k. Looking almost 4k. Those are some big numbers there as well. You cannot count us out. The CSA guys played very well on those tanks. Ali with the standout performance for the side of Raid. And I will also say, look at the Raid team. If you look at the damage spread, Link with the lowest of 1.1. And then if you look at Timmy, 3.6. So the spread there is fairly decent. You don't have anybody doing like 0 damage or not connecting their shots, basically. But Ali, 18, 17, 13, and 4 kills, though.
And 1 splash damage. So one of the things he connected, basically, he didn't even expect to penetrate. So
that's HE, no?
Yeah. So splash damage means one of the hits that wasn't a pen was still splash. So pen rate probably even better than what we just saw here. So yeah, Ali, whipping out the wheelbarrow, carrying his team here, carrying them to a 4-1, which I believe means that both Moff and you got it correct before you stopped mentioning it. And indeed, Insane and me getting... you got it right, sorry. And Insane and me, we got it wrong with the 4-2.
Not the first time you and Insane get things wrong, but...
Okay, I'm gonna come up with something as soon as we have heard from our analysts, because that is indeed where we are gonna head next. Let's see what they have to say about this match.
Well, yeah, thanks a lot, Ki and Kia, about that first match between the Raid and CSA. As expected, Raid taking the victory there. 4-1, 4-2. I mean, we were all right, but that was a matter of one round off, right?
I got the prediction correct. You know, I was quite proud of myself for that one. So, yeah, what can I say? I proved my worth already.
Yeah, well, so as you mentioned earlier, there's a losers bracket, so CSA is not out just yet. They're going to be facing Trigg later, and Raid is just going to be moving up to the finals of the winners bracket, which is going to be still BO7s. We only have the big finals that are going to be BO9s later. And I don't know what you think, but CSA, they're going to beat later Trigg, and lately they were looking pretty strong.
Yeah, CSA is going to now play against Trigg. I think they'd have a pretty decent chance at doing that, but Trigg has had some good performances in the qualifying stages as well, so I think, I mean, that one could be quite even. I wouldn't be surprised if Trigg come out on top there. I think don't write them off too soon. That's what I would say about that.
I actually agree with you. I think they would be probably the team taking it. But just before that, we have the second match of the day, Invil against Fame, the match probably everyone is waiting for. I mean, I don't want people to have too high expectations about Fame because it's probably a tournament where the preparation and the preparation and the commitment of the Russians FC is not the greatest, but they still have a shot against Invil, right?
Yeah, some slight roster changes. Obviously, the Russian players coming in to play for Fame now. Invil definitely look like they're stronger at the moment. Fame kind of struggled and wobbled in the group stages against Raid, and then they struggled against in qualifiers against Trigg as well. So Invil definitely going to be favorites there.
Yeah, definitely. Anyway, Moff, I think it's time to just take a look at the replays from the first match we had today between Raid and CSA. The first map was actually Sand River. As you can see, CSA was on the attack and Raid on the defense, and CSA coming up with that push, but maybe too much tanks out of the fight around their base.
Yeah, CSA, they eventually made the push into Raid's base. There wasn't actually that much protecting it there. Link he's kind of out on his own. He does eventually get pushed on towards. You can see the push coming in now from the side of CSA, but there are tanks in the back from Raid doing a fair bit of damage. So this CSA push, they do take the positions, but at quite a cost as well. You can see Lucka bleeding a lot of HP. I believe he goes down here trying to survive. No, he does get dropped. And then the repush coming in from Raid. They have enough guns to push this. Smiley going in first, the team captain leading the charge, gets instantly double ammo-racked, a bit unfortunate, but they just keep pushing. CSA do have some tanks in the middle in F5, which are putting on the crossfire, but it's just not enough guns in the game. You can see the K-line, there's 3 chieftains, or I think it's 3 tanks down there in the south that really didn't need to be on that side of the map, and if they were posted up near the base of Raid's cap, then they could have potentially won this game.
Definitely. So good stuff from Raid holding their defense and winning it. And then they were on the attack and CSA on the defense. I was very confused about that play from CSA because they looked having an idea, but the execution, Lucker in that position, would just die for free with this push from Raid, and CSA trying to compensate but just losing all the positions on the middle. And look at the HP, 7k HP down before Raid actually start pushing their base.
Yeah, Raid looked like they had much better positions from the offset of this game. CSA really needed to kind of kill those guys in the sort of F9 area because they were crossfiring all of their tanks that they had in the middle. If they had done that, then they would have been able to punish this push from Raid a lot more. You can see at the end here, Raid just shielding the tanks on the cap. They do have a chief in A1 from CSA who's doing HE resets, but you can see eventually they have to start over-peaking, and that's where the HP bleed comes in, and they do actually cap it out. So quite a nice finish there from Raid. The next game on Himmelsdorf, 1-2 push straight away from Raid. Full aggression. All these CSA tanks, there's only 5 of them here. They're in reasonably defensive positions, but they have to back up and kind of regroup with each other so that they don't go down for free in this situation. But Raid's just not giving them any time to think. You can see Magical and Destroyer coming in from the background. They're shooting Trandorf in the back of the turret as well, so he's a relatively free pickup for their side.
I mean, I think what's worth mentioning is that even if Kian and Deki were like, oh, that's amazing, that's what Raid did going around the hill like this, and they could just go down without getting caught, but that's actually a bad play, because the tanks from CSA could go down the hill, they would still be all on the hill useless, they could also just go for their base, so either way, those tanks on the hill from Raid, they had to actually push and take the trades on the hill to actually get the attention of those tanks to make sure that they're not all going back, because if all those tanks from CSA are going back, they're just winning on the lower side, and they have tanks useless on the hill, and the good cap reaction later on. Next up, it was CSA on the attack, Raid on the defense, and to be fair, Raid had a really good reaction. I think they probably experienced that double CS279 to know how to react against.
Yeah, the play from CSA is actually quite a common one, whether it's with 279s or other tanks. Sometimes teams used to use 50Bs so they get a clip off before they died, but Raid definitely looked like they knew exactly how to react to this play from CSA. CSA, They pushed around the hill with a bunch of chieftains. They tried to provide crossfire, but Raid just completely nullified that. And then when CSA go back around the hill, Raid's just like, okay, well, we'll just go back around the other side of the castle as well. So CSA really not having a good time. Very difficult to Raid, making it very difficult to pick up any of their guns.
Actually, I think the mistake from CSA is just to not take all of those things around the hill, just get the first pick, get a side shot, and keep pushing and just contest them, because they had higher number of tanks on the hill. And instead, they actually stood at that hold on, and they let those 279 join later on, and then they were in the disadvantage. And the last round off, it was on Ensk, it was Raid on the defense, just going for that full green defense. Maybe CSA not convincing opening, because I think one of the key lines you have to cover are the 6 and 7 lines, and as you can see, only one E3 there at the start.
Yeah, Raid taking a lot more control over the rails initially. I think Trigg actually played this against Raid in the group stage. So I think Raid were like, well, we'll use this strategy and see how it works, and it definitely worked out pretty well. Ali in the VK and did a lot of damage.
RNG of his life.
Yeah, I think it might actually be a damage record. If it's not, it's definitely close for these planned Showdown tournaments. But Raid almost threw it at the end, but Ali managed to pull them back.
Maybe a bit overconfident at the end from the side of Raid, thinking that Roundy is in their pocket and they don't need to make
yeah, the HP was a lot closer than, like, the positions were good from Raid, but the HP, they perhaps overestimated how safe they were.
I mean, yeah, well, you have those 279s at the red line, but then they just get possibly penned in the cupola, which when the chief is actually much stronger in the hold on. But you had Hali with this VK just making amazing work there in crossfire. Anyway, I guess that we'll jump as fast as possible in the next match, Invil against Fame. We'll have the predictions later on, but now it's probably time to see what Keyhand and Daki have to say about that upcoming match.
Well, hello and welcome back here with us, casters, and after that exciting analysis, which was, I guess, for the last game, mostly about, you know, Ali having to put on diapers so he doesn't crap all over CSA, we now head to probably the most anticipated match of the day. It is going to be the Polish stronghold that is called Invil against, yeah, I think I called them the Old Guard in the WCI clan showdown. And we do see both of the teams here with the predictions coming in. The community says 59% Invil, 41% Fame. That do have a nice logo. I think you were involved in drawing that, Ducky, weren't you?
Man, I drew this years ago, so it's nice to see it reappear. You know, I drew this based on the ego that we had, and then I think Insane or somebody else colored it in. So it was really a team effort. Back then, we actually had this logo for quite a while, I think.
I remember actually getting messaged back in the day that, you know, we're representatives of the EU server. We are not allowed to have this, but yeah, to be honest, it's down to the teams to choose their logos. And indeed, Fame, they've gone with this sort of I would call it special eagle. We're going to see if the gameplay that's coming out from them is going to be equally special in whatever sense that it might bring, because there were some roster changes. Obviously, Insane and you both here are joining us on the stream, and this means that we have Lepshaw, Flabber, and a Positive coming in towards Fame. First of all, let's take a look at the Invil roster, though. The captain, call me Piotr, and I don't think any of the guys on there need any kind of introduction, because they've been on streams, they've been successful with their teams, they've taken down W after W after W, especially in the 7v7 game mode, showing that they are impeccable when it comes to player skill, to reactions. Just overall a good team, I would say.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just looking up something here, trying to figure out something, because Moff talked about damage record in 15v15, but I remember Kamil also once upon a time had an amazing game on Ensk. I just don't remember how much damage he actually did anymore.
We'll have to go through the old VODs. I know there's playlists on YouTube with all of those, but yeah, in come the previous.
It was a semi-final. It was a semi-final.
Was it the remontada against Raid?
No. I don't know. I think it was against Invil, because we played Invil on Ensk, and I think it was in the semi-final, and not the WCI tournament, but the one before Insane, if you remember. So not urban jungle, but the one in between those.
All right, map picks and bans in between both of those teams. Invil getting rid of Live Oaks, Fame banning Cliff here then.
Invil banning Live Oaks? I have never seen this before.
We'll have to see how it works out as
always ban Live
Invil
Oaks.
coming
They
out
always...
with the pick of Himmelsdorf here. Then Prokhorovka
No
for Fame,
surprise.
Ensk being banned for Invil. We saw Muro being picked by Fame, a map in which I think Invil was performing very, very good the last tournaments, and Fame was rather struggling, but they then had a 2-0 good performance in one of the past tournaments. And should it come to a tiebreaker, would be Sand River.
Yeah, I think Invil is kind of happy with these maps. I mean, Himmels, Muro, Ensk maps they generally tend to like. I mean, they even like Cliff, but I think probably more takeable on Cliff than they are on some of the other maps because Cliff is always a fighting map. Himmels, however, is going to be an interesting one between these. What can Fame realistically do in this one is the question. Me and Insane would like to see this answered with hopefully a good way. And for the first time in his life, Insane actually voting for the team with Fame players in it. Loyalty. The rest of us, you know, split the predictions 4-1, 4-2, 4-3 for Invil. We don't have a 4-0.
Yeah, we don't have a 4-0, but I'm very, very excited to see how this one goes because I saw some of the trainings, I saw the performance in the group stage by Fame, and to be quite honest, I wasn't thoroughly convinced. Anyway, lineups, positive, bringing the E4 double CS, triple Chieftain. We have double 50B for Fame as well, and that leaves 7 279s. Meanwhile, Invil quadruple 50B, double Chieftain, 1 CS, and that leaves us 8 279s.
Yeah, that's a lot of 50Bs for the Invil side. That's a very big amount of 50Bs, and we're just looking at the split here between the hill and the lower side. We can see Sokar being boosted up here by Monster in his 279, with the 50Bs also going towards the hill, and a big 1-2 commit still for Invil, though, if you look at it.
Yeah, big commitment, even though they are boosting the 279s up the hill here, but we do already see that Invil is choosing to go for that aggressive 2-3 line commitment with a lot of 279s. However, Fame, they've already pushed some 279s through the courtyard already. Benzo down to 1500, but now Ketsai needs to be very careful not to get caught off guard. And indeed, Invil, I think they have found the key to answering this, as now Call Me Piotr and Yuzek, as well as Konrad, are able to crossfire those 279s, and they are going to bleed heavily. Meanwhile, I don't think Fame will really be able to completely overtake the hill just now, and it is just going to be a brawl in which Fame is starting off with the worst positions. Now Sokar getting boosted on the hill in towards the corner that we saw taken already by some CSA 279s, and yeah, it will be down to Fame to break out of this crossfire, out of this contain. Double 50B trying to do what they can onto the little pocket at the corner, but now the quadruple 50B has arrived, and they're going to be able to clip out that 6,400 potential damage that just came there.
Yeah, but in the turn, immediately Rex are getting blown up, but Monster and Sokar, they are still alive in this one. But now these 50Bs, they're running out of steam, they're running out of HP, and they're going to die. Shokish and Joseph here having clean pickups on towards them, actually. And now Invil, they're gonna lose this hill, and this is great for Fame if you look at it. This hill push, it's not working for Invil, because they lose Monster, and now they're going to lose Sokar as well. And now Invil forced to do something, forced to react, but where did they push, Phil? Because the tank from Scatter is still alive in the middle of the map, barely, but alive he is for now. And now Fame, who were down a lot of HP, are now in a great position with hill control. This push from Invil did not work.
No, that push of Invil, it was missing 1 or 2 50Bs even, and now we see Invil reshuffling here, going back out of the D-line, probably taking Call Me Piotr and Ketsai with the Chief and the 279 respectively towards the hill. They need to respect that Fame could push down at any point in time. Also keep in mind the positions on the hill are currently working for Fame, even though the HP are neck and neck. But currently Fame, they do have a bit of a gun advantage, and Invil, that hill repush, it's just so difficult to pull off because you're driving uphill against hold-down tanks. Shokish already posted there. Yes, his fuel tank is yellow, but that won't matter if he's just peeking hold down. And indeed, first shot, nice connection. Now Niall also getting pulled to basically have double Chieftain, punishing the cross here. Shokish not able to put in the second shot, and now it will be down to Feli and Rishik how they basically react. They are driving back up with the 50Bs, but I think that will be some time until they're there. And even Yuzek with the 279 getting pulled now. That is going to be 4 purple tanks approaching the hill.
Yeah, but this 279 from Piotr, he's gonna get Coppola sniped, and he can't really do much back against these chieftains. They are fully hold on against him, and Ketsai and the other ones, they're just waiting. They're just waiting to somehow do something, but they can't. Piotr's gonna die here, and then they're only gonna have 3 tanks pushing up, and now they're starting to push up. But Niall picks up Piotr in the meantime. Yes, Shokish takes a big connection back, but the double 50B is there. It is 3 tanks pushing against 5 of Fame, and Fame, they looked in trouble in the beginning. I'm not gonna lie, with those 279s going through the middle. Good counterplay there from Invil, denying them the D-line altogether with a 279 going up. Niall now picking up Panzer Fury, and Yuzek and Getsai, the last 2 tanks here from Invil, pushing up, but the 50Bs are coming in as well for the side of Fame, who are still defending. You cannot forget about this. They are on the defense. Here come Rishek, here come Feli. Rishek can take the damage here to clean this up, and we wondered how they were gonna do, and so far it's looking good for Fame as they're going to pick up their first round here. I mean, yeah, Invil still has 5 tanks left standing on full HP, but it does not matter. They are surrounded and they are attacking.
They are surrounded, they are attacking, and I really have to say I hate that 0-line repush by Invil. I don't know why they thought they really needed to pull that off. First of all, it was disjointed, Piotr going up there, just getting Coppola sniped, and after that it started to fall apart for Invil. The clipping power on the hill just not there, and I think one of the 50Bs probably just got annihilated before he even was able to do his full clip. If he maybe does his full clip, it probably starts to look different, but now Fame here with the cleanup. Ozek is going to be the next one to drop as Conrad is going over 3k damage. Not that it matters, but Fame here, I would say the underdog in this matchup, able to take the lead here on Invil's map pick.
Yeah, and this is something the analysts can talk about as well. This hill push from the side of Invil, they got clapped actually also from the D4 positions. Those tanks are able to shoot them going around the hill, and you got a question, Kihan, here. Was Invil not reacting well? Were they just sticking too much to their original strat? Because realistically, they could have held the hill, right? They could have not pushed with those 50Bs, 279 and CS, and they would have been able to do a lot of damage if Fame decided to overpush the hill. And in return, they could have killed 3 tanks for free in the middle, Kian. Invil could have been up 3 tanks here, right? Because all those 279s in D-line could have died. And then they have free map control and free movement to do something with. And Fame would probably have to push something, probably would even have to push the hill. But they're not going to trade well for that, for pushing into 4 50Bs, right?
Yeah,
so
I didn't really pay...
Invil overcommitting, man. Not adapting, overcommitting.
I
for sure.
didn't really pay attention to it because I was so taken up
Those
with...
279s in D-line were all dead.
Yeah,
if
yeah,
Invil doesn't push the hill, they were all dead.
Yeah,
all 3 of them.
Yeah. No, the thing is, I didn't really pay attention to how much of the Fame tanks got spotted in the southwestern part of the map, because remember, that Fame had also split off a few forces on towards there, and I don't know how good of a job they basically did of staying unspotted, and how much information realistically Invil had to go with. Yes,
but then Invil definitely doesn't push the hill, by the way, Key. It doesn't make sense nonetheless if you think about it. Because if they didn't see everything from Fame,
take a look
great
here.
damage from Shokish and Nile.
The 50Bs, they are not able to put in their clips.
I mean, Rexar took the 279s from downside still shot that, by the way. The ones from D-line that were alive, they all shot the hill. And because Invil didn't adapt, they realistically here, Invil slows down the game, kills the 3 tanks on D-line, forces Fame to overpush the hill in return, right? Fame is overpushing the hill into a CS, 279 and 450Bs. They're going to trade at best even. At best even. But you got to remember, they would be down 3 279s, so they would have 3 tanks less, and they would at best trade even on the hill if you're Fame, because those 50Bs will make a clip each. And then they're in trouble because Invil can freely rotate across the map then. Rotate more tanks towards the hill, rotate more tanks towards 1-2, take courtyard control back, step by step. Invil here stuck to their original plan, did not adapt whatsoever, and got punished for it. Because this game was theirs. Fame was in trouble, definitely in trouble.
Yeah.
But because that Invil decided to continue pushing the hill, this was great for Fame, because Fame still had so many tanks there.
Yeah, I didn't think that I would hear myself saying this this tournament, but Invil in this first game here unable to adapt to an aggressive opening. Which normally is Invil, the ones on Himmelsdorf at least, that like to get into the driver's seat and immediately take control, aggressive openings.
Yeah, they would have been in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they would have been, but they were unable to adapt. So I guess sort of getting carried away by their own 4 50Bs, and I guess props also to the Fame tanks on the lower side that were able to punish, because I think if every single 50B does its whole clip, then the hill is actually on a knife's edge.
Yeah, it's maybe on a knife's edge, but you gotta remember, Kihan, it's not just the tanks on the lower side, it's also the fact that Fame had double 50B on the hill. who I think still had 2, maybe 3 shots each because they did fire. But if you take that into account, if those 50Bs hit their shot, which is not that hard on a 50B over peaking, right? Let's say they will hit it every time. Then you also straight lose a 50B if you're Invil, because you take 2 50B shots, you take 2 chieftain shots.
Yeah, indeed. Rex are only able to deliver 2 shots of damage.
I mean, it's great that the tanks from lower side also shot it, right? But I think they would still lose the first 50B no matter what, almost fully in terms of HP, because he overpeaks, he takes like 1.5k, the chieftains double peak him, he dies. So this, no, it's just his hill push was terrible from Invil, terrible.
All right. Let's hope for Invil that they're able to clear off this first round from their memories. Sides are going to be switched. It's going to be Invil defending now on Himmelsdorf. And as you see the map video already, we should be heading into the lineups fairly quickly. And we're going to see what Fame will bring onto their attack. I am very, very interested to see what we're about to see here by both of those teams. Obviously, Invil not really used to being down in a match, but with all their experience, they...
Not even used to playing against Fame anymore either.
Okay. All right. Lineups, here we go. Fame attacking, and they're doing so once again with 1E4, a double CS, a triple chieftain. 150B played by the German superstar Feli, the rest is 279s, and for Invil we see a 50B, an E100, a quadruple chief, 1 CS, and the rest is 279s as well. And Invil, they are not looking like they're taking the hill. This is some very, very aggressive stuff onto the lower side here already. A lot of tanks getting spotted, the 279s on the 3 line, not yet, but Fame, they already need to make some reactions here. Lepshaw is probably in trouble in his chieftain here. We'll see if Got You Baby or Scatter get diverted, and Invil, yes, they're taking some punishment, and we will have to see how Fame reacts to this.
They're taking more than just punishment, Kihan, already. Now Invil is crossing over, but Fame is just pushing back into the D-line, starting to annihilate these tanks from Invil that are in there. Piotrix, T-Sec, Panther Fury, and Rexar. And this is not working out for them. And Invil's now pushing down 1-2 line. Reaction is still holding up front there. But in return, look at the damage that they're taking. I mean, Gotcha Baby is pushing in very deep here. Maybe a little bit too deep already. He goes down for this. Now Invil plummeting down the 2 line, down 3000 HP. The guns are starting to be picked up as well. Reaction gets blown up. No config gamer. Don't know why this is a thing. The CS is now putting in the hurt from the top of the hill. The HP evening out, and Flabber and Shokish kinda in no man's land now as well, into crossfire against the E100. And the chieftain there from Invil, Scatter, Benzo now pulling back into the window. Shokish and Flabber, they are dead. And Invil's now up in HP again. Benzo trying to readjust to stay alive. Senti is now getting pushed on in that E100 by Alien, by Feli. But can they really pick up the C100? Because that's a big, meaty German heavy tank, because Ketsa is now reinforcing as well. If they can't pick him up here, then it's just going to be Alien against Ketsa in a 1v1, and Alien does not win that right now. He does pick up the E100. That's left shot actually from the back. Ketsa gets ammo racked immediately. Flabber goes down, and look at Invil now pushing onto Positive and Dragos with the 4 of them. And there's only 3 Fame things they are defending. Joseph now coming off the hill to go help Ketsa against Alien. But Invil now going for the overpush on the base. No, they don't go for it. They will push into the window though, but there is 4 Fame tanks that are available now. Positive maybe slightly too far forward in his E4, does 1 more shot of damage. Left shot coming in from the back, giving 1 as well. And now Fame up in HP again. Silent forced back from the corner though, because Invil has the window. Takes a lot of damage for this as well. Ketsai picks up Alien, but in return, Joseph is going to pick up Alien yet again, and now another overpush coming in from the side of Invil. Now they realize the hill is empty. Now they're pushing onto Benzo and Scatter, not letting go of the aggression, not letting go of the pace, and Scatter is a big, meaty 279 with a lot of HP, and when he dies, that's going to be great for Invil, because that was 2000 HP going their favor. Now the crossfire is coming in towards Never in his CS. Feli trying to do what he can as well, and Fame is holding on here. But so far, so good still for Invil, because now the 5 line's going to be open.
And indeed, another blow up here onto the 279 of Scatter, and now Nile is being, basically forced into that repush that does find Kubash here in his 279, and only DJ Wheat on a 2-shot there, and Conrad on a 3-shot. However, Nile and Dragos also both taking a shot of damage. It will be down to individual pen rates here against the 279s. Indeed, DJ Wheat dropping down to a 1-shot. Dragos not getting penetrated, but from the back lines come in Ozek, Sokar, and Lucky managing to pick up Dragos. Nile, yes, he does get another kill, but this is Invil taking firm control over the Fame cap, and Fame, they don't really have the armor anymore to contest here. I think they still have a 50B on a 2-shot, they still have a 279, but the CSs, they cannot sustain the brawl here that is going to ensue. And now Invil, they are putting cap pressure with triple or even quadruple tank here. Conrad probably going to push through, or is it going to be Lucky? It doesn't even matter at this point, as Invil, they just have the brawling tanks to be able to contest. Yes, Joseph with another nice research another shot in silent, able to pick up the 279 here, but ooh, another good shot coming in, but the cap is just ticking. It's gonna go through here for the side of Invil, and this will be a 1-1, I guess.
Yeah, this will be a 1-1 between the Giants of Fame and Invil. And yeah, I mean, Keyhand, gotta say the start was good here from Fame. Did a lot of damage as well, but then I feel like you know, for example, Gotcha Baby, he kind of pushed into no man's land and died for free. He got focused about the guns, but then also like Shockish and Flabber pushing into the courtyard. I think what they realistically need to hold there is the D line and then maybe repressure through 8 line to get those tanks from Invil that are stuck in the D line anyways. I mean, even if they're in D line, like this was the same thing as with Famekey. Those tanks that are there for the side of Invil are all gonna die from the hill.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I had a small little disconnect, so it'll be a minute or so until we can see the actual battle results. But I do agree that overcommitment, namely by Gotcha Baby into the courtyard, I don't think that was called for, because yes, Invil bled a lot on the cross, but basically the 50B was still fully loaded, and then Gotcha Baby just drove into the 50B and got annihilated for it. And Fame didn't have the tanks on the hill quite yet to react to this. I think if Fame waits a little more until they get the hill control and then just stabilize
the double
off of
CS
it,
from
should
the
be
hill
fine.
would make the double CS on the hill would slowly kill all of these tanks, and Invil was already down 3000 HP. Realistically, Reaction has to try and pull back as soon as he sees those 279s crossing to get back behind the window. He could have probably made it if he reversed straight, and Gotcha Baby has to just pull back into the D line. There is no need for them to recommit into the courtyard.
All right.
There's no need for them to repush into that little courtyard because Invil had crossfire on that. Battle Results here fairly doing very well. But yeah, they only needed D line and A4, and that's all they needed. And Invil was in so much trouble already, because all of those tanks in the middle would have died.
Yeah, we'll.
Those tanks from Invil, were dead in the courtyard, same as Fame was. But again, Fame gave Invil like 3 tanks in return for no reason, like literally no reason.
I agree completely. If Fame just, you know, lays back a little more, then they should have control. But I guess we have a 1-1, and that is deserved now, because I think both teams sort of...
Invil did very well in that round, though, outside of that, to continuously keep up the pressure, right? For example, Positive is too far forward in his E4. He gets pushed on an A4, he makes one more shot, and dies. Then you have the realization from Invil that one CS is pushing Cat's Eye, and the other CS is at D0, which he didn't need to be at D0. So there's no more crossfire from the hill. So then they realized, okay, D-line is now open, because there's still 2 tanks from Fame there, 279s, healthy as well. We go kill those. Then after we kill D-line, we go into 5-line, and then we get behind Nile and Dragos, who were doing a good job. But you know, they started losing just the crossfire positions. They started getting out of position. Invil took overmatch after overmatch after overmatch.
Yeah, I guess also Fame felt pressured in taking the CSs down from the hill, because, well, if you think about it, if you have double CS on the hill, that is 4k HP out of the fight. That is, yes, it's contributing, it's sniping, but it isn't really sharing its HP, because, well, we saw it at the end, it can't. They will get penned 10 out of 10 times. And now we are at a 1-1 scoreline. We are heading over to Fame's map pick, which is Prokhorovka. And it is going to be Invil defending, I think, first. It is going to be a Fame on the attack. And we do see the lineups here. That is a double EBR, 1 STRV. We see double Chieftain, triple 279, and the rest is 7 907s here. For Invil, coming in with double EBR, 6 907s, that is 3 Chieftains, and quadruple 279. Pretty light for both. So I don't think Invil is going to park the bus here.
They could with this lineup. It's definitely possible if they wanted to. But they could also be trying to take an aggressive play here in the beginning. We have to see. With this lineup, we can do anything. It's completely possible to defend with it if they want to. They're stacking on A6 in the beginning, very, very heavily. And Fame is moving towards the 2-line straight, actually.
Yeah, Fame... To be honest, we'll see what happens here. That is a lot of tanks by Fame, though, namely the heavy tanks getting pulled towards the middle, towards the western side of the middle here, with both the Chieftains and the 279s. The 907s here, together with the STRV, are on the one line where already one of the EBRs is spotted here. That is a Kazna Remembrance push forming up right now, and currently there is not really a lot of tanks by Invil that could realistically stop it. There is one Chieftain on the E23 position, Ketsai, that just took a shoot of damage, and there is Call Me Piotr doing the early spots, and now getting sent to B1 is Panzfury, but he needs to be very, very careful because those tanks from the middle, they can just punish that position once Panzfury gets spotted, and finally in comes the 907 push here. They do get spotted, left shot fairly in there. Chieftains are probably going to take the ditch here, and that rotation by Invil with the 907, that is going to be crucial. Is it going to be on time? Panzfury now spotted
the Fame tanks. The Fame tanks, Kihan, they're not pushing down 1-2, they're pushing the 3 line. So Invil's going to get a lot of tanks stuck here, potentially. These 907s, however, are not spotted yet for the side of Invil, so the Fame tanks have to be really careful here. They have to jump into the 3 line. This could be a mistake from Fame. If they keep pushing down, this is a mistake. They are continuously pushing down. They're now finally switching over. A good stuff there from Fame, finally realizing the mistake. That would be pushing down. Rexar gets an ignite on towards Joseph, though. He's going to go down for this. But now Invil kind of stuck in those positions. Rishek and Feli combining onto killing Piotr. And now you can see the tanks from Invil starting to peak. They need that EBR from Rishek to come in. They need that EBR to start outspotting those guns there. This is kind of okay for Fame, because look at the pocket at E3. Look how many Invil tanks are there.
Yeah, and indeed, look at E1, who's there. It's Nile and the big old STRV and the tier 10 Swedish tank destroyer that has probably one of the best DPMs here in the game, together with the mobility. Nile probably, yeah, he would be fine if he would be in a Leo as well, but he's going to completely rain down hell, and this is prompting Invil into a repush here onto the 907s of Fame. They probably should do some shields here. We can see if they can pull it off. Shockish already down to a 2-shot, gets taken out of the game, and this repush here by Invil that are still very healthy, 3k HP up, is starting to find some success, Darky.
It is starting to find some success. Alien now trying to make it over, trying to make it somewhere. But Invil's picking up the guns, and Invil's up in HP as well. Rishek and DBR, they're a little slow. Probably should have gone even to the red line to spot those 907s, shooting those Fame tanks. If they got more damage onto that earlier, it would have been great for them. But now, 4k HP lead here for Invil. The rotation across Fame actually bleeding more than they should by not going into the 3-line depth straight. I think they lost basically Joseph in terms of HP for that. Nile now forced to run away, and yeah, it's still possible here. 4k HP, but Invil's up in guns. Invil's up in HP. Nile's getting spotted out actually when running away as well, and it's not looking good right now for Fame, because there's also a Chieftain going towards the hill to push on towards the 907, and now bleeding more on towards Nile, who's Amoract without a repair kit. Rishek not actually spotting these 907s running away, even finally moving forward to get the spot on towards them, hopefully. And yeah, this is good for Invil, man. They're up everywhere.
They're up everywhere, and probably also in Friendship has now Invil. They could, even if they wanted to, push some 279s down the 6 line, as they are heavily contesting the hill at this point in time. There is only one EBR and one 907 that are still there for the side of Fame. Positive now even getting spotted out. Flubber dropping here, probably trying to rotate to some other place of the map to be more useful, but I don't think that's going to be an option here, as Invil, they are up in tanks, and they're up 50% of the HP that Fame currently has. This is 10 to 15k, and Fame still needs to attack there. STRV is Amoract, as you said it. Nile, they're probably still 70 seconds without a repair kit or something. And Rishek, he is in constant danger of getting outspotted here, or getting spotted in the 2-line, even if he gets too close to those 279s.
I mean, they have Dragos and Scatter now pushing down the 1-2 line. They want to take out Kubash. They want to take out Panzer Fury. I kind of like this rotation. Niles now being sent back into position as well. If they can pick up Panzer Fury, if they can pick up Kubash without taking too much damage, they have the time to work with, though. But they need control on these 907s. These 907s are not allowed to re-push back in. If they can somehow clear A2, if they can clear A2, this would be great for the side of Fame.
Okay, Rishek now going in here, spotting
Why has he spotted?
And
why is Rishek spotted?
I think he went out of the bush line, and Kubash was actually able to spot him. This is why he's now down to a 1-shot, and now Scatter and Dragos, they need to make it work here on the 2-line. I'm not sure they can, because Dragos is already down to a 1-shot here. So is Kubash. Scatter just pushing past him. Dragos actually picking up Kubash.
He does pick it up very good. They will kill Panzer Fury, but the 907s are jumping over now. They're jumping on towards Positive, but this is not working out for Invil right now. Senti might get the 1-shot here, but he goes down. Panzer Fury is going to lose against Scatter, and this is good for Fame. They still have 2 EBRs left. They abandoned 9-0 line, and even with what I would call major throws from the side of Fame. Major throws that we will get into detail at a later point, actually, which is very upsetting, Key, to see. Feely is down towards the one-shot now, but now they have the cap that they can play, though. And now the game should stagnate a little bit. And now I can tell you, Kihan, why this is so upsetting. Why I am so disappointed.
Tell me.
I'm not gonna lie.
Hit me.
So I was on TeamSpeak with Elian, I think even with Silent, with Niall, and Piotr played this bush in groups, by the way. Oh, they pick up last shot though with DJ. That's important. That's not good for Fame. Piotr was in this bush in groups, yeah. So you expect him to play the same. The strat that Invil plays is basically the same as their group strategy. It's almost no different, by the way. And you avoid getting spotted by this bush when you simply either drive like this and then go like this, and you will get spotted here, by the way, like right in front of him. The EBR comes through YOLOs. This EBR dies. This EBR drives straight, Key. And the difference is they got spotted here. These 907s, yeah, these 907s, they would be here. They would all be spotted. So they either repush straight, which would be bad because then they have to shoot on the move, or they all go towards this, and Fame has full info, and they jump the dip straight, and they don't get caught here with like Joseph, who lost a lot of HP, for example.
Well, first of all, let's not discount Invil quite yet. Yes, they're down to 5 tanks, out of which 4 are heavy tanks. However, they are still up in HP. It is 9 to 6k here currently, so that 50% HP difference that I was talking about is still there. Now, income 279 and 907 that are going to go close towards Conrad, but reaction, obviously, once he goes up and over that ridge, is going to unangle his armor. Lucky taking a lot of damage here, down to 400 HP, but they still need to make it work onto Conrad if they even decide to commit in here. Is that going to be the call? We're gonna have to wait and see. And finally, Flubber decides to go over here with the 1500 HP, 279 still, and now Conrad, he doesn't know where to angle anymore, but Flubber, he needs to completely deep commit, and he gets punished heavily for it, down to 200 HP. That is a one-shot for the 279 that is angled towards him. Yes, Reaction is able to put some shots in towards the back, but Reaction takes 2 in turn, down to 66, and this now means that Invil is still sitting on a comfortable 5k HP, while, Conrad was able to overpeak Reaction, and all of a sudden, we are at a 5 versus 5 situation here. This push that Fame opted for completely blowing up in their faces, and now Fame only have 2 minutes left to work with.
Yeah, 2 minutes left to work with, and they didn't even kill Conrad. They had to push this with EBRs even.
But the EBRs lost a lot of HP on the one line, so I guess that's why
well, Positive was a 2-shot, man. So they had to try with Positive to actually push it together as well, to actually kill it. Or send another tank, because Conrad had to die. If Conrad dies, the camp is available, right? If Conrad dies, the camp isn't available, so it's a big mistake. Not sending enough tanks to pick up the gun there. Vishek is even outspotted. Yeah. He doesn't die though, luckily enough. He knows Monster's in the sound now though, because he's shot at him. And now Positive is going to be forced to push onto the 279 and hope for a high roll even. Because 1 minute 30 remaining. They have to make a play.
They have to make a play indeed. Maybe Positive with the overpush onto the 279 and the HE connection into the backside of the tank could secure the kill here, but now Monster is getting pulled towards it. He is even there to support Conrad. I think they are probably expecting that play, and that is why Monster is now here. Positive trying to make a play over the 4 line, but Monster 500 IQ able to spot out Positive that now is completely in the open here. Lucky even with the overpeak, and Ozek with the 279 able to pick up even the last hope that Fame had probably remaining in this match, as Fame, they still have 4 tanks available, but the time 50 seconds, and they're not going to be able to kill everyone.
Yeah, no, and there's some major mistakes from Fame. Like I said, their driving was not good. They're supposed to drive through the bushes. Like I said, Piotr plays this exact bush in groups, which is a thing. Like, you can't play counter strategy ski hand, right? But you can predict where people are going to play. EBR comes like this. Proxy spots the CBR. He dies straight to 907s. He dies straight, by the way. And then 907s go into the 3 lane, and the Invil 907s will be here. They will be on A4. They will be on A4, getting shot by everything that Fame has, right? Now those Invil 907s were able to sit here and farm. And even then, after Piotr dies in C1, Rishek is doing this with an EBR, right? Which I also disagree with, because he should just go straight towards the red line to outspot them from the far back. And he would spot 907 shooting as well. Because in the bush line, you have to move through the bushes. I mean, Invil win this. They did a good repush out of the bush line, but this was a major throw from Fame. A major, major throw.
Yeah, I mean, so far, basically, in the first game, Invil, according to us at least, we'll have to see and wait and see if the analysts disagree. But basically, in the first game, Invil throwing, second game, Fame throwing, third game now, Fame throwing once again.
Yeah,
which
I
is
mean, you got to give it to Invil. They made the good repush because they also know if they sit on A2, they're going to die. So they made a good repush off of that position. And then they had to do something with the 907s after again. But I will say that the push on towards Conrad, to make this work, they have to actually do it with 3 tanks. If they brought an EBR with them, they would have probably killed Conrad, by the way.
Still,
but yeah,
keep in mind though, Invil at this point in time still had so much HP, and they can still
Yeah, but
rotate the
HP
second
is-
heavy tank completely towards the north, and then just sacrifice.
Yeah, but
his
you can't
HP for
spot
one
you can't
reset.
spot the cap. Yeah, there's too many trees. Once the trees get knocked over, you don't spot it, and you have to overpeak to actually shoot it. But anyways, yeah, I mean, Invil reacted well by pushing out of A3, but if Fame pushes slightly faster, if Fame pushes through the bush line, which is a very common practice, right? Which I think they were even supposed to do, then they catch the CBR from Proter for free. He dies for free. If they push straight into the dip instead of continuing down the 2 line, Joseph got set on fire, Joseph with low HP. All the 907s would be healthy. All of them would be healthy, and the Invil 907s would be spotted. And then, of course, there is where I think when the EBR dies on 1-2, there is only one EBR on 1-2. Rishak should know this. Basically, how it works is you go to the red line with your EBR, you have low noise exhaust or camel crew, whatever, you don't get spotted, and you immediately outspot everything sitting on A2 as well. He tried to go through the bushes. He has to go red line there to spot them far back, and then Fame would be able to bring some of that HP advantage back that Invil had in their favor with the STRV and the Chiefs and the 907s being able to shoot, right? And then when Invil repushes, it's even, and it could go either way. But in this way, it was perfect for Invil, because Fame gave them early info, and then gave them early damage, and then allowed them to repush because the EBR wasn't spotting.
Yes, also, for some reason, the Chieftains in the ditch were super low HP, so they couldn't properly help the 907s that were getting pushed or repushed in the 3 line then. They couldn't properly help them and just, you know, put in those crucial maybe 3, 4, 5 shots each during the brawl that they are normally supposed to, and then, as soon as all the 907s from Invil are low HP, they can maybe do even some cheeky overpeaks and some kills and can control them easily. Also, that did not happen. I'm curious to find out how actually the Chieftains basically got so low HP. That all being said, though, we
Man, the
are...
279s were shooting from A6. That's basically it.
Like, they don't drop that low only from the 279s, though.
Left shot took some shots going into the hole, and then he took some more when he's peeking. Because when you pick up with the Chieftain from the hole, the A6 guys can actually, well, A6, they're on top of the little rail, they can actually shoot.
Anyway, though, that was the first 3 rounds here. Invil against Fame. Now sides are going to be switched once again. It is going to be Fame defending on Prokhorovka. Invil currently up 2-1 in this best of 7, so that means no match point acquired by either of the teams quite yet. I am once again very, very curious as to what kind of a lineup we can expect. We shall probably see soon, and then it's going to get revealed what we can expect here. Fame defending with double 260, double 279, quadruple, triple Chieftain only. Then we have quintuple 907, 1 STRV, double EBR. And for Invil, we have 1 907, double Chief, double EBR, 5 907s. And, 6 907s, yeah, sorry. And the rest is 279s. Oh.
And 260 is the interesting pick in this one.
I mean, I personally prefer it over the 277 because of the better gun handling, but I think I am sort of alone with that. A lot of teams opting for the 277, at least on Cliff. Obviously, this is Prokhorovka, where the APCR actually helps you snipe a lot. And now the 260s by Fame, they're getting sent towards the hill together with a Chieftain, and the STRV is sniping together with all of the 907s from A6, while we do say double 279 and 1 Chieftain getting sent towards the middle. For Invil, however, it is a very heavy 1-2 line commitment with the medium tanks, and the heavy tanks are all getting sent towards the middle. The 260s are probably going to get outspotted soon, as it happens, because there was 1 EBR by Invil available on the hill to spot them out, and Joseph now losing his commander, and I'm not sure if he has a medkit available. Let me check. No, the layout is a rep kit, removed speed governor, and rations.
Ooh, a big damage there on towards Lucky over peaking though, minus 1.2 straight. Invil now actually rotating from the 1-2 lines back towards the right-hand side of the map, and Fame in return rotating towards 1-2. It's counterclockwise rotations here from both these teams, which will mean that Fame has to push down 1-2 at some point, Kian.
Yeah, Fame. I mean, they can also park the bus, but I don't think that is going to work against a team of Envil's caliber that, as you can see right now, are currently rotating their 907s through the south here on towards the eastern part of the map, towards the hill, where we only see one Fame EBR still holding up the flag of the white team here. And then it's down to Invil to basically make a play. Now, we see that basically the 907s for Fame got rotated over towards the 2 line, which in turn obviously means that they cannot punish any kind of push that is pouring down from the hill. So as soon as that push gets spotted, they will need to send the 907s either to book it down 1-2 or to reinforce the eastern part of the map, which is going to be very, very difficult because all of the heavy tanks that Invil has in the middle will be able to snipe on that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, Fame has to do something here. Currently, they're not holding zero line push quite well because they only have 4 guns really looking that way. And Joseph's still not preparing his
pre-clearing
command
now.
there.
Does not
Yeah,
see positive
pre-clearing.
though.
Yeah, but they're gonna spot out each other soon, and Invil now.
Also, take a look at A0. That is.
I hate Fame's position.
We're gonna have to see. I don't think that's a 279 A0, is it? It is a 260. So Silent is being posted with a 260 in A0. That's not a position that I've seen a 260 in before.
It's normally a 279 play in that because 279 doesn't get penned. 260 will just get penned a lot.
So the thing is, what happens now if Invil overpushes the middle, dumps over towards the eastern side with the heavy tanks, and just books it down?
They will overrun. They will overrun 6. They will overrun 6-0 line. But Invil's rotating off of this actually. Invil is rotating off of this back towards 1-2 line.
I wonder what made them, consider this.
Not sure, actually.
I mean, the SCRB in A6 is probably continuously trying to get cupola shots onto the heavy tanks in the middle, so probably generating a bounce or two as well. So Invil probably knows that the SCRB is not.
Invil's pushing middle. Pushing middle, actually. Over pushing the 6 line because the double 279 is kind of close there. They're not playing on the 4 line where you would see normally a 279 play. And Fame
I see this
doesn't have a 279 at A6. Yeah, I see this working as well, actually. Normally there's a 279 playing at A6 as well, like in front of the road to counter this 6 line commitment. But right now, this is good for Invil. And Rishak gets spotted, so the Invil 907s know they can close the distance now without being spotted. And Reaction and Dragos are, I mean, the 907s from Fame are rotating towards A6 now. The timing here working out a little bit in their favor. They have a lot of tanks ready for this now.
Now we finally see the overpeak coming in. Probably a little early from the 279s here that take a lot of damage, but now the 907s come in and they are full HP. Probably why the Invil heavy tanks just overpeaked here. And now it will just be on the damage that the Fame tanks can actually deal on towards Invil that are going to melt through those double 279s here. Currently, Reaction already down and out of the game. Dragos probably the next one on the menu, and now it will be down to Fame to make it work here with all the tanks that they have in the sniping position. But is the damage really enough? I'm not convinced because Invil is actually up in HP right now.
The damage is by far not enough because Invil has all those tanks from the middle actually crossfiring as well. And so far, Fame hasn't even been able to kill one of the 907s from Invil. And this is good stuff for Invil there. They are able to now cross towards 1-2 line kind of uncontested because guess what? There's not enough Fame tanks there. Feely, Rishek, Flabber, and Lefshar are the only ones holding this, and Invil is just freely crossing back over. And now Fame's forced to peek, but Fame down 4k HP already. Flabber now getting spotted out in C1. They lose Feely. They're about to lose 1-2 line as well. The Invil tank on the hill actually backing off as well. And this is good stuff from Invil. The 6-line push is working for them, and it's paying dividend right now.
It is indeed paying a lot of dividend here as the 907s by Invil, they are just melting through this A6 pocket. Nile just getting annihilated, trying to jump over the rails. And at this point in time, Invil just firmly in the driver's seat here because, like, 3 or 4 or 5 tanks of Fame even are not able to participate in this shootout. They are on the eastern part of the map. Now the 907s by Fame also sort of cut up because every time they peek on the rails, they are going to get heavily punished for that. The double 260 now getting pushed through the 6 and 7 line, but as cool as that tank is to play, the 279 beats it in a frontal shootout every day of the week and twice on Sunday. So Invil, they are, I think, stabilizing now, trying to...
yeah, they're going to overpush 1-2.
Trying to figure out what to do.
Pick up those 2 guns there. That's 5k HP from the Fame team on 1-2. So, well, not 5k, 4.3. But a good move here from Invil, cleaning out the 6 line and crossing back towards 1-2 line. Now slowing down the game, establishing and going back towards 1-2. This round looking good for Invil. Actually pushing in Kubash first in his 279, followed up by enough guns to make it work. I mean, they're just going to swarm this and kill it. And Fame, 3 minutes, I don't think the time's going to save them in this one.
It doesn't look like it, as now the tanks in the 1-2 line here for Fame are trying to make work what they can with the 2 guns available to them, but obviously a 907 and a Chieftain does not cut it against this amount of firepower being employed by the Polish team in purple here. Levshar probably the next one to go out of this game here. Piotrix to pick him up, and now Invil with firm control over the cap, the double 260, not really able to achieve anything. Got you baby there in his 907. Yes, he was able to keep some HP, but what does it matter if cap is already started with 2 minutes 50 seconds still remaining? Yes, there is one Chieftain on the hill for Fame, but that is probably also HP out of the fight, just dead HP here. Yes, he does get another pickup, but in the end they're just, you know, trying to sugarcoat the result here, as Invil is looking strong and putting themselves on a match point in a matter of like 20 seconds.
Yeah, I would say this is the first round in this match where Invil is decisive and making really good reactions and in the driving seat the whole time. The other rounds, you could argue Fame made more mistakes than Invil did, and Invil ran away with the, I mean, I started the first one, right? So the other 2 rounds, there was more mistakes made by Fame, even though maybe the tactic was probably better, in my most humblest opinion. Not because I'm biased, just because they were actually better than what Invil had, and probably should have resulted into round wins. But, you know, if you make mistakes and you lose rounds because of it, then you come down to this point. But in this round, however, Invil in the driving seat, good rotations, pushing the 6 line, combined fire, knowing the angles that they have to cover, knowing that the double 279 is not on the 4 line, so they only have to over push it once. And knowing that there's no 279 at A6, for example, so they know that they can make this play. They know that they have enough guns in the middle to cover on towards A6 as well, which you could see with the crossfire coming in, and then slowing down the game and taking over the free kills in 1-2 lines. So this was good.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point in time, at least, or actually on both Proko rounds, it felt to me like the individual player skill of the EBR players, or at least the amount of information gained by those players, just made the difference. You know, because at least in the game we just saw, it was sort of, Invil had several opportunities to push somewhere on the map with no way for Fame to actually early spot this and react properly. They went for the 6-line repush, which was viable. I also thought that they could have done a 9-0 push before that and be successful with that as well. So
I think there was a lot of push. Yeah, and I think the issue here comes that I think almost every push would have been successful against this setup. I think a 3-line push would be successful. I think a 6-line push would be successful, and I think a 0-line push would be successful.
Yeah, so overall from Invil, very, very convincing stuff on Fame's map pick, which is now reflecting in the scoreline here, 3-1, meaning that Invil, for the first time in this game, after being down 1-0, putting on 3 in a row, which means now...
Deservedly so, I mean, deservedly so there on match point. You can say, like I said, man, like, I think Fame was ahead in tactics in the first 3 rounds, maybe not the first one, but the rounds that came after, right? I think they were ahead in tactics.
But I guess if you're able to, you know, adapt, overcome, together as a unit, which is very, very noticeable.
I think the tactic was better from Fame, but they made mistakes with it. And, you know, even though Invil's tactic maybe wasn't as good, they won it on players after, or reactions, rotations after. So
that is actually where you have to raise the question of how fast does communication actually work in the team of Fame. I mean, if you have some imports from other regions that don't speak English, then the bottleneck of basically like 2 or 3 people having to translate what's being called, those crucial seconds can actually cost you rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's stuff like getting spotted early on 1-2 line on Proko, where the spot would be 10 seconds later. That's a lot of time, 10 seconds to make a rotation. It's the difference between being in A5 and being in A3 and save. It's the difference there, for example. And now they're up against match point, and Muro, a strong Invil thing, a strong Invil map, man.
I'm curious as to why Fame picked it, actually, because historically speaking, Invil was always very, very strong on Muro.
I mean, they always liked Muro, but like you gotta this only it's between Muro, or Ensk for Invil, and they're both fine because you got the ban, so they got to pick it. Does it go to Muro or does it go to Ensk? And Cliff is one of those high skill, high communication maps even. So if the communication isn't super fast, Cliff is one of the harder ones.
Now here, the map video coming up for Murovanka, and it's going to be Invil defending first on match point here. Fame will have to make it work on their attack first of all. And Invil coming in with double EBR, the Badger of all tanks. Then we have triple 279 and rest chieftains. For Fame, we see a double EBR, triple 279 and the rest chieftains as well.
Yeah, kind of standard lineups. The Badger is the interesting one. Could be bait, you bait that you're, sitting back and then you're making aggressive play off of it. But it depends, man. This lineup can do anything for both these teams. Like, we got to see how they split across the map and how they actually decide to use it.
Is there any strategy in which you don't put the Badger in like A6 to A8 somewhere?
No, yeah, there's a strategy where you put him in C3 instead and you push 1-2, for example. I think somebody like Tilt Fists, or for example, already did this as well in the past. You put him at C3 and then you push down 1-2 with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, we now see the amount of information that Fame is currently working with. They see 1 EBR, 1 Chieftain Forest, double 279 middle, and we see that the positive taking a very, very nice shot by, I think, one of the 279s. The second one almost connecting here, needs to get out of there, and Fame now rotating away from the 9-0 line. One of the Chieftains getting sent towards the K9 hole. That is obviously a very annoying position to dig out, and Fame, you see they also have 279s in the middle. They have some Chieftains committed on 1, 2 and 3 line respectively, but so far no real decisive move coming out from Fame. And Invil, they just seem to be content with waiting what Fame will actually bring here.
It's kind of parking the bus from Invil, but it's also Fame getting baited here a little bit. Kian, if you think about it, the EBR made a run across E7. He saw no straight aggression from Invil on the 9-0 line. He saw one tank, right? So it's unlikely that Invil's going to be following it up with a lot of tanks behind it. And now you can see that as a result of this, they're very far pushed back on their attack, right? They're very far pushed back. And now they have to start retaking positions. And retaking positions takes time. And that is good for Invil, because the longer it takes Fame to retake positions, the longer it takes them to push out the forest again, the less time they will have to make a decisive action, which has to come kind of early on Muro as well.
Yeah, and I mean, 8 minutes, that is 2 minutes, that is a fifth of the game already done, and Fame, they haven't really done anything which warrants having 2 minutes past. They have split the map, yes, but in the end they are attacking, and they need to make a commitment which will cost more HP for the one initiating the commitment, obviously. Simply because you're driving into stationary guns, you're going to be firing on the move.
But look at it, Ki. Invil backed away from the forest completely, and Fame already lost 2 minutes and a half. They have lost 2 minutes and a half on doing nothing. And this is good for the side of Invil. I mean, they're just drawing out the time, They're like, okay, man, you don't push us straight. It's fine. We'll take those 3 minutes that you wasted doing nothing right now to just sit back and force you to make a move on later on part of the game. Like, okay, man, it's fine. Yeah, thanks for the 3 free minutes, Fame.
Indeed. And yeah, 60 seconds ago I said 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed now, and nothing actually happened. So Fame, they seem to be unsure as to what to do here, how to approach this this defense by Invil that so far is holding strong, not a single point of HP lost for them, and Levshaw already taking a second shot of damage, trying to trade out against Pansfira, I guess, not really working for him. And Fame, they need to start thinking about what they actually want to do here with the remainder of this game, because whatever they had planned as an opening certainly is not working.
Yeah, no, they had this opening of 3 chieftains going forest, but those ran away very fast.
Flabber already spotted in the chieftain here. So
yeah, he was being spotted for a while by Monster.
Yeah.
Monster is just chilling, man. He's aggressive in the forest. He will spot a tank pushing up and he will just run away. Like, this has taken Fame so much time. It's rough, man. Muro, you need to make your move around 5-6 minute mark.
Which is
right?
round about now, actually. And so far on the minimap, I don't really see anything decisive happening right now. Yes, there is one chieftain peeking in the 3 line, and that's about the most exciting thing that can be said about the past minute or so. It is, it's almost like Fame don't know they're attacking or something.
Yeah, well,
Davai, push attack. I don't know how it's said, but like they need to
Push but centro.
push but centro. I don't think that would work either. Maybe it would if they pick up the 279s early and generate some blobs, but even then they are basically in crossfire from of the Invil tanks on the A line. That is just theory crafting. And finally Fame pushing up towards the one line with double chieftain to reinforce that, but also towards the forest where, mind you, the chieftain that used to be basically in the E line has now retreated towards the C line, and that is very smart from Invil, because the longer the game goes, obviously, the more positions they can give up, because those positions, they are mainly there to waste time, and the more time passes, the more positions you can give up, and still save your tanks, save your HP for some YOLO push that has to inevitably come in by the attacking team. I think it's going to be probably some dual-pronged attack here that is going to bait Invil into a rotation, and then Fame needs to hope that the defender splits their tank strong. But honestly, with over half of the game already done and over with, I think Fame is in trouble.
Fame is indeed in trouble. They have 4 minutes. They have to start making this 1-2 push very, very soon, because right now they're leaving it too long. They're leaving it up to Trans. They're leaving it up to an Invil mistake to actually even come back into this one. Now Rexar is going to be pushed back a little bit. Monster is going to be pushed back as well in his EBR. Scatter here, just trying to get some information behind this. Monster now readjusting to a different bush. And the tanks from Invil are spotted down, but Monster's making a run in his EBR. He's going to proxy spot this EBR from Fame, and the guy from Fame, Rishik, will just die. He will just blow up. It's actually called me Piotr making that run. Kind of unscathed, kind of undamaged even. Rishik going down there, which is why in a lot of cases you would take the other edge of the forest towards the right, and he didn't do that, and he got punished for it, and it's minus an EBR, and good stuff there. Good clean pickup from Invil.
Good clean pickup from Invil, and now in comes the attack over the one line here by Fame that they probably could have done 3 minutes ago and it wouldn't have mattered. But yeah, here we go. Finally, the train is rolling, but the train is taking heavy punishment already by Pants Fury, Cat's Eye, and Lucky, who are all there to basically shoot the sides of the pushing tanks. Now through the 3 line, in come another few chieftains, which is now pressuring Invil into reinforcing the 3 line as a position here. Senti, DJ Wheat, Tishek already taking shots on the cross, but as long as Cat's Eye can stay there in his chieftain together with his body there, they are able to provide brutal crossfire onto the Fame tanks in the 3 line that are taking punishment. Now Silent has to move back down to 1600, and now Fame here over pushing on the 1-2 line with all of their chieftains available to them, but the chieftains that are in the 3 line for Invil currently are able to punish, and you can see Joseph already down to 343, and Fame is just bleeding left, right, and center.
Yeah, bleeding left, right, and center. Lefsha is not making this crossing. Shokish and Gotchi Baby will not be winning A3. I mean, Fame 190 line, but they wasted so much time on this Muro to then make a hasty play even to push this one to Invil with a good reaction. These last 2 rounds, they have been dominant and very deservedly to win. So the match is going to end in a 4-1 scoreline for Invil, which is not doing justice to just how close it should have been. But it is what it is, as Invil is going to be moving up in the world, moving up in the bracket, moving up against Raid in that bracket on the top, the winners bracket. Well, Fame will be relegated to play against Nomi in the lower bracket, and they have some stuff to work on if they want to come back through that lower bracket and potentially challenge Invil again at a later point, whether it be in the lower bracket or whether it be in the finals.
Indeed, Invil looking very, very good, and for Fame, you mentioned it, there will be stuff to talk about, to change in the way that they play. Whether they can make those adjustments up until the game that is upcoming later, where we'll see Fame again, remains to be seen. That one is going to be a best of 5. Obviously, best of 5s, you need to be very, very careful. As soon as you go down to 0 on one map, then you're very close to getting knocked out of the tournament. But yeah, congrats to Invil in the end, very, very convincing and decisive fashion. They managed to make it to...
The last 2 rounds were convincing. Yeah. Solid defense from them here on Muro. I mean, also Fame wasting like so much time for no reason. 4 or 5 minutes wasted without taking any position whatsoever. Solid defense from Invil, and repushing the 3 line when the 1-2 line gets pushed so that you cannot push A3. It's solid in that regard. Maybe leaving 1-2 little tank on 9-0 line potentially to help, but that's also the only flaw there for them in that regard. Outside of that, solid defense and deservedly winning the match. All in all, making less mistakes on adaptions, rotations than the Fame lineup did.
Also, their reactions just more organic, faster, more decisive. And yeah, in the end, Fame, they will have to prove themselves now in the losers in the lower bracket against Goodnight Nomi. You said it. Before that, we have another upcoming match, though, which will be the loser of the first match, which is CSA, that are going to battle it out against Trigg. First of all, though, Ducky, I think that was quite enough talking from us for the time being. Let's see what the analysts have to say about that one.
Well, yes, thanks a lot, Key and Ducky, for that match. And what can we say, Moff? That was very painful. I had the feeling that Fame was meant to be led by top Russian FCs, and they were probably not better than just 1.5k ELO EU average FCs there.
Maybe a little bit harsh, but yeah, Envil definitely looking on top in this one. What can we really say? They made some decisive push in the Proko games. On Himmelsdorf, they looked a little bit more shaky, but they did manage to pull through in the end.
Well, yeah, Invil, very strong team. We know them. They have been consistent for tournaments, so good stuff. But I guess that now this is going to be against Raid. Raid was showing up strong against CSA. That's going to be tomorrow, though. So as you can see with the structure coming up here, this team is going to move up to the finals of the winners bracket against Raid, and Fame is going to be playing against Goodnight Nomi with the last match of the day. But next up we have CSA against Trigg, CSA losing against Raid and having a second chance against Trigg, the Hungarian team right now.
Yeah, so it'll be Raid versus Invil in the upper bracket final. The loser of that will get to play in the lower bracket final and have another chance to go through to the final. That's the privilege of being in the upper bracket. Fame will now play against Goodnight Nomi, so you know, even if they stumble against Invil, you probably put them as favorites in that one. CSA against Trigg, obviously the next game coming up. Trigg, I think, are a little bit underrated. I mean,
Yeah.
they had some good performances. They might be able to surprise CSA in this one.
I mean, definitely Trigg was like a team that always like had ideas and had like pretty interesting tactics to play, and they've been even training with Invil, I heard. So I guess they're going to be pretty well prepared against CSA. They are probably very well prepared for the maps they picked against the Czech team. So I would even expect them to come up strong and take the victory there. I guess we are gonna be having the replays of the match we just saw in like shortly, like few seconds. But yeah, talking about that match against Invil against Fame, I mean, you had a lot of throws happening. Malf, we were gonna be missing the second round because there was a problem catching the replays there. But I felt like first round it was Invil maybe throwing and not adapting, Fame not adapting over the next ones. And at the end, Invil, very, very solid defense, full control, and that was very clean.
Yeah, the Himmels games, like we said already, they were a bit of a scuffle. Invil picking 450Bs in the first round, which is, it's not like super uncommon, but it just means that you have to, it's just such a high risk. You have to make the clips work, and they weren't able to do that. They got crossfired, and just, I think only one of the 50Bs managed to do a full clip, so it definitely didn't pay off for that in that game.
I mean, I think that the issue with a team like Invil is that they're very strong because they have a lot of trainings and they can experience almost every situation. But whenever they actually play in a situation that they didn't experiment, they tend to actually make the bad call, the bad adaptation, and to get punished for it. And this is exactly what happened in the first round. Daki mentioned it. They could just stop on the hill, get the kills on the tanks down, and just force the tanks from Fame to actually make the push. And instead, they went for it, and they actually got a lot of damage with those 50Bs. Anyway, replays are ready. Here we go. We were just talking about that Moth, that push with those 450Bs around the hill and all of those tanks, the E4 279 shooting down.
Yeah, the 450Bs pushing around the hill. You can see they're getting shot from the lower side of the hill, but all of these tanks from Fame on the hill, they can shoot these 50Bs. They can't go hold down. They have no armor. And the first one gets taken down immediately. The second one gets picked up shortly after that. And Fame, they almost had more tanks on the hill in this situation. So the 50B is just really not working out at all. Fame didn't even really have to do anything. They just had to shoot them while they pushed into the crossfire. You can see the 279 and CS, you know, they're shooting the whole time, but they have such low impact because the 50Bs die so quickly. This repush on the zero line was pretty much futile. They had to try something, but the game was already lost at this point. Fame had the better positions. You can see Nile hold down in the Chief, just shooting them as they approach, and then Music comes in with the repush in the 50B, so fairly easy for Fame to close out this one. This one, on the 1-2 line, Kilmi Piotr spots them out early. You see that Joseph and Elian, they get spotted out super early, which allows Invil to rotate all the way back across the A line.
I mean, the initial idea of that was to just counter straight the fact that most of the team don't open with all their tanks in the 1-2, but instead of going straight, they actually they waited like few seconds around the K2 area, and then they went and got spotted super early. So Invil could make that rotation on time with 907s, and they could make that unpunished and unspotted. So from Fame, lack of damage, lack of information, then Irishek not going C1 with his GBR to freely spot all the tanks at A2 to farm with the STRV, Invil going for the repush, and another one also over the road later on. You could see that Fame, they were down HP, but they were up on guns. But then what's the next play? What's the next plan? With all of those tanks from Invil being almost all full HP and in good positions, Moth.
Yeah, Invil being on the defense, they were able to just kind of sit back and wait for Fame to push into them. See Comrades getting pushed on now by Flabber, but it's kind of a futile attempt to try and rescue the round, if you like. He's on a one-shot and he gets picked up, and then once those two die, there's really nothing for Fame to do in that game.
That game was just painful. I mean, the opening was good, was probably countering Invil. You see all of those heavies on the middle, so I think those Russian FCs had a bit of brain, but I was probably wrong. If you go with those heavies on the middle, you have to cover them with 1-2 or rails. So they could just push the 0 line, but instead, they just decide to rotate, end up in horrible position. The 260 A0, I've never seen that in my life, and I don't think anyone would think about that apart from very challenged people. And then this push just working out. Fame not having any positions, so Invil just utilizing the advantage of having all of those tanks at the same spot at the same time, getting the kills, Monster pushing up, proxy spotting, the STRV, all of those tanks. Good stuff from Invil, solid.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a default execute from Invil, pushing over the 6 line and having the heavies over peak in the middle. These 907s in the back, Benzo, Shockish, Nile, Elian can't peek in 907. He doesn't have the gun depression to peek there and be safe. Like, all of those tanks in A6, they can't do anything. Like, sure, they get a couple shots at the beginning of the game, 2 or 3 into the pushing Invil tanks, but then they have no positions and they have no map control. And you can see the Invil 907s are able to just freely move underneath them in their own base, which is quite painful to watch.
And to be honest, that last round, super solid defense. I liked it a lot. Rishek here, pretty clueless about the fact that Piotr could just make that move and just spot him to get him deleted from the tanks shooting from A7. You could see the reaction is really interesting from the side of Invil, completely locking down the middle with those 279s. They have a lot of damage if you actually overpush 9-0. And if you want to push the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines, rotation is actually really good and working. All of those tanks A7 joining the Chief on C4, you're just gonna win the middle of the map, the city, and just get a lot of damage on those tanks. They have to keep pushing all the way to A3 to actually challenge Ketsai, and with that lucky, I guess, and just good stuff from Invil. We just need to look at the HPs and rotations. It's just talking for itself.
I think that's the key thing, right, is that Invil's defense, the way they're set up, there's no tanks that they get for free from this push for Fame. They didn't have any tanks set up in the 1 lines, there's no free picks there, they're set up in A3 with those double chiefs. 279s in middle are very difficult to push through as well. They did manage to clear the 9-0 from the side of Fame, but that was almost irrelevant because the whole fight was over the 1-2-3 line and the middle, so it really didn't change anything in the end.
Yeah, good stuff, solid. Invil deserving the win. As we said, they threw the first round, Fame going up 1-0, but then Fame throwing. So just the Polish team better, more prepared, playing better, and the most important thing is they are playing better as a team, calling better, rotating better, and reacting faster. So good stuff from Invil. They're moving into the finals of the winners bracket, and now Moth, it's time to focus on the first losers bracket match.
Yeah, the next game will be CSA versus Trigg. Trigg obviously relegated from the upper bracket. Sorry, not Trigg. CSA relegated from the upper bracket. Trigg, they were already in the losers bracket because they came third in the group stage, which happened last week. But Trigg, like I said already a couple times, they might be slightly underrated. They had some good performances. They actually beat Fame in qualifying for the group stage, even before that. And then I believe they beat, I could be wrong, but I think they beat Raid in the group stage as well. So, you know, they've had some decent results here and there. So they're definitely not out of this one.
I think it's going to be just a good surprise in general for the viewership, because that's a team that we almost never saw in the playoff stage. Maybe never, actually.
I think they, like literally in like 2018, so 4 years ago, they had one showing and maybe like 2 or 3 players are the same. But yeah, it's basically a new team. Yeah.
I mean, both of us think that they have probably really good tactics prepared, but I guess it's time to see what Kian and Daki have to say about that. Castas, take it away.
All right, welcome back. And indeed, a very interesting matchup coming up. Hungarians against Czech and the Slovak team. And Trigg, indeed, they had a good showing. Not only, as was said, did they kick out Fame in the first qualifier, they also were the only team in the group stage that were able to take a point off of Raid. They had, or basically they took Raid to a tiebreaker. Now, here, community predictions coming up, 73%.
Not a surprise with the
yeah,
Czech,
and 27%
with
for
the Czech
Trigg.
base.
I think that is mostly due to probably more people knowing the name of CSA than the name of Trigg, but I don't think you can discount them as easily as...
No, man. Honestly, Trigg played very well. They prepared a lot for this tournament as well. They trained a lot for this tournament as well. It would be unfair to count them out. Their results were also strong. They beat Fame in the quali. They made it through the groups. Yeah, they're in the lower bracket straight, but we've seen lower bracket coming back and winning it all. So it's not beyond imagination that they do well here. And the CSA team against Raid did not look that good, Kihan. So there's definitely opportunities here for Trigg. But sometimes my issue with Trigg is sometimes they're very hit or miss. Sometimes they are like they have good strats, right? And then sometimes they park the bus really badly, like in a bad way, like a bad camp, which makes them lose rounds.
I mean,
I hope they're not going to go for that.
Yeah, that is what makes great teams great, is that they basically can play fast, but then they can also play very, very slowly and do both things extremely well, which is...
It's unpredictability,
yes,
right?
It basically, when you load into a game, up until the enemy sees your lineup, you want them to be basically in the dark as to what's about to happen, so you give the least possible amount of preparation on towards or over towards your enemy. Now, we do see a lot of, I guess, new names here, a lot of old names, I guess, as well, to those of you who are...
I mean, these people have been playing for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, names like basically Dani, Kreia, Marches, Kunik.
Yeah, and they've not done bad. Like, if you look at the results for like even campaigns and stuff, they're always up there, right? They're a team that can beat other teams.
They can get the occasional upset, and indeed they are here for a reason. I think I personally predicted for CSA regardless, because somehow in 15v15 tournaments against, like, not the completely top teams, like for example Invil or Raid, Sakalito somehow always has a gigantic sleeve that he pulls some ingenious stuff out of, and then CSA is able to snatch victory almost from the jaws of defeat. We have to wait and see if that one actually rings true here, or if Trigg is or will be able to positively surprise at least me. I think they are the underdog, but by no means should you count them out. I watched also some of their group stage games. They had some very, very interesting, some very aggressive tactics coming out, and sometimes the enemies just weren't able
they had some good Ensk stuff, for example. The Ensk stuff that Trigg played was pretty solid. It goes a little bit against what teams play. Like with the full field, full city, both can work. I mean, when you bring a lineup like them with very many 279s and VKs, if you have E3s and stuff and Chiefs, it becomes harder to play against it, because they always start with a natural HP lead. They need to aim less on you than you need to aim on them, because if they shoot the Chief at the hull, they're gonna pen. But shooting a 279 at the hull, it's not always like a straight pen, so it takes longer. So it's those little things there. I did like how Insane is harsher on Fame than I am. That was a good one to see. But we've got to remember though, the two Fame FCs decided to cast instead of play, so I guess the blame goes towards them as well.
I mean, that is some big words you're probably putting yourselves up for during possibly future tournaments where you can come and make that Fame Eagle into the Phoenix, possibly
retired,
rising
bro.
out of the ashes. We'll have to see about
I'm
that.
retired.
You're retired for how long?
You can't listen. You gotta imagine, Key, right? You gotta imagine. The last 2 times I played, one Insane led, and I was like the co-FC, and the one before, I was leading with the help from Insane on tactics.
Ah, so you're saying
So,
you didn't like me, basically ended on a high note, because the one tournament I played,
exactly.
I also won.
You cannot lose if you do not play.
Ingenious, ingenious. But we have to remember, I was the one actually starting with that tactic, you know, so mentally ahead there.
Key, did you starting with what tactic? Carrying water to the whole team?
No, with the, you know, winning and then not playing. Anyway, map picks and bans here for CSA against Trigg coming out. It is Muro and Live Oaks being taken out respectively, then CSA with the Himmelsdorf pick. For the first time today, we are actually going to see at least one round of Cliff here. Then a Sand River, obviously keep in mind this is a best of 5. This is why we now have 3 bans coming. Sand River taken out, Prokhorovka taken out, then Fisherman's taken out. And the tiebreaker, we mentioned the map already, is, if we get to it, gonna be on Ensk. What do you think, who do the maps favor?
Himmels, Cliff. I think they favor Trigg.
Yeah, I think I saw Trigg against Fame on Cliff in the qualifiers, and that was a very, very close 1-1 in between both of them. Oh, and I already see you're not happy about that statement.
That Cliff from Trigg was not good, Key. That was... Listen, okay, there, Cliff wasn't bad from Trigg, let's not be too harsh, but some of the stuff I saw from Fame on those cliffs, dude, I don't want to think back to it, okay? Hopefully the Trigg cliff is better than that, because I think CSC will play it better than Fame did in that quali.
Alright, first of all, we are heading into Himmelsdorf, though. Here we see the casters' predictions, and I see we are split in the middle here. Both Morph and me going with a 3-1 for CSA, meanwhile, you and Insane going with a 3-1 for Trigg. So after the first round, no bet is going to be down the drain. First of all, though, CSA coming in with a CS. They have 5 279s, that leaves 9 chieftains, and Trigg, they have double CS, 5 279s, that leaves 8 chieftains. So Trigg slightly faster for the hill, possibly. CSA with 1 heavy tank more.
Yeah, CSA with 1 heavy tank more. Coming out on this one, both lineups fairly balanced. I mean, again, you can do anything with these lineups, Key. It really depends on the split across the map that determines who is more favored and more likely to actually pull ahead in this one. And CSA is playing a heavy 1-2 with a limited amount of tank sources towards the hill, and Trigg in return is playing a very heavy hill though. If CSA commits on this hill and they get caught by Trigg, it's game over here from the beginning, because now CSA, in this kind of game, what needs to happen is they need to push downward. They cannot delay it too much. The longer they delay it, the more time they give for Trigg to overpush the hill. And, well, look, it's good from CSA. They're leaving the hill, I like it, but now they need to start pushing 1-2, or 8 line. Both at the same time, preferably.
And all the tanks by Trigg now getting spotted on the hill here, and that should immediately spark some sort of reaction for the side of CSA, and we do now see Circulito, the captain of the team, the first one to push here in the 1 line. And keep in mind, if you push in that 1 line close to the red line, you cannot actually be punished from the hill. However, Prokhorovka already taking double shot here on the cross, and I like this rotation from Trigg, immediately taking the 279s from the 3 line, just moving them away. However, they cannot stall too much on the hill here, because yes, they have a good control position, but they're going to be down and out of the game, and CSA should be able to overpush the cap of Trigg if no immediate reaction comes in.
Overpushing the cap will be hard and not something that teams do, Doki, in this scenario. CSA is going to be split mapping here, aka 3-0 lane. But again, I would say when you split this map, we've seen a team like Invil do it, for example. We've seen Russian teams do it as well. When they split the map, they hold certain positions for certain reasons. They hold 5 line, for example. They hold 8 line towards here. And they hold towards this corner here as well to spot this. CSA has a severe lack of information. A severe lack of information. The only information they have is the crossing at A8 with that chieftain, which is all cool and really all, but it does allow Trigg to do a very simple move, Kihan, which is simply retake 8 line. and they don't have to push down it, right? They don't have to push down the 8 line for that, but they can retake it. They can pressure away Seagull. They can even take back the D6 window because they have the hill. If Trigg does a slow and steady approach here, eliminates position after position. So first up, it's Seagull. You want to push him back. They do this. Good. I like it. Right? They're not giving away
How
too
many
much
people can
information.
punish if Seagull gets collapsed upon? I think
Nobody right now. Literally nobody. But the Trigg does not know that. So they're not going to push Seagull because it would be a mistake, right? But they do have info now that there's nobody from CSA playing the G-line windows. The only position that Trigg is missing, Key, right? The only position that they're really missing is this here, right? From this window, you can spot this crossing backwards and forwards, right? The whole time. So you have info what's leaving. They had it, but then they decided to leave it altogether. But yeah, Seagull is very isolated right now. But Trigg is just taking the position. I like it. They're not overreacting. They're now starting to get the info, right? There's nobody else on 8 line. There's nobody on G line. The CSA tanks are stacked 1 to 3. Super heavy.
yeah, and I think they have sort of early info on the K line, obviously with the 279 at K6. That does give them some sort of early warning, but that is about it. They have 1-2 line control as well, as you mentioned, so they know nothing's happening there as of yet, but they don't even have someone at C2 currently to spot if Trigg is trying to break out of their own cap. And I think for Trigg, it's just a matter of time up until they decide where they're actually going to collapse, because with all of those tanks on the...
You think? What Trigg should be doing right now is not pushing the hill. So they've established position. They need to start peeking out from this now. And Sane will probably agree with me. What they want to do now is peek out from here, get some info on what is still holding, and then possibly start retaking this window already here. But also what it allows them to do is if they retake this here, they have info on what's in this lane, like another layer of information added. And it also allows them, for example, to come like this, Gihan, right? To come like this with 1 or 2 tanks, come like this, and simply drive for free through the middle. Kill Seagull, establish
I think
this.
Mani is starting to find out that no one is really covering Seagull. Yes, he took a shot of damage, but
Yeah,
that
but
was by Seagull himself.
I would like them to take this. I would like them to take through the middle, or just simply like this as well towards here. So they kill Seagull, they establish the spot for the crossing, and then they have still a little bit of time to work with. In their step program, I feel like they're missing that.
Yeah,
but they are rotating more tanks from the hill though.
Yeah, which is good, because all of the tanks on the hill, yes, they can shoot, but they will not be able to contribute their HP, which is
I think right now Courtyard is the play for Trigg. 1-2 isn't, because pushing it will be
pushing with
hard.
many chieftains into 279s on the rails is never a good thing, because you're not really going to realistically be able to deal a lot of damage until you're very close. And Trigg, they are still rotating deep at the red line here in the north over their own cap, and it seems to me like they want to go for that 1-2 play regardless, which there should be a lot of chieftains aimed. You can see them in H3 here by CSA that can punish the cross.
It's not really possible to make that play onto 1-2 IMO. Samu is going to get a position across though. Really, honestly, 5 line combined with K line onto the cap. Like you play it as if you would be playing against the camp Keyhand at this point. So you don't really care about 1-2. You play for 5 line and you play for K line. That is what you play for if you're Trigg.
Ooh, Sigo taking 2 shots here by, I believe, Samu and Mani. So his position slowly getting compromised. Yes, he's able to deal damage back, and Samu now starting to get controlled out of that 5 line here. There is one chieftain, Nalo, I believe, who can shoot the side of this turret. And finally, Trigg pulling the trigger in this game. They're choosing to, first of all, kill Seagull, who was the one in the courtyard, and now they're going. They're all spotted, however, and this is probably going to cost heavily. Yeah, you can see Stick, Domi, Cody already taking a lot of damage by all those chieftains in the 3 line, and it doesn't get better from here for Trigg, simply because they're pushing into 279s, which are very, very far away. Finally, they're opting for that courtyard plate that you called out, which personally I think is also the correct one, because they're taking a lot of map control for almost 3 here.
You gotta think about it though. They did retake 1-2, but they didn't need 1-2 necessarily for this. They did take it back, but they could have freely figured out that they could have gone to B3 for free and not bled this much HP for it. I mean, yes, they still took the courtyard though, and now those tanks from CSA and 1-2 are kind of stuck, but so are the Trigg tanks, right? Those Trigg tanks can't really push that, so they're gonna have to rotate to 3 line probably anyways. But now the next weakness for CSA is Nalo's position. Nalo can get pressured from the 5-6 line, and now there needs to be a K line rotation as well for the tanks from Trigg. So they need to start aggressing the K line. They need to start aggressing the 5 line while keeping crossfire where Kunik is to keep that lane under control.
Ooh, I think Trigg has finally found that opening. PP, Samu, and Dani going
And
in here.
Lucker's in trouble as well there, actually.
Yep.
Like, the only thing is Trigg needs to be careful from a G-line repush, but they have the tanks from C3 that are suppressing this at the very least.
Yeah, now Nalo is getting spotted out on his backside. Kunik, Orc, and an animal has no name are approaching at Nalo. That 2k HP from the Chieftain is probably going to melt very, very fast. Ondra and Cosmo now peeking into that 4 line here, trying to make Nalo's life count for what it's worth, but he's already down and out of the game, so the Trigg tanks are going to probably reverse, or probably even going to keep pressing the issue here, as they have secured the second kill of the game without losing any guns so far currently. The HP though, neck and neck, and in comes the Trigg repush into this H-line. It is a 3v2 currently, and this is probably CSA now into that repush, committing further reinforcements into this, and I think the wreck from Lucker here made it impossible for the Trigg tank to get out, and now in comes the collapse here from the side of CSA onto Animal and onto Kunik here, who is trying to get safe, and now CSA trailing 2k HP, but they're getting some kills back at least.
Yeah, but 3,000 damage difference between these two, and now Kunik is getting reinforced by PP, by Samu, by Spiller as well, and NK coming from behind. And now you see those crossing towards the Cap K, like he had that K-line coming into effect, Meshki and Exo crossing over, and a blow-up again. No config gamers. I mean, it's not really going to matter for Trigg in this one, but it's starting to become a real trend to see 279s without their turret. And in my opinion, playing 279 with config is a mistake, especially on Himmelsdorf. The teams seem to disagree and seem to be paying the price for it as well. I mean, Trigg is still ahead, and Trigg is still going to win this round here with a good attack. I think they realized that their 1-2 wasn't really worth it, Kihan, that it didn't really bring much to them whatsoever. For the fact that CSA could simply, you know, take all those tanks back from 1-2 and leave 2 guys to watch the 4 and then repush their base, for example. But Nalo's position exposed, Lucker's position exposed, Vadim's position exposed on the K-line, and then the Cap getting exposed as a result of that. And this round is close, and it didn't need to be this close. I feel like Trigg, you know, they did the good stuff by winning and making some good rotations, especially the 8-line one I liked. But then I think they need to realize that Courtyard is the way into this game for free. And also gathering some information from B3. Look how close it is. It's a cap by 5 seconds. And there's 7 seconds left on the cap. But Trigg coming in the lower bracket against CSA, picking up their... Whoa, there was a reset! CSA wins!
Oh my goodness. Oh my... I called it. I called it, man. Yeah, Sakalito's team once again snatching a victory from the jaws of defeat, and you gotta wonder...
Dude, I think Insane will agree with me, actually. I feel like this time he will actually agree with
yeah,
me.
the score at the
Trigg
top right is actually wrong right now. It is, there we go, it got corrected, so easy production quality. But why?
I think Insane will agree with me on the point that Trigg, a little bit too slow. Like, the 8-line retake was fine and on time, but then really slow to make a decision after, and not realizing the strength of controlling Courtyard. They can take back every position that they had in the Courtyard for free, and CSA can't do anything from it because there's the cover from the hill. Because when you take back in the Courtyard, the CSA tanks peek, any corner, 3 shots immediately from the hill. Immediately. Seago dies, they establish Courtyard, they peek from B3 to get some info. I mean, first of all, they should have kept behind the window to spot. They peek from B3, he doesn't get shot, Kihan. You know, but the 279, you can just kind of peek it and check if there's something at A2, you know? To know how deep they are. He will realize there's nothing there. He would take it for free. They would take Courtyard for free, and they could have done exactly the same thing as they did with 2 minutes extra, right? With 2 minutes extra and with extra HP, which would have been beneficial for them as well. Because you saw those tanks from 1-2, from Trigg, they had to push in at some point anyways. Like, what did it add of them being there? Nothing, right? Because CSA doesn't have to push down 1-2, because they're only focused on defending their base.
Yeah, nothing is exactly also the scoreline for Trigg after losing this round completely unnecessarily. And... yeah, it is CSA now leading 1-0 here. Probably gonna be chuckling and smiling to themselves as to how they actually managed to get this point of the ball on the board. But yeah,
it's one of those little. That's the same thing as they did against Raidman, stealing the W under their noses.
That was a daylight robbery, to be honest.
No, No, really.
I mean, by CSA in the end.
Yeah, daylight robbery. But how did we come to the point where CSA was able to get that last second reset?
The
How did
police
we get
officer
there?
being on siesta, I guess, in broad daylight.
I mean, no. I mean, I was talking about the fact that Trigg was slow, like really slow.
All right. That is now CSA leading 1-0 here, rather unexpectedly. But, I mean, you know, I guess they are going to take it. And Trigg, you have to hope that this doesn't mentally affect them somehow. Because losing a round like this can be extremely annoying. And
How did the chieftain even get back to reset, by the way? That's the biggest
Yes.
question here. How did they allow him through? Why didn't nobody just drive into his face?
yes. All right, lineups though. I guess we just have to focus on the round ahead, same as what Trigg
Double
should do.
CS, 5 to 7 nines, and that is 8 chieftains for CSA.
And for Trigg, we do see 1 CS, 4 Chieftains, a 50B, and 9 279s coming in. That is a pretty heavy lineup for the side of Trigg here.
And very light for CSA.
Although if you boost the 279s, you can obviously get up the hill pretty fast.
And it's a straight push from Trigg. It's a straight push from Trigg. 1 CS going towards the hill, straight down the 3 line. Little Invil-esque like we saw already, but without the tanks on the 8 line. And that E100 for Invil was pretty good.
Push into courtyard here by the side of Trigg. They're doing so with Chieftains and I think 1 of the 279s, and so far...
But this chieftain can just die, by the way, when he's running. Lucker, look, he takes 2 shots already. If they now peek from the 3 line and hit Lucker, he's gonna take some more shots. I mean, he should take more. He doesn't actually.
That was Lucker, I guess, getting lucky there. There is some sort of rubble that you can get hull down behind, and only 1 shot connecting onto Lukin that is crossing deep red line, and in comes the paint train by Trigg, rolling and chewing over the rails of the 1-2 line of Himmelsdorf, and they are going to be met by fierce resistance by the CSA's tanks, which are bunched up, holed up, hunkered up even in those positions here. Mani already taking an anorak down to 208, to a 2-shot, sorry, excuse me. And now Trigg not opting to go in towards the train station, but instead going towards the 1 line. But Trigg, they are bleeding so heavily for this, and in comes the CSA repush into the 3 line where they smell weakness.
Weakness they smell, and weakness it is. 5,000 HP between these two. CSA countering the Trigg lineup completely, and Trigg bleeding left, right, and everywhere. And this 3-line push from CSA, it was on time. It did catch the tanks that wanted to kill the 279 from CSA from behind, who is yet still alive right now. At this point, an animal has no name is the next one to fall. And as good as Trigg looked in round number 1, as much they got read in round number 2 by CSA, who were just chilling, waiting, expecting and anticipating this push. And this is where you probably see a little bit of an inexperience from this Trigg team, where they're not 100% ready to react. What a team of Invil-esque caliber would probably do, Kihan, at this moment in time, is halt the push.
Yeah, Okna here.
Halt the push, halt the push, and just go back to the hill. Slowly.
Yeah, I mean, Orc now getting triple trapped here in the 3 line, and Trigg, they are desperately trying to generate some sorts of openings. But if you take a look at the top here, 17,000 HP still remaining for CSA. Make that 16, but for Trigg, they are over 10,000 or almost 10,000 HP down here. They have the ample amount of tanks to just finish off this game here in a very controlled, and you have to say it, clean fashion. Those repushes by CSA, the waiting first of all to do the shots with the stationary gun and then repushing into that 3 line, that was beautiful to look at. Very good reactions for the Czech team here. And Trigg, after this first round where everything seemed to be going their way, have to wonder where it all went wrong, because that open book that you mentioned, CSA was reading it oh so well, and EXO admitting defeat here, lifting his gun, is gonna get claimed by Sakalito, and just like that, we are down to a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, I guess. A lot of teams, when they're in this scenario, know that the enemy team will be rotating off the hill and will re-aggress towards the I don't think my Trigg didn't even have a tank on the 8 line to spot how much was coming back from CSA from the hill. This is why I normally have a tank in 8 line to see the rotation, to see how many tanks are coming off the hill, so you can establish the courtyard. Also, Lucker should just die. You stop with the 279s because Lucker is completely in the open. Like that Holden that you're talking about, he's driving towards it with his engine first.
I think they probably didn't peek far enough, so they didn't quite have an
No,
angle.
no, they shot, man. They all missed.
Yeah, I mean,
They all missed.
I don't know. Maybe we would have to take a look at his replay to judge exactly how that engagement went. But I'm not even sure if it would have changed the outcome of the game, to be honest, as it was just so decisive.
No, because they have to stop. They have to stop pushing. It's really rough for Trigg.
Cosmos 0 damage, 422 team damage.
Yeah, Golder didn't do much better. But anyways, the thing is, in a game like this, you're almost forced to stop pushing. You're almost forced to rotate back towards the hill, count on them rotating down from the hill because they need to hold 1-2, and then re-aggressing the hill. And then if they over-rotated from the hill and you have the spot from 8 lane, how much is coming down, you hold the core try, you sit in positions, because what they're going to have on the hill is mainly 2 CSs and max 1 chief when they spot so many tanks pushing lower side. Gives you the opportunity to start re-pushing the hill and force them to either go back towards the hill or to either... or to either push back out of 1-2. Then you can force rotations from CSA and perhaps make a mistake, because you can also play the 5 line yourself and see the tanks from CSA if they're crossing back towards the hill. But Trigg sticking to their plan, which was a bad call in this one, and probably even pushing the 3 line too early in this regard as well. And you need to take the window for sure, like the little window on the left, they have to take it. But they can't push further than that because of the fact that they need to win the hangar first.
And they decided not to go into the hangar because...
It's not even about... You wrap around the hangar. Normally what you do is you leave some tanks in front of the hangar, right, to kill the 279. It's Cupola shots, but you will kill him. And then you wrap around with tanks towards the guys on A2. And then you play from the left of the hangar, Kihan, right? So you can peek on the guys on A2. And then the guys from A2, after the 279 dies on the window key, the ones that are still sitting on the hangar from Trigg, peek inside the hangar and shoot them in crossfire. So then you catch those CSA tanks. But Trigg tried to do everything at the same time, and doing everything at the same time in this regard doesn't work.
Alright, that was Himmelsdorf. That was CSA's map pick. Now we're heading over on towards Cliff, which is Trigg's map pick, which is maybe a silver lining for them, because they are already staring into the abyss of tournament elimination. We are in the lower bracket, mind you, and this is a best of 5, so one more round for CSA and Trigg would bite the dust as a team collectively here. I would personally love to see at least one round from them to maybe, you know, mount a comeback from there. But first of all, they need to get one round done, and they have to do it on a map which, together with Himmelsdorf, I think those are basically my most liked maps to cast and to watch competitive play on. Simply because, well, they've been there for so long, and you think you know everything about them, and then new tanks get introduced, for example, VZ that snipes onto the medium cross onto the hill, CS gets introduced.
We've seen many VZs today, haven't we, Kihan? We've seen many VZs so far, haven't we?
We'll have to see. I mean, you can also take the 50B if you choose to do so from the defensive side. We'll have to see what happens here. And let's hope that Trigg analyzed their games well that they had against Fame. Also analyzed their games well that they have in the group stage. I believe they played Cliff as well quite extensively there. Same, obviously, for CSA. And what do you expect from this to come? Is it going to be a 1-1 split, or is it going to be...
Well, hopefully not, Kihan.
Hopefully not. For Trigg.
1-1 split would not be good for Trigg, yeah?
I mean, technically speaking, it should be 1-1 currently, but it's not. So they have to, you know, put that on themselves. All right. As I believe momentarily we should see the tank lineups, obviously. Some beautiful shots of the map here, but in we go, into the game we go. First of all, it's going to be a Trigg attacking here. They're doing so with 6 to 60s.
6 to 60s, double TVP, 5 CSs, double chief. CSA, well, it's the clash, man. It's 260 versus 277. 6 277s. 6 CSs, about a 50B and a chief. The thing is, when people ask 260 versus 277, 260 is faster. 277 has the alpha advantage, but also 260's gun is more enjoyable and reliable to play without a stabilizer, because obviously they do play without a stabilizer. It's more enjoyable to play without a stabilizer than the 277 gun.
Alright, now we do see the initial splits here. Trigg sending double TVP and double CS on towards the middle. Meanwhile, everyone else, save 2 chieftains, I think, going towards the 1-2 line, which they take immediately. And now the CS is spotting themselves out, each other, on the crossing here. No damage taken currently as of yet, and that double TVP, it will get work done onto the CSs that are being pushed up and over towards the hill. No fire yet, so that's going to be very, very good, but Kurmelet's already down to a one-shot. We will see if he is able to survive. Spieler in his TVP, and also Kunik getting annihilated. CSA over pushing decisively, which is triggering Trigg into a middle repush here, where 277s are probably going to get collapsed upon.
Yeah, these 277s are going to collapse upon Meshke and Ochk running away there. But now these 260s are going to have to continue pushing into Crossfire, and this is good for CSA right now. NK, OK, and Meshke, they all need to start helping their 260s. These people need a buddy. They need a buddy system even, because right now Trigg looks down and out. A blow-up coming out on towards the 277 though. Pippi and Manye now pushing on towards Nalosaurus here. The HP still kind of close here. Combat in that 50B hands a lot of it. Pippi's on fire! He's gonna burn down the whole way, adding insult to injury for the Trigg tanks, where Samu is Amoracked as well, and he gets picked up by Nalo. Finally, Crazy Wire goes down in his CS. Froley with 2 shells available. Now trying to help on towards Nalo. Froley's down towards the one-shot though. It's still possible here for Trigg. It's not down and out yet. Again, I would like to remind you of the amount of HP that the 50B on the CSA team has available to him, you know? Like the 50B, 1.4k HP. Because Trigg is up in HP now again. This repush onto the side is actually working for them. Top Gun's still alive as well. And this was a good reaction from Trigg, getting out of that middle, giving up on killing Trandorf, and going for Nalo, killing the CS and the bomb. Top Gun here, surviving Top Gun here, farming even. NK in the meantime picking up Trandorf now in that 277, and Combat is left to his own devices. He's probably not very happy with how the way the game is going. Top Gun here with that overpeak, that was not worth it, my man. That wasn't worth it whatsoever, because now Lucan is free to peek. Top Gun, you should just go for the damage here. You don't hit the cupola. You do hit the cupola. Never mind. Why did I even doubt him? Why did I even doubt him?
He hits those MLG snipe into the cupola, and this probably means that he will, yeah, there we go, certainly be able to secure another shot of damage into the 277. Now we see Froley, who was pretty high HP, but now is down to a one-shot in the backchat, has rotated around to give some sort of crossfire here. Needs to be very careful, though. The CS is already on his way. Now the 50B Combat also getting picked up, and Trigg now in the firm lead here. 3k, make that 2.5k HP advantage, and Froley doing the right thing here with the rotation. But the thing is, Trigg, they have just so much HP, and they also have the gun advantage that they can play with. And NK there now with a very, very daring cross, does make it out here as a one-shot. And now Mani and Victory, they need to make it work with those 260s in the middle. Obviously, the 277 could one-shot Mani. No other tank currently on the field could. Sorry?
It's game over.
It's game over? Yeah, if Trigg play it right. We already called it once.
No, this is game. This is more secure than Himmels. They have 6 minutes. They need. Okay, listen. All they gotta do is just put Meshke on the cap, or put one of their one shots. Yes, on the cap. That's all they gotta do, man. Like,
well, do they know that they can rotate there freely? Do they have all the information?
Sani is gonna take some damage on this crossing. He should.
Oh, that was some damage taken by Ice Sunny here, so HP advantage now down to 600.
Need to go to the
Mani, another shot here into Sakalito, so it is down to 3k versus 4k
Listen,
HP.
My senpai told me win is a win. Right? Cap points are also known as
win points, efficiency points.
No. That's not the term I'm looking for, Key.
Then tell me, finally, we do have a cap, and it is started by a Trigg here, as you called it. Oh, nice shot. Victory here hitting that bar over the gun mantlet by the 277.
I think from this angle, Key, on 277, he can pen the whole roof. Heat shooting down on 277 roof.
Yeah. That bar, though, it gets completely unangled. I think that was even what he was aiming for. And now, see it.
They're capping, man. Amazing.
Yeah.
And they have more time than Himmelsdorf.
Oh my god, 5 minutes even. We're gonna have... Oh, do the 277s. Look, both of them don't have a gunner. Let me actually check if...
They don't have a medkit. They're all playing with Speed Governor. So Lucan comes in now. Lucan dies. Now Lucker and Saka trying to pick up NK in the middle, though. Froley picks up a kill. Lucker picks up a kill. Trigg, don't do it to us. Don't do it to us. Not like this.
Oh,
Not
Froley
like this.
falls in his
Meshka
bad shot.
picks up
That should
Froley
be it
though.
here.
It should
Sakalito
be
is
it.
going to peek here. Oh, nice shot by
Orange
Okir, and he
picks up
even...
Luck.
yeah, he is going to take one shot by Sakalito.
fine.
If it doesn't get
It's
set on
fine.
fire, it's super fun. Ooh, Sakalito.
Man,
even-
listen, dude. This double TVP was the most useless thing I have ever seen in my life, by the way, for this strat. It was, I'm sorry to say it, terrible. Like, actually terrible.
I
The-
mean...
This double TVP going into the middle and clipping a CS going on the hill when they... Okay, Key. CSA is not on 1-2 line with their 277s. We're playing a trivia game here. Where are the 277s, Kihan?
Maybe Trigg just, you know,
Where
coming
are
in.
the 277s?
Obviously, they are
Kihan?
going to be middle, but I'm trying to find, you know, why...
No,
Trigg-
there's no. The TVPs have to run straight. Like they have to run away immediately towards around the hill, so they can punish CSA driving through the middle, and then as a return of this, okay, so the TVPs run away to behind the hill basically, so they can clip the push through the middle. As soon as there's no commitment on 1-2, they have to bail. They have to bail to either towards the ramp or the building, so they can clip the crossing, force CSA tanks to push them.
The connections, Spieler
Yeah.
only
For,
4-2-2.
forcing the CSA tanks to push towards them to kill them, right? Because now CSA could just drive over the middle straight to the corner. Otherwise, they would have to commit more tanks to kill them, so they can repush middle, right?
I mean, I'm just trying to, you know, make it sound like it was maybe a 5-head play, forcing CSA to overpush in the middle.
No.
Yes, they get the TVPs.
CSA
but
has to overpush either way, almost.
Yeah,
CSA is almost forced to
CSA
overpush.
gets the TVPs, but what do they get in return? Maybe they don't have the position.
If
Nah.
CSA doesn't
okay,
overpush...
let's just agree on the TVPs shouldn't be there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm, you know, I was just trying to make it look good for Trigg, but in the end, I do agree with you.
It looked really good when those double TVPs go off reload, and the first one dead to 277. And the second one dead as well, because the 277 with Speed Governor gets there basically at the end of your clip of the TVP. But then you still have to turn, run, and drive away.
I mean, in the end, though, Trigg proving themselves right here by
It should be 2-1
taking...
for Trigg.
Should be 2-1 for Trigg. It is...
I did like what Trigg did on the south though, like they made some good reactions. So CSA crossed over double CS to behind the rock, Trigg pushed 2 CSs behind the rock themselves to kill them, eliminating that crossfire. And then when they repushed the middle, they didn't stay there to die on the corner because they were in complete crossfire. They were like, Trandorf can stay alive, we go for Nalo. And then they were able, with the guys from 1-2, to kill the CS as well in the middle, do a lot of damage to Froley, and then pick up Nalo eventually. And for CSA, I mean, the 50 beats, a nice pick, right? But it is a big portion of their HP at an endgame scenario. He can't repush 1-2 because they just turn and kill him.
I mean, personally, I'm just happy to see that 260s did prevail over the 277s because, as already mentioned, I myself am more of a 260 enjoyer because I despise the 277 gun. We'll have to see. Now, the map will get flipped around, so CSA now, yeah, going to have it make it work for them. Obviously, they are still leading here, even though they shouldn't. We said this already. And if they don't manage to make it here, I think we can have another quick look at the pick and bans too, because it slips from my mind currently what the tiebreaker map was. Was it Ensk? Yeah. So, if Trigg is able to...
At least one of us is paying attention.
Okay, dude. If Trigg is able to make it work on their own map pick, like CSA was able to on theirs, then we will see a tiebreaker, but CSA is going to do everything that they can, that it doesn't come to this. I think I predicted 3-1 CSA, so I'm going to be cheering for CSA next round, by the way.
Listen, dude, all I'm going to say is that Insane and me would be right if Trigg wins the next round, because it would have been 3-1. So we're going to count that as a 1 prediction.
That sounds
because
an
we
awful
can't,
lot like Copium.
It's not Copium, and it's just straight facts. None of us can predict the guy in the cap, you know, driving to get shot instead of just capping it out for free.
Maybe I could, you know, because that's a play I would make.
Yeah, well, that's why you're casting. That's why you work
Together
for
with
Wargaming. Yeah, but I don't work for Wargaming, remember?
Oh. All right, we are headed in towards what may be the last round of the match in between both of those teams. Now Trigg coming in here with, how many is that? 7 CSs, a double Chieftain, then we have 5 260s once again, and the 50B as well, and CSA on the other hand, TVP 907, that is 6
Looks
CSs.
more like a Looks more like a middle still from CSA. I mean, they could go 1-2 with this as well because they have the
both
6
teams can
heavies.
split as they want.
Yeah, but the TVP is definitely going middle. The 907 looks to split out 1-2. But it's a split from CSA. They're still committing in 1-2. It's a 1-2 commitment from them. While Trigg is only sending 2 CSs towards 1-2 right now. The majority of their team is playing the upside.
Alright, it will be now down to this lower side engagement here, how much information will actually be gained by the side of Trigg. Top Gun going through there, Mehechke going towards the stone, doesn't take any damage. Top Gun, it will be down to him now to survive here. Is he able to actually do that? I don't think so, as CS is coming from the other side of the donut as well. And to me personally, right now it feels like Trigg is a bit later on their rotations than CSA.
I like it from Top Gun though. Dropping behind them still, yet staying alive. Trigg's now forced to push across the open. You are right, but they are going to take a heavy overmatch here, Kihan. They will have to push down into the lower side and actually... No, I mean, this repush here is gonna bleed so hard, but Trigg can still make this work. They blow up combat. They'll blow up Traundorf in a second as well. The 907 still fighting on the rock. Probably in the meantime picking up Freya. The middle is won by CSA. 3k HP lead for CSA as well. But now they lose one. They're gonna lose Lucan. They're gonna lose Radim. CSA is now pushing from behind as well. And Trigg needs to start focusing out these guns. Still 3000 HP to win again, a 50B, which is not coming into the game. CSA here with this split, kind of catching Trigg off guard. Now pushing in from all angles, going above them. And I think CSA has done just enough to actually move through the lower bracket. As now they have the surround on these Trigg tanks. And you are right, this repush from Trigg, pushing across the open when there's still a decent amount of tanks from CSA in the middle. It bleeds. It bleeds a lot.
Yeah, that rotation by Trigg, or maybe the call just a little too late, as we see Trigg gonna go down 3-1 here, and CSA, by the skin of their teeth, managed to be able to secure a match with a 3-1 here,
weird though,
where
Key.
it should be on a tiebreaker.
I mean, Insane can confirm or deny. When that's okay, so if you looked at the positions from CSA, right, Key? So the CS is at the north corner at E3, and 260 is all in F3, right? If Trigg actually decided to overpush the middle, they would still catch some tanks off guard, and the 260s from CSA, they would get like one shot each and then be having to drive a lot because Trigg would be driving over the middle in return. So I feel like for Trigg there, pushing over the middle would make more sense to split map in half for them, because they could have just driven over the middle. They have the 260s, and all of the CSA tanks, they only had CSs really, because all the 260s drove to the south corner. Yeah, they would lose a double CS, that's for sure. That is obviously for sure. But what probably would have been better, probably 3.7 in this TVP though.
Yeah, Froley making the TVP work here, probably reacting right, unlike the TVPs that we saw last round. And CSA gonna take the victory here. Yeah, if you don't have vertical stabilizer, you're running basically removed speed gunner and everything, you are not guaranteed to hit your shots in those 260s, even though the gun handling is pretty okay. And CSA, I think, with the reactions and with the exploits of the reactions that Trigg made, were, yeah, just looking better in this last round here on Cliff. Even though I think the Trigg guys, they're gonna be unhappy with themselves about the first Himmels round. That was...
Yeah, that first Himmels, man. They would be on a tiebreaker now.
14-14-13. Nice stuff by Froley, by the way.
Yeah, good shooting, good shooting. It wasn't the hardest shots, though, Key.
Yeah.
I
mean,
you know.
But you still need to make them in those kind of pressure situations. Anyway, Ducky, I think for the time being, once again, that was quite enough from us, because I believe Insane and Moth, they will have, once again, a lot to say about what we just witnessed.
Yeah, thanks guys for the casting again. And Mov, this time we had Trigg not matching the expectations we had, and CSA performing.
Yeah, CSA pulled through. I would like to point out I got another prediction correct, 3-1 for the side of CSA. It shouldn't have been though. The first game was a bit of a throw from Trigg, and just a little, you know. But it was quite a bizarre game the way it played out, and some of the other games as well. Trigg, you know, like in some of the battles, not necessarily knowing what to do in certain situations. So it looked a bit scuffed at times.
I don't know. I think that they have clue because they actually trained and prepared for the tournament. Probably prepared a lot even. But as you mentioned, their first emails very slow on the rotation. Daki said it also. not taking the cold shot for free. Then the next round on Himmels, just going for the full gamble and pushing lower side. CSA just waiting for them in the 1-2, so just finishing them and taking the round. And when you play a BO5 and you're already down 2-0, it's really hard to just get back in the match. But Moff, I guess the replays are ready, so we should just take a look at them.
Yeah, psychologically, it's hard to get back from 2-0 down. This first game on Himmels, though, was really weird. CSA decided to abandon the hill quite early on in the game. We can see them clearing the 1-2. Trigg went to the hill fully, and then they had the couple 279s left in the base there. CSA probably realized they couldn't push into this, and then we cut after like 5 minutes later. Trigg eventually realized that CSA fell back into the camp, and they start pushing out these positions. Nalo gets dug out there, and then they push on to the other tanks.
Yeah, I mean, that was so slow from the side of Trigg. That push could just happen like 2-3 minutes earlier, and they would have no issues to cap at the end, because they were actually trading better than the CSA tanks along those streets on Himmelsdorf. So the Hungarian team just going 1-0 down straight on the BO5, and that's probably not what you want. CSA coming up with a pretty strange tactic, just defending just all over the 1 to 5 lines. What happens if you just go and cap at K5, K6?
Yeah, I think their original strategy, they saw what Trigg was doing, and they were like, okay, well, we can't play the hill, and then they thought, okay, we can't push into their base. They've got 3 279s already set up, so they in their mind, they probably saw the only solution was to camp.
Decap, though.
But that decap at the end, I don't know how he managed to get that one in. The next game, pushing on the 1-2 from the side of Trigg. I think we've seen a strategy from them recycled a little bit when they played it in qualifiers, but this push is just completely countered from CSA.
Exactly. As you mentioned, that's the difference between CSA and FAME. CSA FCs have a brain, so they can actually take right positions and counter that push. Meanwhile, it was not the case for FAME, that got clapped by Invil in a similar fashion. Good stuff from CSA. The Czech team just showing up strong, countering that initial opening and going up 2-0. It was maybe a bit more slopey on the cliff fronts, but you mentioned it. Just a pure counter, having all the tanks ready here, just the CS is on the hill to get the crossfire angles and holding strong.
Yeah, once CSA were already in the positions, Trigg didn't really have a way back into this game. There was no other fallback strategy or anything like that. Just getting pushed out. The first cliff game, CSA just went straight up and over the middle. They had Bachat CSs. This double TVP, they go to the middle trying to clip a CS to go up, but they just get a 277 Sakalito to the face. I would point out, though, that while those TVPs are going down, Trigg are actually killing the double CS you can see in G2. They're just killing those guys, and then the repush does come in straight away. So it's quite quick reactions from Trigg, even if the TVP shouldn't die there.
I think there are two major mistakes that Trigg made there. First of all, they should utilize the CSs coming from the 1-2 lines to just ram those two ones from CSA to not let them take the G2 positions. And second of all, they saw that there were like no commitment from the side of CSA on the 1-2, so they had to be on the top and push past the mid, so they had to just run. Daki also said it. In the last tournament, we saw Invil playing almost a similar tactic, but the difference between Invil and Trigg is that Invil has the reactions and the rotations properly prepared. So Trigg, they were kind of lucky to get that round, because actually CSA could just take a 3-0 there.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that Trigg, after, even with the initial blunder, they made a good reaction to still secure the round there. Some Top Gun did some nice plays as well, hitting the 277 Capola. That one's not super reliable to pen all the time.
Huge fail there, Moth. I mean, we have been playing and watching Cliff for ages. There is something you don't have to do. If you go with every tanks on the middle, you never repush the donut when the team is just going with most of their forces there, because that repush just doesn't work. You get all the damage from the mid crossing, and then you just push into all of those guns ready to just take you down, and the HPs are talking for themselves. CSA just taking the advantage, forcing the strict tanks to just go down and drop, and then they're retaking all the advantages, having the higher ground around the donut.
Yeah, I mean, even after they push out these positions, Trigg, they had to go down to kill the heavies that were there from CSA, and once they go down, they've lost all the positions. CSA can just close and circle. The CSs are coming in now, and the 50B Exo, he's on full HP, but he can't really do anything in this kind of hold down engagement here. CSA just circling and closing the net.
Definitely good stuff. from CSA. I mean, I think it's a bit disappointing from Trigg. They were not matching the expectations we had. It was just the BO5, so it's hard to show everything you possibly have. But they had to play strong on those two maps. And they made a lot of mistakes. And actually, CSA, experienced team, just playing around those mistakes and finishing them.
Yeah, I mean it's three games and it's over, right? So you don't if you go behind early and then you stumble, it's really hard to just suddenly get back into it, especially the way they lost the first game, like losing that when you were, I think it was like 1 second away from cap or something, and then you just get reset, and you know that you should have won that game even more convincingly. So it's just really tough to take.
I think, Moth, it's time for the last match of the day. Fame against Goodnight Nomi. Goodnight Nomi had a lot of time to watch all the teams playing. Fame, they are on the recovering, I think. And maybe Silence will just take over a few rounds to lead because that was not working the best against Invil with the Russians. Anyway, we will have to see what they have to show to us because now we're just going to go back to the casters. Take it away, guys.
All right, Insane today with a knife between his teeth with
Dude,
some
listen,
roast,
man,
dude.
if there was a bus parked in front of Insane's house, he's showing a flabber positive left shot straight under them, dude. Like he's literally true. And then he's taking the bus and he's like, go back once more, dude. Drive backwards. Yeah, okay, now we're good. Now we're good. I think we're okay for now.
Maybe they can redeem themselves, though. We are going to see a match in between Fame and the second Polish team that have made it to the playoffs. We can see the community predictions here hugely in favor of Fame. That does not do justice towards Goodnight Nomi, in my personal opinion, because they looked very, very good, not only in the qualifiers, but they also were able to have some good showings in the group stage here. And yeah, it is a team that is sometimes bleeding players on towards the, I guess, number one Polish team currently, which is Invil, but they are still able to bring up quite some very, very knowledgeable and skilled players.
Yeah, and GX Nomi, we also saw them in 7v7 key. They did well there, nonetheless. So they're a team where we expect a lot from them. I did watch some of their games in groups. They have some interesting stuff, but they can also be kind of countered with what they play and what they do. But we'll have to see how it works out here for them against Fame. Having to wait 3 matches to play, though, they might be sleeping already. But map pick and bans, Himmels being removed from Fame, and then Cliff getting deleted by GX Nomi, going into Sand River as our first map, Ensk as our second map, Fame banning Live Oaks, GX Nomi banning Fisherman's Bay, CSA is not banning Prokhorovka, but that's okay, and then Murovanka is going to be our tiebreaker.
All right, that should, I think, be a Fame ban coming in here, judging by the order of how the pick ban works. And yeah, Sand River is going to be our first map of the day. Sand River, very, very interesting map to play on. And what do you expect going into this? I think regarding predictions for this, I went with a 3-2 for Fame, regardless. But what's your take on it?
I think Fame will recover here. And like Insane said, I think Silent is leading on Sand.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm sort of curious. To be honest, first of all, the ban of Himmelsdorf is a very interesting one for me, for the team of Fame, because historically speaking, after the win, I believe that was 2017 in Moscow, where Fame was able to take the victory there on Himmelsdorf.
Hasn't always been a strong map, yeah.
It was
hasn't always been a strong map.
It was sort of considered to be, you know, their backyard, at least by large parts of the community on EU.
Yeah, but Polish teams also love Himmels. So
they do. So yeah, there we go. It has updated. So Prokhorovka, indeed a ban by Fame going into this match. Still waiting for your prediction though.
My prediction? No.
It's like,
I already put my prediction in. Oh, 3-2 for Fame, I said.
So we are, I think for the first time today, actually on the same page regarding our predictions.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope that the games will start soon. And then we will be able to watch, as was previously said, the last match of the day, which is going to confirm our second match of tomorrow. The first one obviously already been locked in with the Victors of the upper bracket rounds, Raid and Invil, are going to start it off tomorrow. Coincidentally, those were also the two teams that made it as head of their groups, so deservedly so. A good performance over the past week or two by both of those teams. Also, coincidentally, both of those teams were the ones pre-invited from the last Clan Showdown tournament, where they also managed to score first and second respectively. So don't forget to tune in then at 4 p.m. Tomorrow for what might be a cracker of a match. First of all, though, let's head into Sand River. Let's head into Fame against Goodnight Nomi. All of us here going with a Fame victory. Moth the only one to only give Goodnight Nomi one round. So discarding them a little, we'll see if that one holds true. And Goodnight Nomi gonna come in here on their attack with an EBR and STFV on Sand River, and a CS 22279. The rest is Chieftains. That makes 9 of them. And for Fame, we see double CS, 1 EBR, 1279, so 11 Chieftains.
Yeah, EBR for both teams, even Fame on the defensive side with the offensive yes, but they do have that EBR. The SRV usually meant to counter a straight K-line push because of that insane DPM and gun, you know, really missing the shots when they're pushing K-line. But you can see GX Nomi here doing a split in the beginning. They're sending a decent amount of tanks towards the south, they're keeping some in the base, and they're also, at the same time, they're trying to control every part of the map.
Yeah, sometimes controlling every part of the map is gonna end up with you not controlling anything. We're gonna have to see how it works out. Now, Fame, they are defending. They have a lot of Chieftains in the F3 area where they can't really contribute towards north. They have to sort of work to get towards south, but then now they're being rotated in towards that middle line here. And I'm very curious as to how much damage they will actually be able to inflict, as they have already taken one shot of damage.
Yeah, Jordan and the other 279 are going to hold strong there. Fame now driving, plowing down the middle even with those tanks. They're leaving one behind in crossfire, which is a fairly common move. And now GX Nomi kind of stuck on the K-line at this moment in time. They're not going for the overpush towards 1-2 line, which we see very often, or in other words, they push 1-2. Yeah, I mean, this is weird from GX Nomi right now because they're going to slowly start losing the positions, and now they're starting to pressure up 1-2 line.
Yeah, indeed. Now they're starting to pressure up 1-2 line where they have an overmatch should they decide to commit everyone in. However, they will bleed heavily on towards the tanks that are positioned in the middle by Fame. So far, 2 tanks being pushed up. Fame, I think, has 3 Chieftains that are tucked in tightly in that J3 position, basically.
You see
into
this,
the dune.
Key? You see this here? These guys are pressuring these guys. If Fame gets enough tanks now to take over the north, right? If they take over towards here, they will be putting the pressure onto these guys and completely crossfiring them. So GX Nomi has to push south here almost. I don't know why there's 2 tanks where Silent and Dragos was. It's usually not needed and unnecessary. And Elian also, when you play this position here, right? When you play here, you're always playing on the lower side of the in general, so you don't get crossfired from the top, which is what Elian is getting right now. He's gonna kind of die for free there. You don't play in between the buildings. You never play in between the buildings. You always play on the lower side.
Now Silent has joined up with Gotcha Baby, so it's a 2v2 currently regarding the Chieftains in the southwest corner, but you can see that movement by the Chieftains of Goodnight Nomi that are coming over right now to support basically Carol and Marcel here, and Gotcha Baby and Silent, they have to respect this, rightfully so. They do, they drive away. They're probably gonna sell out Dragos if everything works according to plan here for Goodnight Nomi. Currently HP being traded and Fame trailing here by about 1k HP. Now finally Silent and Dragos need to book it out of there. However, Silent already having his engine taken out. Dragos also bleeding heavily. Silent barely making it here. And Gotcha Baby, he will have to retreat behind a different dune as well. Elian taking another shot in his Chieftain down to a one-shot here. Minaro's already over 3k damage, probably happily farming from the backlines onto Silent and Dragos here. And Fame, this is not looking good for them currently. Yes, they did split Goodnight Nomi, but this means that Goodnight Nomi can shoot them from multiple angles.
Yeah, now Fame actually taking an overpush in the base of GX Nomi. A little slow on this, already down in tanks, now down in guns as well. Finally pushing zero line as well. It all seems a little bit slow at this moment in time. Dragos finally falls. Gotcha Baby is trying to survive to the best of his ability. Elian actually alive as well. Flower goes down in his Chieftain. And now you can see GX Nomi just starting to edge themselves ever so slightly ahead. They lose the CS to GXNomi. Nile here in front of these chieftains, putting the pressure on, but it's a 3v3, and this is not a 3v3 that Fame is realistically gonna win. Benzo now coming in as well to help Nile, but it's again not looking good. Joseph goes down in the CS as well, and what looked like a strong start for Fame is now falling to pieces, actually.
Indeed, here Benzo and Lepshaw are gonna get pushed here by the superior numbers available for Goodnight Normie, and that STRV that was able to frontally brawl against the Fame tanks, just able to, I guess, give that little edge that they needed. And now Reaction here in his 279, almost full HP, still left to wonder where it all went wrong for them, as he's probably gonna have to drop back, but that's not gonna save Fame, as Goodnight Normie still have 13 tanks available to them, and Fame is trailing with just 5.
This round is over completely, and look at the HPs of GXNomi though, Key. Look how many of their team are one-shots.
Yeah, they were just able to keep them alive because Fame couldn't really overpeak into those one-shot areas of Goodnight Normie to basically make those shots count, because there was just so many angles from Goodnight Normie. And yes, Fame, as you said, they did a good job of basically splitting the map, but as soon as you have this H7 position that you pinged, Shockish immediately was very low there, down to 800, and if you peek anywhere to do shots onto some kind of tanks, then you will get shot into the side of your turret, because you have the tanks in the base, you have the tanks on the K-line, and yeah, they're just gonna farm you to pieces. Fame unable to take the first round here. They get beaten on Sand River, and Goodnight Normie looking good.
I wouldn't go that far, actually. I really wouldn't go that far. I think Fame established positions that they needed and then did nothing with it, allowing GXNomi to come back, because there is room. Like GXNomi, it looks really clean because it had so many tanks left alive, but when you get pressured in the middle, like you like they did, you almost have to make a straight reaction. If Fame played better there and actually made the moves across the north to pressure zero line faster to crossfire the tanks in the base from GXNomi together with the middle, then they're in some serious trouble. Also, Dragos, Silent, and Gotcha Baby. There's not supposed to be 3 tanks there. You can't even really play close to the corner. One of them is always supposed to be further back. Now they got 3 there stuck. Then they were getting pushed. They decided to run away. But this running away for Dragos and Silent didn't really result in too much whatsoever. If they were further back already at that point, it would be fine. Because when you were in the scenario that Fame was in, where you have middle, you're starting to win the north, you only have to realistically hold the AK line push. Like a 1-2 push. You don't have to be close anymore. You can retake it later when you force GXNomi to rotate all over the place. What needs to be done is kill the 279s, kill the tank that is at B0, and use those tanks from the middle to crossfire the tanks in the base. The K-line focus almost completely disappears at that moment in time. And they really give up 3 tanks there for Fame, and Alien's position as well. When, like I said, when you play the covering position for the tanks pushing middle, you play in the river itself. You play low in the river, so you can't get crossfired from the tanks that are coming on your right hand side on top of that dune.
And we're once again, I guess, back to asking ourselves, is it the lack or the basically, yeah, just the wrong speed, i.e. the slowness of the communication for the side of Fame, i.e. are the moves that the players are supposed to make, are they actually being, you know, relayed fast enough for them to execute them properly? Is basically the underlying idea of the tactic being communicated properly? Because I guess, you know, a good opening is due to players taking a look at the map tactic and being like, okay, this is where I'm supposed to go, and that is what I'm supposed to do there. But obviously, a tactic only lasts until the first contact with the enemy. From there on out, you're left with improvisation, and that improvisation needs to happen fast.
They even started off well. I mean, Jordan was down towards a 2-shot. They could have even pushed up and over through G8 with like 2 or 3 tanks to cut GXNomi in half completely, and even crossfire the guy at B0, which I think they were aware there was somebody there. Like, if they pushed Jordan over, yeah, they would take some shots, but Jordan would die. Then you force GXNomi to push down back from their own base from F0 into that dip, which is always a losing move, because you get stuck in that dip, you can't leave it anymore later. And then return Fame could push off a 0 line then and kill the CS, for example, and then crossfire the guys in base again. There was a lot of openings there for Fame, but none of them were taken. None of them were even, I don't know, like none of them were taken, none of them were used. They stayed too long on the J line, giving Nomi actually an opportunity back into the game because they were far behind in terms of position and reactions at the beginning. But then when the 1-2 line starts falling, everywhere else on the map, Fame position started falling as well. I mean, they then pushed through the riverbed into the STV and double chief from behind, but that was never going to be a winning play either.
Yeah, and the SUV, like, it got to farm very, very well. There was no answer found for the tank that stayed alive to the end. Anyway, Fame now going to be attacking here, and they are doing so with 2279, 1 EBR rest chieftains. For Goodnight Nomi, we see 1 EBR, double CS, 4 279s, and also rest chiefs.
Yeah, also rest chiefs, Fame, 2279. All Chiefs, 1 EBR, double C against the 4-2-7-9s. This could be a kill and over push from Nomi, though, if you look at it. Those 4-2-7-9s, like we see them peeking over the J line very often. But it looks more split from GX Nomi. They're actually seem to be going to the crossing to snipe. No, they're actually going very heavy north here. Very, very heavy.
All right, Minairos there. Nice move with the handbrake. Able to spot out 3, 5. But I think that might be all of the chieftains here for Fame. So a lot of information gathered. However, not really able to punish quite yet. And I think he did connect that shot. So good stuff from the EBR, realizing that he could shoot there with impunity to deal a shot of damage onto Shockish. And now we have to see how this opening here by Goodnight Nomi unfolds. Positive already taking 1 shot of damage by I think one of the CSs, and now Goodnight Nomi are going to establish a nice hold here in the middle with a double 279 that need to be careful not to get farmed from the base. We already see the reaction from Fame, sending chieftains back over towards their own base and establishing south as well. Elian taking 1 shot here, not really paying attention in my opinion.
These 279s are usually too tall to play that position. The Fame has to be careful here, though, because GX Nomi could do a full K-line repush at this moment in time, and Fame has slightly too many tanks in the base at this moment in time to fully hold this. They are within quick rotation distance, though, but they don't have the early info. But you can see those 279s a little bit too tall, I think, for that position. I mean, even chieftains can normally be shot there, so Fame is just taking some free damage here, but they have to be really careful from a K-line repush.
I think is crucial here, because he's going to be able to spot the 279s continuously for all those chieftains here, and at some point in time, some of the shots from the K-line are going to connect. I think they are resorting to HE currently. To basically pummel down those 279s. Yeah, here 55 damage, and I think Jordan is going to make a shield for his buddy Marcel here, down to 370 HP. Marcel taking another HP.
But Minero's getting cleared at the same time as well. Minero's dropping low. Positive coming down the middle there with the EBR run. The Fame players realizing they're getting spotted from that position. There's not many bushes along the edge that can be played, and Marcel is not having a good time right here.
No, Marcel continuously taking HE shot after HE shot. Now he already repaired his commander, or rather healed him. Now the loader is dead, so definitely, as you called it, not having a good time here. Also, the turret is currently yellow, and he needs to stay behind the stone that you currently see at the bottom left of the screen, simply because otherwise the...
He's taking pens, though. Like, look at the cupola, where it is. It's on this right-hand side. I mean, there's 2 cupolas, right? There's a cupola on the right, there's a cupola on the left. Both can be hit. They're going to kill him over time.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to stay completely safe, and that will be 2 279s for almost free for Fame here, who are currently up 3.5k HP. And they should be like 4k HP after they kill the 279, and then also up 2 guns. And currently no real reaction happening for a Goodnight Nomi. They're probably bargained that the 279s in the middle would stay alive for longer. I am wondering why Fame doesn't really send one tank maybe towards H2, where he would have an additional angle on the 279. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, yeah, down to a 2-shot now. If it continues like this, basically like 13, 14, 15 more HE penetrations, and Feely is just going to be able to spot with impunity. At this point in time, I wonder, though, how many more HE shells do the Fame tanks actually have? Silent now taking the F1 position. That is one from which you can crossfire the 279 that just went down towards a 2-shot.
Elian gets it. Elian picks it up. Good stuff there from the Fame tanks. You can see GX Nomi now very, very centered around the base, and they have a shield. They will have a shield. They have Manio and that chieftain behind him that are going to be making a shield for each other. That shield, however, is not that effective as other shields, because if you just get overpushed there, it usually turns out to be pretty rough.
Indeed, especially as the chieftains pouring down from that F1 position will have the upper ground, so the 279 would get nailed and melted almost immediately. And this is now very, very passive by the side of Goodnight Nomi. They have retreated towards the northwestern side of the map, Fame having complete south control, but I don't think they realized that they could take northeast as well.
I mean, they're just creeping up at a chieftain on the 8th. Basically, when this push comes, when they make this push, it's all about... I mean, Dragos is going to start progressing down the middle. He's going to spot out the shield there. There's a lot of information, right? A lot of information gained for the side of Fame. When they make this push on 1-2 line, they just have to make sure that they have 2, maybe 3 tanks defending the base. It's more than enough because the 0-line push takes forever to actually succeed. It's a very, very long push while you're over pushing their base. All that you need is to push past into E1. So you take your tanks, you push into E1, you kill those 2. Yeah, some people are gonna die, it does not matter. But in return, you're gonna kill those 2. And once you get on the cap, you already saw what happens. The chieftains that are E8, they're gonna be able to crossfire Zikibu, right? That 279 there behind the walk. We saw Raid use that already last tournament. He will be able to crossfire.
Ooh,
They will be able to crossfire that 279.
Dragos, I think, starting to outtrade Manio here completely. Yeah, there we go. That was one good connection. Let's see if he can follow it up with a second one. He can indeed. Manio now down to 1400 HP. And the Fame tanks, yes, they are spotted, but I'm not entirely sure if enough Goodnight Nomi tanks will be able to actually farm this cross here. Now, heavy punishment taken by Lefshaw already, who is down commander and Emmerich, but the rest of the Grey tanks are just pouring into this position here. Also, F1 now getting taken by 2 tanks of Fame, who are still taking heavy punishment, but I think they have enough of an HP advantage to carry on pushing. Chikibu now also down to 566 HP, and this Fame push here is currently working, still up 2k.
Yeah, they still need to kill the chieftain behind the shield, but the shield was actually not that good at all. The 279 can't really shield a chieftain effectively, and you could see that the Fame tanks turned that turret, just simply annihilated him. And now you can see Gotcha Baby is actually making a shield for the tanks behind him as well, but GX Nomi is all in the base. And Gursky is already getting tracked, already getting held, already going down as well, and now it's easy pickings. It's, you know, they got tanks playing up front, Gotcha Baby didn't need to shield there, they just need to peek, he goes down, it's okay, doesn't matter. Strong showing here. GX Nomi, interesting opening, not working out, getting pushed back into a defensive position that really didn't work for them. And we can see the result of this, a cap victory. They would have killed all of them anyways. So 1-1 coming out of Sun River.
Indeed, 1-1 from the map pick of Fame, and yeah, Fame looking better in the second round, just, you know, taking crossfire positions, countering the positions that were basically taken by Goodnight Nomi. A good part of the match was us just looking at the 279s, wondering when they would actually die, but that is...
I told you they're too tall, man. Even on a Chieftain, you have some small shots if they peak, so their 279 being taller, I don't know what they were trying to achieve with this.
I guess you would have to ask them, because they didn't really commit down the northeastern part of the map either, which is normally why you have tanks there, is basically so you can support the push that goes down through the enemy's base. But that didn't happen completely. Like, the 279s, as soon as they had established those positions there, they seemed like, you know, sort of an anchor position, but in this case the anchor was dragging them all down.
I mean, they lose 2 tanks for free, so what is the point?
As I said, you're gonna have to ask them to find out. And
I will not ask them. It doesn't matter. I mean, this opening from Fame is standard, right? It's a very standard opening from East. You go K-line, EBR spots. When the EBR sees nothing, you go back to base. And then you re-establish your own base, you establish a middle, you get the crossfire, and you do a good push on 1-2 line. And this is exactly what this is textbook break of this defense, actually.
Yeah, good stuff finally here, but yeah, Goodnight Nomi, we saw them obviously in the first round reacting very well to what Fame was doing. Just, you know, Fame was giving them sort of the small finger. They just responded with taking the whole arm. So I would say we are left with a deserved scoreline currently of 1-1 in this best of 5. And now we are heading over into our second map of the game.
Ensk coming in between these two. Not really sure what to expect between these two on Ensk. I haven't watched any of the trainings on Ensk or the what tactic really, so I'm not sure. It could go either way. It could go 1-1, man. I mean, or 2-0 for either team. I'm not sure, dude.
We'll have to see. Also, which attack was faster, which might be important for a possible later tiebreaker. Because
I think GX Nomis was faster.
GX Nomi. So
Can't you just check, Kian?
I can check, yeah. I can check. So the attack by Fame was 6 minutes and 45 seconds. And the attack by Goodnight Nomi was 5 minutes and 28. So currently, the tiebreaker rules are whoever has the faster attack picks the side. And I think it is if no one was able to take an attacking round, then whoever did more damage on their attacking round.
Yeah, indeed. Those are the rules. But we are not at a tiebreaker yet, Kihand.
No, first of all, we are at Ensk, and I have to admit I was present at one of the trainings that Fame actually played on Ensk, and I wasn't impressed. I have to say this much. The communication wasn't really there. The tactic, while it might have been good, it relied heavily on player skill and communication, and while the player skill is most certainly there, I am 101% convinced of that. You might say otherwise.
Why would I say otherwise, Kian?
I don't know.
Why would I say otherwise?
I'm just giving you an opening to throw in a comment here and there, you know?
Yeah, well, the player skill would be lower if you were in the team. But
yeah, that is exactly why I am casting here with you together.
I'm here because I want to be. You're here because you're forced to be.
Okay.
That's a big difference, Kihan.
Okay.
Never forget that.
Never forget it. Anyway, game number 3 in between Fame and Goodnight Nomi is gonna come momentarily here. It's gonna happen on the streets of Ensk, where we're about to have ourselves a brawl, probably in between both of those teams, as the map is rather small. We see Goodnight Nomi coming in with an E3, an E4, a 2684, double chief. Then we have double 260, and the rest is 8 279s. For the side of Fame, we have 1 E4, triple E. That is actually 5 E3s, 1 2684, double chieftain, and 6 279s. That Fame lineup is very TD
heavy. Yeah, it's very TD focused. You can play very heavy rails control with this lineup. But they also need to see, of course, like the one thing that you do on Ensk immediately is that you see how many TDs the enemy team has, right? And when you see this, that they only have 3, you don't commit on the rails with all of your triangles immediately, because you have to be careful for a city push. You have to be really careful from a city push.
And
you want to establish rails, push down some of the rails, take field control in this regard, and get ready for a push on the city.
Yeah, Nile here in his 279, first of all, taking 1 or 2 shots here. Silent as well in the E3, and the chieftain that is above him has some okay shots, I guess, onto the upper side of the tank. Gursky now taking a nice shot by Silent here in return, though. And keep in mind, Goodnight Nomi is starting off this round here with a bit more HP. However...
Yeah, but 750 alpha guns, man. 750 alpha guns starting to come in hard now. And it's just like you see the damage that is taken. Goodnight Nomi is going to try and go for the overrun here. Jordan is on fire as well. Jordan driving down. Jordan is going to drive out of this game altogether. I mean, Niall's position is trading very, very efficiently. They pick up a first kill here as well. There's an ignite coming out onto where Shock is there, I think, as well. But look, Niall still alive. Of course, he's not a hacker. He's not driving through rubble. It's just a little bit of a Obsmod issue. But here comes the repush already from Fame on towards those 279s from GX Nomi. And you can see the alpha advantage, Kian, is very important. Because of those big TDs, because of those big alphas, every time they trade more positive if they hit their shots, because they are harder hitting. Those 279s need time to do the sustained damage, and you can see the result as well in the damage department, in the HP lead, in the gun lead that Fame currently has.
Indeed, and now Reaction here is gonna pick up T1 Gragash, actually Silent to pick him up, and now Fame is cleaning up those pockets of resistance by Goodnight Nomi in the northwestern part of Ensk. Manio probably very, very close to going down towards Reaction here, and now in comes the repush by the tanks of Fame that now have 5k HP advantage. Goodnight Nomi, they saw all those triangles being brought by the side of Fame and decided that they could not contest the rails. They tried a very, very aggressive push here over the city, but I guess all those held-down positions and all those houses that you can hide behind just not working out in their favor. Very, very rarely have I seen those city pushes work, actually, by the defender.
Yeah, this lineup that Fame is bringing is more of a Russian-esque lineup. They like playing with more TDs, more TD heavy, especially a team like Prim 2, where Flavor is from. And the issue comes against this lineup. If you don't, you can push the city, but you have to almost full push it with very little defending the base in the hopes of overrunning A2, B3, B4, and catch some of the TDs out of position, actually. is what you are going for. But it almost requires all of your tanks to push. You have to push the AB lines full, and you have to keep your guns alive in terms of, you want to be able to focus them out, keep your 279s alive, so you have that sustained damage, and drag those TDs out of position. But you could see as well that Fame actually, which was good in this regard, you read the lineup from your opponent when you start the battle, right? Of course, you read the lineup. You see that they have, I think it was like 3 TDs. I think Nomi had, or 2. Yeah, it was 3. So they have 3 TDs. So Nomi cannot challenge the rails. They cannot. If they even attempt to,
No, they will just
fight,
melt to the.
they will just die immediately. Those TDs will die unless they have the good spawn for it. So you could already see, for example, Silent, right? In his E3, he was in the window at the far back. And that allows him to get 2 shots on them driving in, basically, already. And then the other TDs, not all of them were committed. Like the 268 wasn't committed on the rails either. Reaction, that's another 650 shot every single time against a tank that you're not reliably going to pen. And you can see there, Silent 5k, he was in the window. Positive was there already as well. Those heavy hitting E3s make a big difference in that. Yeah, GX Nomi has more HP, but you got to imagine, Key, when you drive in to a lineup that has this many TDs, if they are hitting their shots, it doesn't matter.
Basically, as soon as each of the TDs does 2 shots of damage before the tanks are even there, the battle is won for the tanks with the TDs. And I think the reason why Goodnight Nomi didn't play slow here is that they lose in the slow game in the long run, as weird as that might sound, simply because angle after angle after angle is going to get taken by those high alpha TDs. And what you must not forget there,
you have to push this.
Yeah, is if the basically the E3s, they also have the armor, right? They can push.
Yeah, of course.
So I
mean,
think
GX Nomi is forced to either go full field,
which
I guess they were afraid of.
I guess
they should bleed heavily for it, yeah, especially against this amount of high alpha. It also depends on spawns, though, Kian, of course. Like spawns is a big thing in here. But with this amount of TDs, Fame can also just play the back rail, for example, the one at A6, and it's really hard to clear that if you go full field. And he puts a lot of crossfire on towards your tanks, for example. But in this full city, they have to keep pushing. They have no choice than to keep pushing and try and overmatch the tanks from Fame. But they actually had good positions, which makes me
realistically,
happy.
what do you do against a lineup like this? Pick more TDs
I think I would have gone full field, to be honest.
Full field.
I realistically think I would have gone full field still, because why not? Yeah, we'll take some damage from the E3s on the crossing. I don't know what Insane just said to me in my ear, but I wasn't listening. What did he say, Key?
I didn't catch it either, I have to admit.
Yeah. I mean, I think full green would still be a better choice, though. Maybe if some of the TDs make a mistake, because it's E3s pushing around corners, of course, is always annoying, right? Because it's still a TD. But, city push can work as well. I just say I would have gone for green. Don't say I would have won with it. I think I would have had a better chance, though.
All right, so a next round coming up once again on Ensk here. Fame now leading 2-1 over Goodnight Nomi. We are in a best of 5, so this is match point here for the international team of Fame, who are trying to stay alive basically in this tournament after losing decisively to Invil. Now Goodnight Nomi here coming in with an E4 and E3, a 268 before triple chief, and the rest is just gonna be 9 279s for the side of Fame. We have 1 E4 once again positive, then we have 4 E3s, 1 268 for triple chief, and then we have 6 279s. So once again, the triangle department going strong here for the Eagle Gamers.
Yeah, definitely. They have the more TDs, but they're also going very heavy city with this, behind this, Gian, as you can see. Because GX Nomi has, of course, the opportunity to snipe the crossing, which you see a lot of teams do, right? Snipe the crossing to get that initial damage, but you can see as well that Fame is not going to be getting caught there. They just have an E3 playing at the first rail, which is slightly uncommon, you could say, but nonetheless not bad. And they're very heavy in the city, very aggressive. And GX Nomi has been spotted with all of their tanks as well, though.
Yeah, and now reaction here with the 2684 getting spotted on the one line, also Silent with the Chieftain getting spotted. So this should ring all available alarm bells for the for the attacking side, actually, for Goodnight Nomi, that a city push is actually bound to happen. Shockish and Nile both taking a shot here in the C4 position, and now we're going to have to see if Fame is actually going to make it work here, that they took the city aggressively, but they are facing the same problem that basically Goodnight Nomi just had.
They did a lot of initial bleed, though, on their Just Egg, for example, but they do have the issue that they need to be careful from their own base and from the 2-line, because their 2-line is starting to be retaken now by Miku and his Chieftain. Chieftain is not the ideal tank for it, but he will start putting crossfire on towards the likes of Dragos and Levsha.
And we do see a reaction here coming in by Goodnight Nomi, who are already 1.5k HP down. They are starting to creep ever closer towards the Cap of Fame that is being defended by double E3 and the Chief. I think Positive could also make himself known there should an overpush come, but it looks to me like Goodnight Nomi are sort of second-guessing themselves, sending tanks north again to probably defend against what Fame is doing here, which is trying to push out the northwestern part of the map, but the position that Gragas is in is so hard, so difficult to push, but in comes the push actually. Fame obviously taking the first shots here, but it remains to be seen if they will actually be able successful with this one. Now they're sort of stopping, and this is very, very bad for them, because now they're in the open getting crossfired. The 279 armor isn't really gonna work, and indeed, the HP, they're shifting back in Goodnight Nomi's favor.
Yeah, and you can see GX Nomi actually starting to repush here as well, which may be a little bit too much of the good stuff. Trying to get that push, knowing that Fame still has like 4 or 5 tanks in their own base as well. Reaction now trying to back off, trying to stay alive with that 268 V4. HP kind of evening out here again, but the guns, Kihan. Guns are going to be the important thing, as Nile is getting pushed on, Flower is getting pushed on, Reaction's getting pushed on, Scatter is getting pushed on. Can Fame keep up the crossfires? Can they actually start eliminating some of the guns here for the side of GX Nomi? Because GX Nomi picks up another one. Fame's now down 3 guns with only 1 for GX Nomi. The HP is still good in this for the side of Fame though, but still they have to clear the field, they have to clear the rails. 2 kills going the way of Fame here. Good stuff from them. Even Reaction is going to die. If they can hold the city and take back over the rails, Kihan, this could work for them. But they need to stop peeking this corner now. They have to draw the tanks from GX Nomi back into the crossfire. Alien coming around. Okay, he should pick up Carl. He does in his big E3. They have the crossfire. They are winning the field. They are still down on guns though, but positions is what matters here. GX Nomi is going to have to continue pushing. They can't hold like this.
Yeah, location, location, location is currently the name of the game here for both of these teams, but mostly so for Fame. Manio unable to pick up Rizek. This is a big one, but Elian now getting collapsed upon in his high HP E3. Yes, he does have high alpha, but he also has big reload. And now also Flabber dying here in his 279, trying to support Elian, and this leaves Levsha and Rizek open to get collapsed upon. Shockish, Feli and Benzo on the other side, meanwhile, are trying to make it work as Joseph and Sokol have an honorable 1v1. Sokol low-rolling his shot. This enables Joseph to win the green for Fame, but Goodnight Nomi, they still have more guns. They have less HP for the time being, but the more guns they're able to take out, the better it works for them, and Levsha probably gonna get collapsed now here. Twist in his E3 will have to turn. Never mind that, Manu able to pick him up, and Goodnight Nomi just like that make that northwestern defense work for them. They will just now have to stay alive with their tanks until their supporting forces are there. All Fame HP currently on Feli, who manages to pick up the E4.
Yeah, the repush there from Alien inside that hangar, not really working out for Fame, I would say. I mean, they have some positions here, but it's 4v a lot from Nomi. Can you count it for me?
That is 7 currently, and 7 is definitely more than 4, is what I was told here in school. And now in comes the repush here for the side of Goodnight Nomi. Once again, they're trying to make their guns count, and I think they're going to be able to do that as they remove another one with Shockish from the game. Now Feli here out in the open, getting flanked, and he won't be able to even pick up Twist because that one is still on 1k HP, and Manu and Justek just beautiful work there, driving back into cover. So yeah, Feli is going to get picked up, and now 328 HP on Joseph and Benzo, both who managed to take one more 279 kill, but that is 5v2, and that does not bode well for the side of Fame, who will probably be able to do one more shot of damage, but the fact that Twist is still on 1k is going to break the neck here, and we are headed to a tiebreaker.
There was a big mistake there in the city. There was a big mistake. I mean, first of all, this push across was kind of scuffed. Like, they kind of went and they kind of stopped. But then Alien and Dragos repushing behind. They got 1 kill out of that. And I think Alien did like 1 more shot of damage, for example. The goal there from Fame, again, Insane can disagree if he wants to, at that point of the game should be to win the green and win Nomi's base. You basically halt the city. You set up your crossfire in the city for if they're repushing, and you go win the field in the meantime. And now Alien allows himself to get pushed on in a full HP E3. That's 2k HP down. I don't think he even traded positive.
No, I have to agree with you there, and I also have to second guess a bit as to what Fame was actually trying to achieve, because they were defending. They don't need to make that push into those unfavorable positions, to be honest. However, we did saw 2 very fast attacks here on Ensk, and now we're gonna let me just take a look. That was 5 minutes and 20 here by Goodnight Nomi. Let me just pull up the other result here and put it directly above it. And this was 3 minutes and 27. So yeah, Fame should have
gets to
side
decide.
selection. There we go.
Yeah, Fame gets to decide what they want to play on Muro. Probably they're gonna pick the defensive side on Muro. It would make sense, I guess.
I mean, we saw Fame attacking today on Muro, and even if Muro was an attack-sided map, after that Fame attack, I would pick defense if I was Fame.
I mean, you almost always pick defense anyways, because...
Alright, yeah, once again, map pick and bans, obviously. Himmels and Cliff were not even played. We just saw Sand River getting split, Ensk getting split, so it seems we have 2 very evenly matched teams. Live Oaks and Fisherman's discarded. I'm still waiting to see around the Fisherman's, by the way. Also Live Oaks. And yeah, Prokhorovka as well. Getting banned by Fame after picking it in the first game, or in the first match, I believe. So some things there probably went horribly wrong and they didn't want to, you know, revisit that map again. And now Muro as tiebreaker. Fame defending, I guess. I guess that's good for them, but to be honest, they haven't looked up to standard yet today.
Yeah, I'm really worried about this Muro. We'll see. I'm really worried.
Yeah, I guess if they can overcome the communication issues that evidently are there, they should be able to secure that victory. Once again, I don't want to discount Goodnight Nomi. They are here for a reason as well. And they have shown us that they can take rounds off of Fame, 2 of them namely, otherwise we wouldn't be in the tiebreaker. It is going to be an interesting round, what can I say?
I'm worried. I don't know. Depends what kind of style Fame plays on this defensive side of Muro. I'm kind of hoping that they park the bus, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I don't think it's that hard.
If you park the bus, you don't need to communicate as much, and that could come in handy for
If you
them.
park the bus, you literally wait for your opponent, and unless they have if you have a good camp, unless they have a great execution, they lose. So
we'll have to see. I think we are at the moment in the countdown that has already started for the players, so around 30 seconds until the round gets started. Quick recap already of the day though. Were there any complete upsets for you so far? Discounting this match.
yeah, Trigg losing this hard against CSA.
I mean, I was betting 3-1 on CSA in that match, so you know, and I also bet 3-2 on Fame here, so looking to put the next W on the
bet
board.
3-2 on Fame as well, buddy, and I got the first prediction right, so that would make it 3 for me.
Oh, we're gonna have to see. Anyway, what will certainly be the last round for today is about to take place. It is Fame against Goodnight Nomi here in the tiebreaker. Moff's prediction already down the drain. Insane, Ducky, and me still in it to win it. We are gonna find out which of the teams is actually in it to win it here, as this is now sudden death for both of those. Best of 5, 2-2, meaning match point for both of them. Goodnight Nomi attacking, coming in with double EBR, 1 CS, quadruple 279, Rest Chieftains. For Fame, we see triple EBR, 1907, double 279, and the Rest Chiefs as well.
Yeah, the triple EBR there from Fame is an interesting one. The 907 as well. I think we would probably need to take a look at his equipment at some point as well, because it should be interesting in some cases, because I know Silent likes playing an interesting 907 setup. And they're starting with a very heavy forest commitment here, Kian, with triple EBR.
Triple EBR Forest, yes, that is a stack that you try to do to basically force the enemy EBR off, to maybe pick him even up. If all of the EBRs connect their HEs, he theoretically is a one-shot. And I also just checked all the 279s by the side of Goodnight Nomi. None of them have config. All of them have hardening, turbo, rammer.
You see they're positive actually going over on towards Miko, not connecting. Risha, can he get the connection in return? He does. Good connection towards Miko. Miko down towards a one-shot here. Miko did not seem to expect the third EBR on the forest. He's down towards a one-shot now. I think he's going to survive. Nobody...
Ooh,
Ooh,
5
low
HP.
roll, 5 HP. 5 HP on Miko. Unlucky stuff there. Surviving, but barely. Good stuff. Basically an EBR dead for the side of GX Nomi.
Well, to be honest, an EBR on 5 HP
GX
can
Nomi,
spot as
same
well as
thing.
one on 1300 HP.
No, he's forced to be super passive, to be honest.
He does.
And look at Silence equipment, by the way. This is what I wanted to point out.
Oh my god, he actually has the binoculars in 2022. Oh my god.
He spots the red line from here, Kian.
Yeah, he spots the red line. He should spot all rotations. So very, very interesting stuff coming out from here. From Silent, I think there was once upon a time a player called Gengish Wolf in A140 that also sported the binoculars.
But if Goodnight Nomi pushes right now, they will catch Fame off guard because Fame is still rotating. They still rotate into the forest.
They are still rotating. However, those chieftains should then be able to farm if there is basically a dump over by Goodnight Nomi. They should be in positions currently. I think that rotation is sort of in time still. And Positive now getting spotted out in the EBR, spots some enemy heavy tanks in turn, makes it out without taking damage. Shockish and Silent, however, taking damage in return. The 907 actually getting spotted out. And those chieftains by Fame, they're not in safe positions, it seems, here at the hill in E8. They're bleeding heavily.
Yeah, they're all stacked on that hill there, and they're just getting crossfired right now by the tanks from GX Nomi. You can see the HP deficit as well that Fame is facing right now. They're down 3,000. They still have a 279 on the outside of C4 though, that is able to shoot those tanks overpeaking from GX Nomi, but actually no, that is not possible anymore as the 279 is driving down as well, and now the Fame tanks forced to cross over altogether into less favorable positions, abandoning 1-2 line even. And 4,000 HP difference here for the side of Fame. Scatter now forced to push up in his 279, getting bled heavily for this as well, getting overpeaked even by the tanks from GX Nomi. He does finally get to some point of safety. Marcel takes 1, takes 2 in return. Zikibu now peeking on the outside as well. Scatter in trouble. Scatter taking a lot of damage, and this is good for GX Nomi right now.
Yeah, I think it is not only Scatter that is in trouble, it is the entire team of Fame that are now trailing 6,000 HP here. Minairos trying to do his rounds here. That was a good shot by Rishek onto Minairos. However, that 500 damage is not going to cut it here for the side of Fame that are finally managing to claw some HP back here. That triple EBR, obviously a gigantic threat on towards Goodnight Nomi, because they can basically take a whole side and just bully CS's, EBRs, whatever they want. However, the first kill of the game has already gone in favor of the side of Goodnight Nomi. Scudder down and out, forced to watch from the sidelines. Now Feli, the German superstar, also getting picked up here by Jikibu, who is now, after 2 kills in this game, on 2 kills himself. And Fame, they are going to have to hunker down. They are going to have to hope for some misplays for the team in blue.
Yeah, they're gonna have to hope that Silent can stay alive there for a while and that they can get some crossfires on towards Marcel and on towards the other tanks. But right now it is not looking good because all that's defending 1-2 line is a 279 and triple EBR. And what does GX Nomi have? They have 2 tanks there as an actual combat tanks, a CS and a Chieftain.
Yeah, and the CS and the Chieftain obviously together can make...
And then rotating one more, man.
They're getting caught out as well, taking 1 shot for his troubles. And yeah, CSA Fame, they seem stunned as to what's happening. Gotcha Baby also taking an unfortunate peak for his side here, because every single peak that you made right now that you only trade even for Fame is a bad one, as you're down so far in HP, and now even the HEs are starting to fly here. Justek, Lepshaw taking some HE damage left and right, and I'm not very confident for the side of Fame.
No, this is looking really grim right now at this moment in time. Fame have no positions, no rotational ability towards 1-2, and GX Nomi can just take some tanks for free there, even take under towards the 4 line realistically for free. And once they do that, they're gonna start farming these tanks from Fame in the side, and for what in return? Nothing. There's not much Fame can do here. They're down so much. They need a massive mistake from GX Nomi.
I mean,
a massive
I mentioned it earlier, there are no configs on the 279s. That might be a possible way back into the game, although Fame obviously does not know about this. But yeah, the 279s are going to be the ones that are probably going to be the first ones in the push here. An Amorak or 2 might be the saving grace. Obviously, that is entirely down to RNG. And realistically speaking, Fame should not bargain in this. Fame should be like, I don't know. I don't know why they would commit into those positions here at E8, where, to be honest, I think they lost like 5-6k HP maybe? That is the HP that is currently not available for Fame here.
They didn't spot the 0-line rotation because the Chieftain from Goodnight Nomi was pushed up. So they never had a 0-line spot. So they didn't get that, and now they're gonna have to hold on for dear life. They're down 7,000 HP here, and it's gonna be a full push from Goodnight Nomi. And what does Fame do in return? They could push one too, I guess, with the EBRs. It's about the only thing they have left in this regard. Kill Mineros, kill the CS somehow, start the cap. I don't know. To hold this push is incredibly difficult.
I mean, keep in mind the CS is still full HP, so even triple EBR is going to take some time to take him out, and I think the Goodnight Nomi push here in the forest is sort of forming up, and indeed they are putting the pedal to the metal here. It is a full-on push in the forest. Jordan already down to 42 HP in his 279, but Shockish, the first one to bite the dust here, as that is just all the combat tanks being committed in by the side of Goodnight Nomi. They're trying to focus out the Fame tanks that are positioned in the forward positions already. Joseph and Silent down. Jordan biting the dust as well. Got you, baby, getting taken down. And Levshawn, Elian, the next ones to get collapsed upon.
Yeah, the next ones got collapsed upon, and Goodnight Nomi is doing well by keeping the guns alive, crushing the dreams from all of us here for our predictions, but crushing Fame in this one as well, as they have the superior amount of guns, the superior amount of HP, and superior positions at this moment in time as well. Dragos does get a blow up on towards one of those 279s, but if this would be recovered from Fame, I would eat my own hat. I don't think it's possible. You never know though, but it's looking rather unlikely.
I mean, if you're actually gonna eat your hat, then I'm rooting for Fame right now, but also I don't think that this is about to happen here. It is 3,000 HP against 9,000, and look at the gun department. There is still 11 tanks available for the side of Goodnight Nomi that just need to wait like 30 seconds until all of their tanks are in the game, and then the remainder of Fame on the 1-2 line should get cleared up. Yes, this triple EBR is now going to get some work done onto the CS, but he will probably reload in time to maybe pick up reaction. We have to wait and see. Positive driving around. Okay, that is reaction getting picked up, and Positive already taking another shot here into his tank. Now needs to go take the 1v1 against the EBR, but cap is already started, and Goodnight Nomi, they are looking to take this one down. They're looking to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, they're going to be moving on through the lower bracket. Fame, they came and they lost. Not a great showing here. All in all, 17 seconds left. There was opportunities for more, but at the end of the day, you get what you deserve. It is disappointing, nonetheless, that we will not be seeing them tomorrow, as Nomi is about to cap out in 7 seconds, securing themselves one more match at the very, very least. And that will be all she wrote, as Nomi is going to be picking it up 3-2 over Fame.
Indeed, Polska Gurom here in this second match in the lower bracket here. Fame out of the tournament after a playoff performance of losing 2 matches in a row. So they are back to the drawing board, probably back to wondering if importing players is actually the way to go, or if you need to recruit some players from the casters or analyst desk to actually be able to perform against the teams that are currently taking the wins against them. First of all, let's take a quick look at the post-battle stats. And yeah, we see a pretty even damage spread for both teams, however, just higher damage across the board for the side of Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to, they got a huge lead at the beginning, the Goodnight Nomi team, and then were able to just take a decisive push on zero line. And when you're down this much, the holding zero line push is incredibly difficult as it is when you're even on HP, even so when you're trailing 6k.
And yeah, I think overall, once again, we had the issue for Fame that some of the tanks didn't react in time. Like this triple chieftain in H8 that was bleeding so much. Why? Like, why do you keep them there for this long? Also, the 907, for some reason, it went there too late, I guess, to spot the rotation. So the binocular 907 on Copium, not able to get anything done either. Just nothing really working out for the international team, and deservedly so. The team of Goodnight Nomi able to take it down, to stay alive. We'll see them tomorrow in the second match of the day, where they'll be taking on CSA. But Ducky, last words to you before we head over to the analysts.
Unlucko, mallucko, dude. It's a shame to see it. Hurts a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. But it is, at the end of the day, it is what it is. GX Nomi coming away with the win there. And hopefully, Insane is gonna give the proper hammering here on the analyst segment.
Take it away.
I mean, well, yes, thanks a lot, Kian and Daki, for the casting over the day one. We're done for the first day of that tournament, Moth and Fame, as I said at the start, probably not matching the expectations everyone have when they just hear and see that name.
Yeah, just none of us predicted Nomi to win, so just shocking result. I guess we've kind of fallen foul of just backing Fame just because it's Fame rather than the circumstances surrounding the team. So
I mean, I guess that Goodnight Nami is a good team, a solid team. Like that was just a test. The Fame players they were looking to get an FC to play because they were all like kind of motivated to play. It just didn't work out. They didn't prepare. They didn't put the efforts, and they led pretty poorly, to not say horribly. So that was just a bad experiment, and that's good for Nomi, Goodnight Nomi, because they are gonna be moving in the losers bracket against CSA tomorrow, which is gonna be the first match of the second day of.
yeah, CSA against Nomi in that lower bracket there. Raid against Invil will play the upper bracket final, and they will the loser of that will drop down and play against either CSA or Nomi. So it's survival. It's a survival of the fittest between CSA and Nomi for tomorrow.
So far, I guess that's a Raid winning strongest team, Invil strongest team. Maybe the two matches from the losers bracket were a bit of a upset. We didn't expect that, but at the end of the day, we're gonna have an interesting CSA against Goodnight Nami match tomorrow. But I guess that the replays are already moved, so we can just take a look at them, right?
Yeah, it was went all the way to the tiebreaker in this one, but back on Sand River almost feels like an age ago. Shokish pushing middle with Benzo, Lebsha, and Nile at the start of the game, securing the middle of the map on Sand River, which is nice to take in the early game, but later on in the battle it didn't really react. They didn't really react, and it didn't develop in the way. Marcel now pushing in takes a lot of damage, but the positions that they take for this are much better. Dragos and Silent trying to run away, but they're just running into another crossfire.
I mean, I think that was just a poor tactic from the side of Fame, just trying to go for that mid-aggression without having any tanks, just two on the kill line, so just Nomi, punishing them for that, not over-rotating, not getting baited by some tanks pushing mid, keeping enough tanks on the kill line and just clearing it, so easy and clean rounds for the Polish team to start with, and very poor round from the side of Fame.
Yeah, they did what they needed to do to get the job done in that one there. As Rizik goes down. The second game, though, was really weird. The double 279 pushing middle, not really the best tanks to play in that position there. You can see they're too tall. Maybe IS-7s would have worked better, but, that's hindsight, right? Marcel goes down shortly afterwards. The wreck isn't sufficient enough to protect him from HE spam.
I mean, in general, those tactics don't really work when the team is just getting all the control over the kill line and then pushing the base. Later on, you can see Fame with the pretty easy HP advantage over Nomi, and then just the clean and easy rotation. We're just gonna over push the base. We're just gonna take down the Chiefs behind the 279, behind that shield, and then the cap pressure and Nomi under pressure. They have to cover the zero line, so they cannot just cover their base and the zero line at the same time. So they don't have enough tanks to actually punish that push from Fame. And Fame, HP up, cap pressure, easy and clean attack for them.
Yeah, once the 279s went down in middle, Fame just did basically a default 1-2 push, and the 279 wreck, the 279 shield that Nomi had didn't really accomplish anything, and from that point on you can see Aliens making a cap shield, and there's really no way back into the game unless you have your entire team able to re-push across the base, so just another quite simple execute for Fame.
Yeah, next up, Ensk. I guess that's a pretty gambly push from the side of Goodnight Dummy. And for the side of Fame, the reaction was good, just covering hits with all those big health against Daki said, and Gotcha Baby getting that A2 position, which is very hard to kill. So Goodnight Nomi, they wanted to go for that push. They tried, but Fame with the proper reaction, they are holding rails, they're taking the green side, and they're just finishing that push. And they even come up with the repush later, and the HP and the gun advantage is just swinging in their favor.
Yeah, we see these kind of plays all the time in clan wars and advances where one team just YOLOs through the city and then they kind of just get stuck in the sort of AB line and then they get farmed and the repush comes in. So there's really not much more to say about this one. Nomi kind of just YOLO'd in and died.
Yeah, I think this is very risky to play like this from the side of Nomi, especially against an experienced team that has that lineup with all those TDs that you can just rotate to finish that push. So they tried. I was pretty bad, and they were down to dealing with the match point for Fame. But then I think Fame just made the same mistake, Moth.
Yeah, they did a very similar strat. Not exactly the same though. They kind of went all the way to the edge of the city and then didn't push, and then they decided to push later on, which was really weird. So you can see they take the initial positions in the city here. You got Nile, Scatter, Shockish in the advanced positions, the 279, and it looks like they're just chilling, right? They have to back off from these sort of mid positions because you can see Miku has side shots in his chieftain on the rails there, but Fame looked like they were okay, and then suddenly, they're on the defense, and suddenly they decide they're just going to push into the entire team of Nomi, which I don't know if I'm missing something, but this entire sequence of play just made absolutely no sense to me.
I mean, basically, when you're on the defense and you play like this, you cannot just hold. This is not possible from the side of Goodnight Nomi. They could easily just repush over b5 and retake control over like d4-ish and get all the crossfire angles, especially with the tanks from the green. So Fame, they knew that, and they knew that they had to try to make a push, and the timing was just horrible for them. They actually went for that push when, from the side of Nomi, you had all of those tanks that came back from the green side. So good rotation from the Polish team, just simply out-rotating Fame. But you can just say that the HPs, they were pretty close though. You would expect the Polish team to just roll on Fame here, just controlling completely that push, but at the end of the day, that was closer than expected.
Yeah, the player skill from Fame making it a bit closer than it perhaps should have been, but Nomi got the job done, and that's all that matters. Then we go into tiebreaker on Murovanka. Nomi pushing up. Nomi pushing up in the city at the start. It was just really weird. The positions taken by the Fame tanks, they all committed into the sort of E-line area in the forest, and once you go to these positions, it's very hard for you to rotate or do anything. So I don't know. I'm not really sure why they decided to commit into these positions.
I can explain you what was missing for the side of Fame. They didn't have that zero line spot, so they didn't see the tanks approaching, so they got caught off guard, and they were sitting on that E8 position where you can see the 9-7 right now with the chieftains, and they lost so much HP. They lost like 5k HP just because they were lacking an information and they couldn't rotate on time. And just Nomi, simple rotation, just retaking the forest. I mean, they didn't have informations about all of the other tanks on the other side, but they went for it. That was like the most common play they could do, and they actually punished Fame for it super hard because they didn't get the spot and they didn't rotate because of it.
Yeah, so those last two games in particular, Nomi, they did the right thing. They didn't really have to do anything particularly amazing. They just made the right play and it won the game.
Yeah, simple play. I mean, simple opening, just I think one heavy pushing up at the forest, a bit of coverage, also holding the other side. So very standard from the side of Nomi. And Fame, that was very interesting. That triple ABR, a bit unlucky to not kill the ABR at the start.
Yeah, there was a low roll, that was unfortunate.
But as we mentioned, lacking informations and not rotating according to it, since there was that information that was not here. But Moth, I guess that's enough for the first day of that tournament. We are going to have 4 teams battling tomorrow. We are going to have Raid and Invil in the winners bracket finals. But before that, CSA against Goodnight Nomi. I guess that those matches are going to be very interesting. And maybe you have anything to say before we just finish the stream?
Yeah, I mean, Invil versus Raid, that should be interesting. Raid won their group, Invil won their group, and they both won their upper bracket game. So teams looking set for a hot upper bracket final.
Yeah, so guys, make sure to tune in tomorrow at 16 CET, 4 p.m. for the day 2 of the tournament, and we wish all of you a great and wonderful night.